Get Capone, The Secret Plot That Captured America's Most Wanted Gangster, by Jonathan Eig. Narrated by Dick Hill. Copyright 2010 by Jonathan Eig. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Simon & Schuster Incorporated and was produced in the year 2010 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. For Lillian. Part 1. Capone Rising. Chapter 1. The Getting of It. Al Capone stood on the sidewalk in front of a run-down saloon called the Four Deuces, the wind whipping at his face. He shoved his hands in his pockets and pulled his jacket collar high to protect against the cold, or maybe to cover the scars on his left cheek. "Got some nice-looking girls inside," he said. Capone was 21 years old and new in town. He worked in Chicago's Levee District, south of downtown, a neighborhood of sleazy bars and bordellos, where a man, if he cared about his health, tried not to stay long and tried not to touch anything. Automobiles with bug-eyed headlamps rumbled up and down the block. It was January 1920, the dawn of a rip-roaring decade, not that you'd know it from looking around this neighborhood. The Great War was over. Men were back home, maybe a little shell-shocked, maybe a little bored, certainly thirsty. They put on jackets and ties and snap-brimmed hats and went to places such as the Four Deuces, which was named not for the winning poker hand, but for its address, 2222 South Wabash. It was a four-story, brick, turn-of-the-century building with a massive arched door that looked like the mouth of a cave. Inside, cigarette and cigar smoke clung to the ceiling. Some customers came for the drinks. Others climbed the stairwell at the back and went upstairs, where the smoke faded slightly, but the aromas became more complex. There, on the second floor, high-heeled women paraded in varying states of undress, their movements lit by a bare bulb on the ceiling. A madam urged the customers to hurry up and choose. When the place got busy, Capone would head inside to warm himself and to make sure the customers behaved. He was a dark-haired fellow, not quite big enough or ugly enough to scare anybody at first glance. He stood 5'10.5" and weighed about 200 pounds, with a powerful chest and massive hands. His hairline was already beginning to recede. His eyebrows were thick and wide, and the two horizontal scars on his cheek were light purple and still raw-looking. His eyes were a changeable greenish-gray. He charmed people with his broad smile. Capone cared deeply about his image. He asked photographers to capture his portrait from the right, avoiding his scarred cheek. He wore the finest clothes and, despite his girth, looked comfortable in them. It is nearly impossible to find a photograph in which he is not the best-dressed man in the room. He had style, but he walked a fine line. He would wear suits in bright colors such as purple and lime that other hoodlums would never dare, and pinky rings with fat, glittering stones that would put to shame many of Chicago's wealthiest society women. But he would never be seen in an ascot. At the Four Deuces, he slid his body through the crowd with grace. He was a good host, vivacious, quick with a joke, flashing that smile. The men in the bar enjoyed his company. When he finished his shift, he would walk back to the dumpy little apartment he shared with his wife, May, and their one-year-old son, Albert Francis. The place wasn't much, but it was better than anything he'd ever had growing up. Capone was born and raised in Brooklyn, part of a big Italian family. He had come to Chicago to work for Johnny Torrio, once one of the legends on the Brooklyn gang scene and now a rising force in the Chicago underworld. Some accounts suggest that Torrio recruited Capone to join his organization because he spotted talent in the young man. Others suggest that Capone fled Brooklyn after a bar fight in which he nearly killed a man with his fists. Chicago suited Capone. The poet Carl Sandburg captured its essence. Hog butcher for the world, tool maker, stacker of wheat, player with railroads and the nation's freight handler, stormy, husky, brawling city of the big shoulders. They tell me you are wicked, and I believe them, for I have seen your painted women under the gas lamps luring farm boys. And they tell me you are crooked, and I answer, yes, it is true, I have seen the gunman kill and go free to kill again. Chicago City hugged the lower edge of Lake Michigan, spreading in every direction it could. In 1850, the city had been home to only 30,000 hardy souls. By 1870, the population had shot up to 300,000. Without the watery boundaries of New York, people felt no need to jam themselves into cramped, unforgiving spaces. Neighborhoods lined up one after another along the crescent-shaped coast, wooden shanties and muddy streets stretching on into the prairie. The city grew so quickly that it was impossible to control. Immigrants came in search of work, building, forging steel, slaughtering cattle, loading boxcars. Criminals came, too. Pimps and prostitutes, pickpockets and safecrackers, con men, dope dealers, burglars, and racket men. The police department, a mere afterthought in the city's earliest days of development, could never catch up with the city's explosive growth. The city burned to the ground in 1871. The Great Fire burned for days and left 73 miles of streets a wreck of embers and soot. Nearly a third of the city's residents were rendered homeless. But Chicago rose again, with even more speed and vigor. This time, buildings of iron, granite, and steel filled the landscape. And, of course, the vice world came back stronger than ever, too. In the first 8 months of 1872, the city issued an astonishing 2,218 licenses for saloons. If anything, the fire proved a great boost to the economy, setting off a kind of gold rush. The opportunities were limitless, and men of energy and ambition sought to take advantage. Great architects, great salesmen, great lawyers, great artists, and great criminals would forge the city's new identity. In 1893, the World's Columbian Exposition brought another spurt of population growth, and with it, more vice. By 1910, a special commission reported that 5,000 full-time prostitutes and 10,000 part-timers worked the city, and that, combined, they were responsible for more than 27 million sex acts a year. Clean up Chicago? If anyone even mentioned it, they were either dreaming or joking. By the time of Al Capone's arrival in 1920, the population had climbed to 2.7 million, making it the second largest city in the nation after New York. And still it felt uncrowded and untamed. As more immigrants arrived from Italy, Ireland, Poland, Germany, China, Russia, and Greece, everyone shoved aside and made room. New neighborhoods attached themselves to old. The city just kept stretching. 26 miles long and 14 miles wide, more jigsaw puzzle than melting pot. The sprawling geography allowed ethnic groups to cling to their old languages and customs to a greater extent than they ever could in New York. The wealthy lived mostly on the city's near west and near north sides. The working class lived mostly on the south and the far west sides. New arrivals could tell in an instant from the odors if they were in one of the city's poorer sections. Small steel mills spat soot, and tanneries leached chemicals. But the strongest and foulest stench came from the Union stockyard, 500 acres of livestock, living and dead. The smell buckled legs. The work was worse. Millions of cattle, sheep, and hogs moved through the stockyards, their throats slashed, their carcasses split and sliced, their entrails washed into the Chicago River. An army of 75,000 men and women did the work. This was the work of Chicago. At the hub of the city sat the Loop, the city's central business district, where elevated trains screeched on metal tracks and trolleys and trucks jammed the streets. Here, the city felt like a city, noisy, crowded, and dangerous. Chicago was the nation's first city of skyscrapers. Buildings rose higher here than anywhere else, stabbing at the clouds in handsome shades of green, gray, brown, and blue. Yet it wasn't everyone's idea of paradise. Having seen it, Rudyard Kipling wrote of Chicago, I urgently desire never to see it again. It is inhabited by savages. Its air is dirt. Chicago welcomed the strong and spat out the weak. If you couldn't hack it, there was always a train leaving for Des Moines. That's why it attracted men such as the scorching jazz trumpeter Louis Armstrong, the crusading lawyer Clarence Darrow, and the meat-packing titan Philip Armour, who treated his workers shabbily, but gave generously to charity, and once said, I do not love the money. What I love is the getting of it. The getting of it. That's what this city was all about. When he wasn't working the door or tending bar at the Four Deuces, Capone decorated. In an empty storefront adjoining the saloon, he arranged some bookshelves, a broken-down piano, and some old tables and chairs to make the place look like an antiques store. It was Johnny Torrio's idea. Torrio wanted Capone to learn to carry himself with the air of a legitimate businessman. Capone printed cards that read, Alphonse Capone, second-hand furniture dealer, 2220 South Wabash Avenue. The Levee District had always been home to entrepreneurs. Though it was only 2 miles from the elegant hotels and skyscrapers of the Loop, the district operated within its own special universe, with its own special rules. Movie stars and titans of industry had visited the parlors of the neighborhood's elegant whorehouses, including the famous Everly Club, where they spent great fortunes on wine, food, and women. Politicians had not only put up with the debauchery, they also had participated in it. But things began to turn during the years of World War I. A wave of temperance swept the country. Americans were expected to sober up and sacrifice for their nation. Even Chicago cleaned itself up a little. Saloons were raided, licenses were revoked. The high-end whores and drug dealers, fearing arrest, quit working in bordellos and dance halls and moved to hotel lobbies, where they could be more discreet. In time, the Levee District became the exclusive domain of ripened prostitutes, customers who couldn't afford better, and the low-level pickpockets and jack-rollers who preyed on anyone dumb enough to wander the streets alone and unarmed. This was where Capone got his start. His timing was perfect. In 1917, Congress asked every state in the Union to vote on the 18th Amendment to the Constitution, banning the sale, manufacture, and transportation of intoxicating liquor nationwide. The measure passed with no great opposition, and most people believed the law would be quickly and easily implemented, that Americans on a massive scale would voluntarily give up drinking. The evangelist Billy Sunday bade goodbye to demon alcohol with flourish, saying, "You were God's worst enemy. You were hell's best friend. I hate you with a perfect hatred." He went on to predict a new age of prosperity and clean living, saying, "Slums will soon be a memory. We will turn our prisons into factories and our jails into storehouses and corn cribs. Men will walk upright now. Women will smile and children will laugh. Hell will be forever for rent." Torrio and Capone had other ideas. The Prohibition law took effect at midnight on January 16th, 1920, a day before Capone's 21st birthday. But by then the war was over, and the mood of the country had already shifted. Sacrifice? That was for saps. Like an overworked businessman beginning his vacation, wrote the journalist and historian Frederick Lewis Allen, the country was finally learning how to relax and amuse itself once more. Americans wanted to dance and drive fast and spend money. They wanted to shock their parents with their sharp clothes and impress their neighbors with handy new gadgets, such as electric irons and vacuum cleaners. And they wanted to drink. By making booze illegal, the government unwittingly glamorized it. The bubbles in a glass of champagne seemed more scintillating, the foam on a mug of beer more refreshing. Homemade alcohol had a tendency to taste like battery acid, which led to the invention of cocktails. The addition of sweet flavors and herbs made the drinks even more alluring, especially to women. Irving Berlin summed up the state of affairs and put it to a snappy tune when he wrote, "You cannot make your shimmy shake on tea." Congress passed the Volstead Act to provide for enforcement of the 18th Amendment, and at least in the early years, under the new set of laws, alcohol consumption in America dropped dramatically. But the Volstead Act failed to anticipate the massive criminal operations that would go to work creating an underground network for the manufacture and sale of alcohol. A man didn't have to be a genius to recognize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Overnight, general miscreants such as Capone became bootleggers. The phrase has roots in America's colonial days, probably deriving from bootleg, the upper part of a tall boot where bottles could be hidden. Their experience running bars, brothels, and gambling joints suddenly came in handy. They already knew how to move money, how to sell booze, and how to service multiple businesses across the city. The trick now was learning to think big. A massive, legitimate business had just been declared illicit. If they moved quickly, they could take over operations. Just for starters, bootleggers needed trucks and Confederates in other cities to help them with supplies. In New York, there was Meyer Lansky. In Philadelphia, Boo-Hoo Hoff. In Detroit, the Purple Gang. In Cleveland, Mo Dalitz. They patched together a network that would eventually become a loosely organized national crime syndicate. As bootleggers, their position in society actually improved. Small-time reprobates no longer had time for safe-cracking, pickpocketing, and mugging. Those lines of work were too dangerous, too risky, and didn't pay well enough. Bootlegging also offered a certain kind of dignity. As bootleggers, men provided a useful service and catered to a respectable class of customer. Flush with cash, they dressed with panache and consorted with a higher class of friends. They became romantic figures, celebrated by journalists who liked their style, their slang, and their nicknames, not to mention their booze. Every city had its share of bootlegging, but Chicago seemed to have more. Alcohol soaked the city through, which is why the 1922 song Chicago called it that toddlin' town. No one believed for a moment that the city would sober up under Prohibition. Lake Michigan would dry up first. Once it became clear that Chicagoans, and in fact much of the rest of the American population, had no intention of giving up drinking, the government would face a decision. How much money and effort would it invest in fighting this new wave of crime? The answer turned out to be not much. Torrio and Capone, among others, stood ready to take advantage. The answer turned out to be not much. Torrio and Capone, among others, stood ready to take advantage. Chapter 2. Goodbye, Diamond Jim. The Levee District had made Chicago one of the nation's premier environments for vice long before Prohibition. Now, though, the high-end brothels were not so high-end anymore. The only ritzy establishment that remained from the glory days was Colosimo's restaurant, which sat a block north of the Four Deuces at 2128 South Wabash. Like a prize fighter past his prime, Colosimo's was clinging tenuously to its power and glory. It still attracted the big-name politicians and stars of stage and screen, but it was working harder all the time to do it. The owner of the place was Jim Colosimo, a figure so monumental that he had two nicknames, Big Jim and Diamond Jim. Colosimo was square-jawed and stocky, with heavily lidded eyes and a dark mustache that hid almost his entire mouth. He wore the sheerest of white linen suits. Diamonds sparkled from his fingers, his shirt front, his watch chain, his cuffs, his suspender clasps, and his garters. He kept a pouch full of diamonds in his pocket, too, and in idle moments he would pour them out on a white tablecloth and tease them with a fingertip, rearranging their radiance, admiring their glow, and savoring his own wealth. Though he had begun his professional life as a pickpocket and small-time con man, Colosimo had married well to Victoria Moresco, the madam of a profitable brothel. In the brothels, Big Jim found his life's calling. The women trusted him, and the men liked his company. He knew how to bribe, how to flatter, how to threaten, and how to make a good plate of pasta. He was the first gangster to go high class, which included keeping his hands clean when there was violent work to be done. As a result, Colosimo reigned as king of the city's underworld, and his establishment enjoyed a long run as one of the city's most popular night spots. The restaurant's signature dish was spaghetti alla Colosimo. It was Colosimo who'd brought Johnny Torrio from Brooklyn. By some accounts, the men were related by marriage, and helped him establish his loosely knit chain of saloons and brothels. Colosimo and Torrio were business partners. But by 1920, Big Jim was losing the passion for his work. While Torrio sought to explore new opportunities connected to the advent of Prohibition, Colosimo seemed uninterested. He had recently divorced his wife, married a young singer, and had taken her on a long, luxurious honeymoon. Shortly after his return, on the afternoon of May 11th, 1920, Big Jim strapped on a pair of diamond-studded suspenders, slid on his suit jacket, and went down to his restaurant. As he walked into his office, Colosimo found his secretary and his chef discussing the evening's menu. The three men chatted for 10 or 15 minutes until Colosimo excused himself, saying he was supposed to meet someone in the lobby. A moment later, the secretary and chef heard gunshots. They emerged from the office to find their boss stretched on the floor, blood oozing from a mealy bullet wound behind his right ear and spreading across the porcelain tiles. He was dead by the time they reached him. Police ruled out robbery as a motive, noting that the gunman hadn't taken Colosimo's wallet or his diamonds. They ruled out passion, saying that Colosimo's ex-wife had an airtight alibi. Eventually, they concluded that the assassination had probably been the work of Torrio. As the second in command of Colosimo's criminal organization, Torrio had the most to gain from Big Jim's death. They suspected that Torrio had brought Frankie Yale from Brooklyn for the job. Yale was seen in Chicago at the time of Colosimo's murder. Torrio and his lieutenant, Capone, were well acquainted with Yale. In 1916 or 1917, when Capone had been working as a $9-a-week cloth cutter at the United Paper Box Company in Brooklyn, Yale had hired him as a dishwasher on Coney Island at the Hawthorne Inn, one of the toughest saloons in New York City. It was Yale's idea of a joke to name the place Harvard, after he founded it with money made organizing Brooklyn's small-time icemen into a vicious racket. Yale would sit at a table near the door of the Hawthorne Inn, where he sipped whiskey and chatted with friends and customers. He was a good-humored fellow, a bit plump, with ink-black hair worn shiny and close to the head. Some came to Yale's table to shoot the breeze, others came to purchase his service as a killer. He had a reputation for doing good, clean work, without emotion or witnesses. He was a useful fellow to know. If Torrio wanted to get rid of Colosimo, Yale would have been the perfect man for the job, and Capone would have been his likely accomplice. Later, when police in New York caught up with Yale, they questioned him about the killing in Chicago. Briefly, it looked as if Chicago might solve a murder for a change. But somehow, Yale talked, or bribed, his way out of it. He was allowed to board his train and return to Brooklyn. Capone was never even questioned. Eventually, the investigation fizzled. No one was ever charged with the murder of Big Jim Colosimo. With Colosimo out of the way, Torrio became the city's top crime boss, and Capone became one of his top lieutenants. Capone's move to Chicago looked like a shrewd one. Just 5 months into his new career, and he was finished playing the bouncer at the Four Deuces. He was in management now. Torrio and Capone were like explorers, sailing off in uncharted directions, taking wrong turns, and, when necessary, slaughtering the natives who got in their way. Beginning in the summer of 1920, they tested any route that looked promising. The men were experts in saloon life and criminal networking, which tended to revolve around saloons in the first place. They had spent their lives developing good instincts for which cops to bribe and which to dodge, which tough guys to kill and which to conscript, when to fight and when to flee. Very quickly, they developed so many angles, tapped so many supply lines for booze, took a piece of so many brothels, and found so many ways to make money that it would become nearly impossible to stop them. They soon controlled whorehouses and gambling parlors all over Chicago, as well as in the suburbs of Cicero, Chicago Heights, Stickney, Forest View, and Blue Island. Local affiliates in each of those towns would run the joints and supply the prostitutes, but it was usually up to the Torrio Capone machine to stock the places with booze and to provide security. Under the rules of Prohibition, brewers were still allowed to produce near beer, which contained only a minute concentration of alcohol. But those who tried to make a living selling the alcohol-free stuff discovered quickly that beer virtually without alcohol was about as marketable as candy virtually without sugar. Others tried making alcohol for medicinal purposes, but after 1921, federal legislation banned beer as a medicinal product, which cut dramatically into the market available to the nation's legitimate breweries. With so many brewers facing ruin, Torrio and Capone recognized another opportunity. They hired a brewmaster and, with financial backing from several more gangsters, gradually took over some of Chicago's biggest beer-making operations, including the Manhattan, Stieg, Pfeiffer, Standard, Gambrinus, and Hoffman breweries. Knowing the places would probably be raided, they made certain not to invest too heavily in any one brewery. They also installed flunkies in the front offices. When one flunky got arrested, they would hire another. Still, the gangsters could not possibly have manufactured and distributed such massive quantities of beer without the help of the legitimate businessmen who had been running the breweries before Prohibition. One of those brewers, unnamed in an article by the Chicago Daily News, was the purported key to the gang's success. Torrio is absolute in the field of vice and fixers and profit-takers. The brewer is king of the beer racket, the newspaper noted. And the brewer is so completely above the law, so thoroughly protected from prosecution, that it is unsafe to mention his name, though the police and prosecutors of crime know quite well who he is. Natural attraction brought the pair together, and their dovetailing abilities put crime on its new basis. The brewer's identity would be revealed later as Joseph Stenson, owner of the Stenson Brewing Company on the city's northwest side. Torrio is unhampered, with the sky as his limit in his vice and gambling districts down in the southern end of the county, the Daily News reported in 1924. Torrio and Capone absolutely control the wide-open gambling and vice in Cicero and other western suburbs. Working for them are the gangs and the gunmen. Feuds may, and often do, break out between the gangsters and gangs without any word from higher up. But the real wars come when the kings of crime order an upstart put out of the way. They all dance when Torrio and his colleague pull the strings, gangsters, gangs leaders, and politicians. Beer sold for $50 a barrel or more, but even after the gangsters paid off the police, aldermen, precinct captains, prosecutors, and judges, they still made a profit of about $15 per barrel. Margins on pure alcohol were even better. Alcohol sold for about 60 cents a gallon at the warehouse. The middlemen who delivered it would charge bootleggers about $8 a gallon. After cutting the alcohol 3 or 4 times, the bootleggers would typically charge their customers about $12 a gallon. With markups like that, a single freight car full of alcohol could net a profit of $250,000. No wonder bootleggers could afford to spread around the bribes so lavishly. Besides, it didn't take much to pay off a cop. Patrolmen in the city started at salaries of only $1,600 a year, which was less than most dog catchers made. Federal Prohibition agents were just as easy to handle. For starters, the entire army of federal agents numbered only about 1,500, and those agents were no better paid than the local cops, with salaries of $1,500 to $2,400 a year. There were no civil service requirements, wrote Elmer Eig, the Treasury Department official who supervised the federal agents, and, as a result, the most extraordinary collection of political hacks, hangers-on, and passing highwaymen got appointed as Prohibition agents. Eig told the story of a top agent who spent 2 years building a case against a bootlegger, only to see it evaporate in 15 minutes when a judge, calling for a 15-minute recess in a trial, retired to his chambers and found 2 hookers and some bootleg whiskey waiting for him. Case dismissed. 2 days later, the same Prohibition agent was offered $10,000 in cash to turn his back so that a truck full of whiskey could depart a warehouse that had been under surveillance. He turned his back, recalled Eig. Still, the key to success for bootleggers boiled down to the public's thirst. From the first day of Prohibition, huge numbers of Americans resented the law. They felt their freedom had been stripped by religious fanatics. Even when violence in the bootlegging business erupted, the gangsters who controlled the booze were never entirely blamed. Most Americans seemed to understand that these criminals were like boils. Irritating, yes, but also a symptom of a deeper and more persistent disease. Torrio was a non-threatening figure. He dressed conservatively and spoke politely. He was a handsome man with green-gray eyes and graying auburn hair. Businessmen found him reasonable and reliable and not so different from themselves, while gangsters treated him with fear and respect. In the first months and years of Prohibition, most of the city's big criminals worked in cooperation with Torrio. In addition to Capone, Torrio's most important aide was Samuel J. Nails Morton. Morton was a Jew, real name Samuel Markowitz, a hero of World War I, an accused cop killer, and a gambler capable of throwing away more than $10,000 on a single game of craps. Torrio and Capone both liked Morton. He was tough, which explained the nickname. Morton grew up in a mostly Jewish enclave around Maxwell Street, just south and west of downtown, where he and his young pals would patrol the streets at night with baseball bats to protect the shops belonging to Jewish merchants. Morton entertained Torrio and Capone with terrific stories about his childhood in Chicago and his heroic adventures on the battlefields of Europe. Best of all, he seemed to know every bartender and crook in town. As the only native Chicagoan in the triumvirate of power, it was most likely Morton who introduced Torrio and Capone to the city's key criminal players, among them Dean O'Banion, a soft-spoken florist, a brilliant arranger of bouquets and homicides, Earl Jaime Weiss, safecracker, assassin, ladies' man, and reputed coiner of the phrase, "take him for a ride," Vincent Schemer Drucci, a virulent hater of cops and daring wheelman who once jumped a car across a jackknifed bridge during a chase with the police, completing the jump quite nicely, only to get snagged in a traffic jam. Also, George Bugs Moran, a Minnesotan of French-Canadian descent who possessed little intellect but had a great knack for avoiding bullets. The terrible Jenna brothers, of whom there were 6, all involved in alcohol cooking operations in Little Italy. Julian Potatoes Kaufman, son of a millionaire broker who ran with the North Side Gang. Jaime Loudmouth Levin, a bootlegger and bookmaker. John Dingbat Oberta, a snappy dresser, fine teller of jokes, and an astute businessman. William Three-Fingered Jack White, a ruthless assassin who wore a glove to hide his mangled right hand, and Louis Two-Gun Altieri, who dressed like a cowboy and may have been responsible for introducing the machine gun to the Chicago underworld. These men were not legendary criminals, not arch-villains, not anarchists, not rebels, not psychopaths, with one or two possible exceptions. History would remember them as warriors, battling for the fat profits of Prohibition. But when they set out in the bootlegging trade in the early 1920s, they were small-time hoodlums. Given his local connections and natural leadership skills, Morton, and not Capone, might have emerged as Torrio's successor. Unfortunately, while riding on horseback one day at the corner of Clark Street and Wellington Avenue on the city's north side, he was thrown from his mount and kicked in the head on his way down. He died instantly. According to legend, Morton's criminal counterparts were so upset and so thoroughly programmed for revenge that they dragged the horse from its stable one night and executed it. Torrio tried to teach Capone to keep a low profile and to present an image of calm, cool professionalism. Capone did the best he could, but he was young and impulsive and flush with cash and power. There were, on occasion, slips. Early in the morning, on August 30th, 1922, for instance, Capone got fried to the hat drunk and went for a drive. Seated by his side was a young woman. Behind him, on the back seat, were 3 associates. Tucked under Capone's left armpit was a gun, which he wasn't supposed to conceal. Hidden in one of his pockets was a Cook County Sheriff's badge, which he also wasn't supposed to have. Parked alongside North Avenue was a taxi, which happened to find itself in the way of the drunken gangster's careening vehicle. Capone crashed. Automobiles were making Americans feel bolder. Roads were springing up everywhere, and cars were traveling them with speed heretofore impossible. There was a new sensation, one that thrilled and frightened. In Chicago, there were no painted lines, no traffic lights, no one-way streets, no speed limits. Cars were big, crude things, an assortment of bolted-together blocks atop slender tires, and city drivers tended to be as arrogant and aggressive behind the wheel as they were in the rest of their lives. After the crash, Capone became enraged. He leaped from his car, pulled out his weapon, and muscled his way toward the taxi driver, who was badly hurt. He shouted and flashed his badge at the injured man as a trolley rumbled by, its passengers staring wide-eyed. When the trolley's conductor shouted at Capone to put away his gun, Capone made it clear that the conductor would be wise to shut up and move on. Police arrived. They didn't recognize Capone, but they could tell in an instant that he was drunk. It was a hot, humid night. Capone crowed at the cops, telling them they would be wasting their time making an arrest. "I fixed this thing so easy you won't know how it's done," he said. He was nevertheless booked for assault with an automobile, driving while intoxicated, and carrying a concealed weapon. The allegations were serious enough that in another time or place they might have ended his career. But Capone was fortunate to live in Chicago in the 1920s, where judges, lawyers, and politicians could be acquired at a discount, and he was right when he told the cops that night that he'd fix this thing. The charges were dropped, and he was back in business quickly, probably before his hangover wore off. At about the time of this incident, when Capone was 22 years old, he noticed a lesion on his penis. Whether he recognized it at the time as the first symptom of syphilis, no one can say. The disease was certainly no mystery to young men in the early part of the 20th century. One survey in 1920 reported that syphilis, usually passed along by direct contact with a sore during sexual intercourse, occurred in 10 to 15% of all Americans. Even in the 1920s, there was a fairly reliable cure, an arsenic-based drug called Salvarsan. Introduced in 1910, it quickly became the most widely prescribed pharmaceutical in the world, the first true blockbuster drug. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't very effective, for example, for patients with late-stage syphilis. For Capone, it probably would have worked, but he didn't take it. Maybe he couldn't admit to himself, or to May, that he had contracted the disease. Maybe he decided to roll the dice, hoping it would disappear. If Capone's case was typical, the lesion went away within days, replaced by dark, reddish-brown rashes on his palms or the bottoms of his feet. There may have been other symptoms, including muscle aches, a sore throat, and fatigue. Those symptoms, too, probably disappeared within a few weeks. But the syphilis didn't disappear. The disease merely entered its latent phase. Like a professional killer, it lay dormant, waiting. Didn't disappear. The disease merely entered its latent phase. Like a professional killer, it lay dormant, waiting. Chapter 3. A Little House on South Prairie. The bootleg business was new. Its operators were mostly small-timers and half-wits, men in their 20s who still lived with their mothers. Like the young men who rose to sudden wealth and power in the oil fields of Texas, bootleggers possessed a combination of daring and naivete. When everything clicked, they found themselves riding fantastic waves of entrepreneurial extravagance. When things didn't click, they lost not only their money, but also their lives. Some brewed beer. Some developed elaborate systems to cook up alcohol from raw ingredients. Others drove trucks. A few brave ones signed on for goon squad work, breaking bones, firing guns, and throwing bombs. But they all had a single goal: keeping the city soaked in alcohol and reaping the profits that resulted. Violence was an unavoidable part of the life. It erupted when one bootlegger tried to steal from another, or when disputes arose with bar owners over pricing, or, most commonly, when one gang tried to grab another's turf. Clarence Darrow, the legendary Chicago lawyer who defended bootleggers in the 1920s, explained it clearly. The business pays very well, but it is outside the law, and they can't go to court like shoe dealers or real estate men or grocers when they think an injustice has been done them or unfair competition has arisen in their territory. So they shoot. Torrio and Capone were smarter and had a bigger operation than most bootleggers. As a result, they managed to avoid getting personally involved in much of the dirty work. They hired smugglers and burglars to get the alcohol they needed for their brothels and casinos, and because they served as a clearinghouse, they maintained plenty of open channels. When one supplier was arrested or killed, there was always another one ready to take his place. Still, their organization was young. In fact, at this stage in their careers, in 1923, a full 3 years into Prohibition, Capone found time to do a little work outside the booze business, dabbling as a promoter for a featherweight boxer named Mike Dundee of Rock Island, Illinois. "You see, I've always liked Mike, both as a fighter and as a man," he told the Davenport Democrat and leader in what may have been his first published interview in December 1923. "The kid has had a lot of tough breaks in the last few years, but I hope his financial troubles are over." Capone went on to say he was repping Dundee free of charge. "And, by the way," he said, "you can tell the world that I'll lay $25,000 that he can beat Johnny Dundee," who was of no relation, for the featherweight title. Mike Dundee eventually got his shot at the title, and lost. Capone, who always loved the sporting life but had terrible luck picking winners, went back to crime. Except for his drunken car crash, Capone was never charged with a crime during his early bootlegging days, despite the fact that several people who knew him then claimed he earned the respect and trust of Torrio mostly by doing his dirty work. "They snatch guys they want the information from and take 'em to the cellar," one hoodlum told a Chicago judge named John H. Lyle. "They're tortured until they talk, then they're rubbed out." The torturer was said to be Capone. His torture chamber, a filthy back room at the Four Deuces. Corpses were dragged through a tunnel that opened to a trap door in the alley, then loaded in a car and disposed of on a county road or in a rock quarry. Judge Lyle claimed to have seen the tunnel himself, but only years after the torture had supposedly occurred. Capone put a softer spin on the early years of his bootlegging career. With Dino Banion's men infesting the north side, the 6 Jenner brothers controlling the south side, Terry Druggan and Frankie Lake dominating the west side, and countless other gangs muscling in at the margins, clashes were inevitable and gunfire erupted often. Still, Capone claimed that everyone got along pretty well, all things considered. Torrio and Capone controlled the tap on much of the city's beer, which earned them respect and cooperation. It helped, too, that many of their saloons and brothels were in the suburbs, where fewer rivals and fewer cops operated. Capone, in one of his early interviews, said he and Torrio had tried to persuade the other bootleggers to maintain a cooperative and friendly business environment as their operations grew. There were profits enough for all, they said. But the others didn't listen. Just as Capone was getting established in his career, his personal life threatened to come undone. On the evening of November 14th, 1920, back in Brooklyn, his father, Gabriel, made the short walk from his home on Garfield Place to a pool hall on the same block. While watching a game there, he collapsed and died, probably from a heart attack. He was 54. Gabriel Francesco Saverio Capone was born in 1865 in a small town called Angri in the Campania region of Italy near Mount Vesuvius, according to civic and church records recently discovered there. Gabriel's parents made and sold their own pasta from a small shop in the center of town. He married a local girl, a farmer's daughter named Teresa Raiola, and brought her to America. In Italy, Gabriel had worked as a printer. In America, he became a barber. He and Teresa settled in the slums of Brooklyn and raised 9 children, 8 boys and 1 girl. Alphonse Capone, born January 17, 1899, was the 4th born. While his father had toiled with scissors and blades to keep men of modest means looking a bit cleaner, a bit more respectable, Al Capone would take an entirely different approach. He carved wealth and power with ferocious haste. Given that he would become internationally famous before he was 30, and hunted by newsmen, biographers, and Hollywood screenwriters, Capone reveals surprisingly little about his childhood. He would grow up to be a man who fished, hunted, boxed a little bit, and enjoyed watching almost every kind of sports event. He loved spending money, but never bothered saving any. He seldom left the house unshaved, and prided himself on dressing well. He was a man's man, if ever there were one. And yet he never mentioned whether he acquired any of his passions or quirks of personality from his father, never told a single story about going to see the Superbas or the Robins, both later known as the Dodgers, at Washington Park or Ebbets Field, or learning to fish in Brooklyn's Gowanus Canal with his old man. If his father ever skimmed money from the register at the barber shop, gambled a week's pay on a card game, or took a second or third job to help feed and clothe his big family, his son never mentioned any of it. With Gabriel's death, the Capone family had no leader. Al's oldest brother, Vincenzo, also known as James, had disappeared a few years earlier. The last anyone heard, he was traveling out west, perhaps with a circus. Of all the other Capone boys, Al's prospects seemed best. So Teresa and her other 6 children, Frank, Ralph, Salvatore, Ermino, Umberto, Amado, and Mafalda, named in honor of Italy's young princess Mafalda Maria Elisabetta Anna Romana of Savoy, were on their way to Chicago. Almost immediately, Al became the head of the family. 2 of his older brothers, Frank and Ralph, went to work with him in the bootlegging business. Eventually, he would help some of his other siblings buy bars and restaurants to support their families. Al and May went shopping for a house, the family's first. They settled on a brick bungalow at 7244 South Prairie Avenue in Grand Crossing, which was south and west of downtown by about 10 miles. It was a neighborhood of small groceries, fruit stands, and butcher shops where the owners worked alone, slicing the meat, wrapping it, and ringing up sales on the register. On Sunday nights in summertime, the neighbors would sit on blankets and listen to concerts at the grandstand in the park, the women in loose frocks that covered them from ankle to wrist, the men in seersucker suits and straw hats, while children chased fireflies. The Capones picked an unpretentious house, 2 stories tall, with big square windows facing east, so that by early morning the rooms at the front were as bright as the day. The house was an early version of the classic Chicago 2-flat, built by an architect who cranked out dozens more just like it. Plain little bungalows lined the avenue like humble workers on a factory floor, not to impress, but to do a job. Model Ts and Packards sat by the curbs. Small yards offered room for kids to toss a ball and for men to toss horseshoes. As they had in Brooklyn, the Capones avoided an old Italian enclave in favor of a neighborhood of mixed ethnicity. But this time they were much better off financially. In Brooklyn, they had had nothing but crowded tenement apartments. Now they had a whole house to themselves in a quiet neighborhood with little traffic, little noise, and no big industry. Most important, this time they weren't renting. They owned the place. The house was valued at about $15,000, according to Cook County property tax records, or roughly $180,000 in today's dollars. They covered part of the transaction with cash, but they also took a mortgage, agreeing to pay 6% interest on a $4,400 loan. The loan documents were signed by Al, his wife, and his mother, who had begun spelling Teresa with the H. Al and May were practically still newlyweds, yet May could not possibly have imagined how dramatically her life would have changed since her wedding. She was a painfully shy young woman with a pronounced overbite that she tried to hide in photographs. Otherwise, she was lovely, with sparkling brown eyes, sculpted cheekbones, and a lissom figure. She and Al had met at a box company in Brooklyn, where they both worked. Their first and only child, Albert Francis Sonny Capone, had been born on December 4th, 1918. Al and May married 3 weeks later. There's nothing unusual about a woman giving birth out of wedlock, but in May's case, it raised questions. One Capone relative, Deirdre Marie Capone, the granddaughter of Al's brother Ralph, claims that Sonny was Al's child, but not May's. Capone impregnated a prostitute, according to this version of events. When the prostitute died during childbirth, Teresa Capone arranged a marriage. Apparently, Teresa knew May Coughlin and her parents from church. Teresa proposed that May marry her son and become Sonny's mother. The Coughlins agreed to the match because May was 21 years old and so shy that her family thought she would never find a husband. If true, the arrangement seemed to work well enough for all involved. Al and May grew to love each other, and May turned out to be a wonderful mother. She put Sonny at the center of her universe, educating him in Catholic schools, raising him with strong moral values, and keeping him far from her husband's circle of troublesome friends. But now May was taking on even more of the Capones. The house on South Prairie Avenue was mobbed. Even around her in-laws, May could not overcome her shyness. While the rest of the family prepared for dinner, she stayed in her room, taking care of the baby or reading a book. She would come downstairs to eat and help clean up. Then, while the rest of the men and women gossiped and played cards and drank anisette, she would excuse herself and return to her room. The Capones didn't hold it against her. She doted on her little boy, respected her mother-in-law, and stood by her husband despite his many crimes and sexual indiscretions. Capone would disappear for days at a time, sometimes to take care of business, sometimes to meet women, sometimes to go hunting or fishing with his pals. He lived for weeks at a time in hotels, but when he came home, he always did so with style, greeting May with hugs, kisses, and gifts that no ordinary girl could imagine. Al Capone was Catholic, but he did not regularly attend Mass. His wife and mother did, making the short walk to St. Columbanus Church, 2 blocks away from their home, at 71st Street and Calumet Avenue. Sonny was enrolled there in school. He was a sickly child, suffering from mastoiditis, an infection of the mastoid bone that can cause redness, swelling, and pain behind the ear. The condition rendered him partially deaf and led May to dote even more on the boy. The church was an overwhelming presence, physically and spiritually, in the neighborhood and in the Capone family. It was a hulking building, twice as big as anything around, with a Gothic tower visible from every corner of the parish. Nuns in robes and collared priests strolled the neighborhood streets and sat next to parishioners at the local diners and coffee shops. Legend has it that the Capone family paid for the custom-built Kilgan pipe organ in the choir loft. The organ was purchased shortly after the family arrived in the parish. The family paid for the custom-built Kilgan pipe organ in the choir loft. The organ was purchased shortly after the family arrived in the parish. Chapter 4. I'm Sure It Was Capone. In 1923, at about the time Capone moved into his new house, the business environment in Chicago began to change. What initially seemed like a turn for the worse turned unexpectedly to the advantage of Torrio and Capone. Since 1915, Chicago had been run by Mayor William Hale Thompson. Big Bill, as everyone called him, may have been the most crooked politician Chicago ever elected. He was also one of the cleverest. He resembled a 6-foot pigeon, tall, fat, and gray, with a beak for a nose and a flaccid chin that drooped all the way to his chest. When political opponents took the high road, branding him a liar and a cheat in their newspaper ads, Big Bill took a different road and aimed his campaign at the poor and illiterate who didn't read the papers. In the Polish wards of the city, he was anti-German. In the German wards, he was anti-Polish. And at times, in an effort to appeal to the city's enormous Irish population, he promised that if he ever met King George V of England, he would punch him in the nose. Thompson strutted, shouted, boasted, drank, gambled, and cheated, and he made no attempt to hide his duplicity, which is probably why Chicagoans took a shine to him. It came as no surprise when Big Bill made it clear to those in his administration that he was not going to exert a lot of energy clamping down on vice. Crime and politics in the Thompson era went together like barley and hops. The mayor's friends and political appointees set out to get rich doing business with the city. Breaking the law became the most efficient way to get things done. Bootleggers operated in the open and bribed their way out of trouble. Even violent criminals knew that the police department, one of the smallest per capita in the nation and one of the most corrupt, posed little threat. Gangsters were killing each other at a rate of about 50 a year. Union organizers turned to violence, too. Even politicians made guns and bombs the preferred tools for settling differences. In one long-running campaign battle pitting Johnny DePau Powers versus Tony DeAndrea for the position of 19th Ward Alderman, 30 lives were lost. Bombs exploded on Powers' front porch. Campaign workers were gunned down in the street, outside pool rooms, and behind cigar store counters until finally, on the night of May 11th, 1921, DeAndrea himself had his chest ripped open with 2 blasts of a shotgun while on the front steps of his home. He died the next day. Of the 30 murders connected to the campaign, only 1 resulted in a trial, which, of course, ended in an acquittal. It wasn't entirely Thompson's fault that Chicago so dramatically failed to enforce the law. Prohibition made it hard on even the most vigilant elected officials. Technology also was a factor. Smoother roads, faster cars, and rapid-firing guns all helped criminals stay ahead of the police. The same things were happening nationwide. Morals were loosening. Getaway cars were getting faster. But everything criminal was more pronounced in Chicago. It seemed as though the forces of nature had conspired in this city by the lake to create fertile soil for the growth and development of criminal activity. Before and during the Thompson years, the court system was a cesspool. Trials were routinely delayed for years. Crooked lawyers bribed crooked cops to testify the right way before crooked judges. Criminals went about their business like professionals, paying in advance to protect their interests. The cops and judges and lawyers who managed to remain honest eventually became dispirited and all too often gave up hope. There were men in Thompson's administration who gave it a good effort, among them the state's attorney, Robert Crowe. With only 40 police officers at his disposal, and with an eye on becoming mayor himself, Crowe used his office to attract publicity. Systemic corruption made it difficult for him to do much else. He made a series of high-profile raids on gambling dens and brothels in and around the Levee district. With a gaggle of cigar-chomping newspapermen waiting behind the patrol wagons, Crowe's men would smash through the doors, rounding up prostitutes and seizing roulette wheels, racing sheets, slot machines, and dice tables. He got the big headlines he wanted, even if he did little in the long run to curtail crime. By 1922, Big Bill Thompson was in trouble. The city was out of control, and the mayor's endless explanations were beginning to strike a lot of Chicagoans as just so much flapping of the gums. The school system was a disaster. The Tribune broke one story after another about the mayor's pals bilking the government for millions, and the crime went on and on. Gangsters such as Torrio and Capone were not openly allied with Big Bill, but everyone knew that the Thompson administration made life easy for them. Finally, in 1923, Crowe and others led a reform movement. Business and religious leaders embraced it. They nominated a clean-cut Democrat named William Emmett Deaver to run against the mayor. Thompson responded aggressively. He went on a building binge, giving the city wider streets and bold new bridges, and bragging about them as if they were his personal gifts to the people of Chicago. But with Crowe preparing a new round of indictments against some of Thompson's closest associates, Big Bill finally dropped out of the race. Deaver took office, promising sweeping change. Deaver was no goody two-shoes. He was a pragmatic, experienced lawyer who understood the dirty dealing involved in city politics. To win the support of the Democratic Party, he had made a deal of his own, letting the chairman of the Cook County Democratic Party control the hiring at City Hall. That compromise was enough to give the new mayor enough clout to get things done. He began his reform effort by ordering the police to step up their raids on gambling dens and brothels, and he made a special point of shutting down black and tan saloons where the races mixed. Deaver knew that by targeting the black and tans, he would gain the support of many conservative white voters who loathed race mixing. Then, and only then, did he begin a widespread push against saloons. In the course of 100 days, he padlocked some 4,000 of them. For a short time, the city appeared to be turning a corner. Deaver became a national celebrity known as the mayor who cleaned up Chicago, even if the title was applied a bit prematurely. Under Deaver, bootleggers, gamblers, and speakeasy operators faced more raids. In the past, all they had needed to do was bribe their local alderman or their local police captain to stay in business. Now, as they found their approaches blocked by Deaver's do-gooders, or goo-goos, short for good government supporters, as they were known, many of the small-time criminals turned to Torrio and Capone for help. In fact, Deaver's reform era may have done more to empower Torrio and Capone than anything since the murder of Colosimo. The outfit, as Capone referred to the organization, grew bigger, stronger, and much more profitable. It helped, too, that Torrio and Capone had plenty of businesses in the suburbs, away from Deaver's goo-goos. Modern organized crime may have been born in this moment. In the fall of 1923, Capone transferred his headquarters from the Four Deuces in Chicago to the Hawthorne Inn in Cicero. Nestled at Chicago's western edge, Cicero was the state's fourth-largest city. It looked exactly like a working-class section of Chicago, with several big manufacturing plants, the biggest of them belonging to Bell Telephone's Western Electric Company, where more than 10,000 men and women built and assembled telephones. All around the factory sat the usual smattering of churches, schools, and small brick houses. The Hawthorne Inn was on 22nd Street, the city's main drag. It was a modest two-story hotel. Like everything else on the block, it was red brick with white tiles set in the top of the facade. Attached to the hotel was a restaurant, also called the Hawthorne, no wider than a railroad car. A gambling house called the Ship sat next door, open to the public, with a sign out front to make it simple to find. It was a place where roulette, faro, craps, blackjack, stud poker, and chuck-a-luck games ran around the clock, and supposedly on the square. All over Cicero at the time of Capone's arrival, saloons and casinos were cropping up like weeds in an abandoned lot. Prohibition was flouted so routinely and so brazenly that the writer Fred Paisley called Cicero the first city in the nation to secede from the United States of Volstead. As one of the saloon keepers explained, "When the cops and the Prohibition agents come here all the time to get drunk with us, why, of course they go along with us. They always tip us off to the rates. An injunction means nothing. When the owner of a place is caught by one, he opens up somewhere else, under another name." The town government was controlled completely by Torrio and Capone, who paid off the mayor and members of the city council. Once, to show his disdain for some recent bit of public policy, Capone slugged the town president, Joseph Z. Clenha, knocking him down on the steps of City Hall as police officers stood by and watched. The free kingdom of Torrio, the Chicago Tribune snidely labeled the town. It has gambling and liquor and everything, including a police force. In the spring of 1924, when Election Day came around in Cicero, Clenha, a Republican, was concerned that the same reformers who had helped elect Deaver in Chicago might try to bring reform to his fair town. He turned to Capone and Torrio for help. They assured the mayor he had no reason to worry. On the eve of the election, the Democratic candidate for town clerk, a reformer named William K. Pflaum, received a visit from a group of so-called political activists who beat him with their revolver butts, sacked his office, and fired several shots into the ceiling before they fled. A Democratic campaign worker was shot through both legs and dumped in a basement where 8 other would-be reformers had already been locked up. An election clerk was gagged, tied, and stashed in a saloon until after the voting was done. A policeman was blackjacked. 2 men, presumably Democrats, were shot dead on 22nd Street, and another man had his throat slashed. It was a tough campaign. Election Day, April 1st, 1924, dawned cold and gray. Outside a polling station at 22nd Street and Cicero Avenue stood Frank Capone, his cousin, Charlie Fischetti, and a third man, who was probably Al Capone. The 3 men were handsomely dressed, with overcoats, jackets, silk ties, and snap-brimmed fedoras. Each brandished an automatic weapon. They meant for their presence to serve as a reminder to vote Republican. By late afternoon, a judge in Cook County decided that the election was beginning to look like a riot, with fights breaking out and gunshots echoing across town. In an attempt to restore order, the judge sent more than 100 police officers into Cicero. A cold rain started to fall. When the cops got to Cicero, They used their nightsticks and pistols to push back at the gangsters. The three men were still standing at 22nd and Cicero as hundreds of workers began pouring out of the Western Electric factory across the street. Just then, a police car pulled up at the polling station. Police cars in the 1920s were often indistinguishable from ordinary sedans, which might explain why the gangsters didn't move. Three patrolmen stepped out, guns raised and ready. Fischetti froze. Frank Capone took off running to the north. The man whom police assumed to be Al Capone took off running too, in another direction. The police later claimed that Frank Capone ducked into a clump of tall grass and began firing at them, but at least one witness said the gangster never raised his weapon. What happened next is beyond dispute. Sergeant William Cusack fired. Bullets flew, and Frank Capone fell to the sidewalk, gulping air, choking, and dying there on the concrete. The headline in the Tribune read, "Gunman Slain in Vote Riots," and in smaller print, "GOP Ticket Wins." Al and Ralph Capone identified their brother's corpse at the morgue. The next day, the Capone home on South Prairie Avenue was filled with hundreds of men and women paying their respects. So many flower arrangements were delivered that the Capones needed 15 cars to carry the bouquets to the cemetery. Every gangster in Chicago, it seemed, came out to offer condolences to Teresa Capone. Neighborhood children lined up by the dozens across the sidewalk to watch the spectacular parade of expensive cars and men in dark suits. Even the police officer who fired the fatal shots made an appearance and expressed his sympathy. With Cicero locked up at least until the next election, and the booze business becoming more lucrative by the day, the Torrio Capone empire steadily grew. Capone's take of the profits in 1924 came to more than $123,000, or about $1.5 million by modern standards, according to an estimate made several years later by the Bureau of Internal Revenue. But the bigger the business got, the more violence it engendered. And while Torrio was generally mature and mild-mannered enough to avoid becoming personally involved in the brutal work, his young partner was not. Capone was learning from Torrio the ways of the booze business, but he had not mastered the emotional control that helped make his boss so successful for so long. For a second-in-command, it was not such a serious character flaw to fly off the handle from time to time, and nothing in Capone's behavior in those early years suggests he aspired to run the Chicago outfit. There's certainly no indication that he had designs on removing Torrio. A few weeks after the death of Frank Capone, a small-time hoodlum named Joe Howard showed up at Jaime Jacobs' saloon, just down the street from the Four Deuces. Howard was 28, still lived above his mother's South Side fruit store, and made his living by burglary and beer running. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. He was sitting at the cigar counter, trying to choose a smoke, when the saloon's doors swung open with a flutter behind him. "Hello, Al," Howard said, smiling, turning around, and putting out a hand in greeting. Police would later conclude that Al was almost certainly Al Capone. Coming through the door with him was another man, bigger than Capone, also unidentified by witnesses at the scene. The men said nothing as they entered and walked briskly toward the bar. The big man grabbed Howard by the coat and held him tight. Capone pulled a gun, put the muzzle to Howard's cheek, and pressed. He pulled the trigger. Blood, bones, and tooth particles exploded across Jaime Jacobs' bar, but Howard was still sitting on the stool, his body suspended in the hands of Capone's accomplice. Capone fired 5 more shots. The big man released his grip. The rest of Howard fell from his stool into a puddle of his own blood. Capone and the big man turned and walked out of the bar. 30 minutes later, police told reporters they had identified their suspect. "I am sure it was Capone," announced Chief of Detectives Michael Hughes. But the detective went on to complain, in frustration, that the men in the bar, sitting next to and across from Joe Howard, were refusing to identify the killer. Each of them claimed he had been looking away when the man entered the bar and that the gunman was gone by the time the victim fell from his stool. Jaime Jacobs, who was standing opposite the victim behind the cigar case, said he had seen the whole thing, but didn't recognize the man Howard had greeted as Al. Another eyewitness, who lived at 2220 South Wabash, next door to the Four Deuces, claimed he had never seen nor heard of anyone named Al Capone. Chief Hughes knew the runaround when he was getting it. "It's an old story already," he complained. The next day, Capone's picture appeared in the Chicago Tribune. It was a mugshot soon to be familiar to Chicagoans. The investigation dragged on for weeks. Chief Hughes said he knew exactly what had happened, but for the life of me, I can't tell the motive. A story had begun to go around on the gangland grapevine. According to the gossip among hoodlums, Howard had recently hijacked a load of booze. After the heist, he had gone to a speakeasy to celebrate. Drunk, and trying to act big, he had decided to pick on one of the smallest, chubbiest, and most harmless-looking men he could find. Unfortunately for Howard, the victim he selected was none other than Jack Greasy Thumb Gusick, chief bookkeeper for the Torrio and Capone syndicate. Howard didn't just beat Gusick, he also humiliated him, slapping him back and forth across the face a few times, and then letting him have it with a fist to the head. After the beating, Howard had bragged to friends that he'd made the little Jew whine. Just before Capone had pulled the trigger, according to the story passed around among Chicago gangsters, Capone had muttered into Howard's ear, "Whine, you fucking think." Amnesia and temporary blindness continued to afflict the witnesses in the days after Howard's murder. Capone made himself scarce. If the murder of Joe Howard didn't elevate Capone's reputation among Chicago's gangsters, demonstrating both his brutality and his loyalty, what happened next surely did. A month later, on June 11th, Capone walked in of his own accord to a police station and said he had heard a rumor that the cops had been looking for him. He said he was curious to know what it was for. The police delivered Capone to the state's attorney's office in the criminal courts building, where he was told he was wanted for questioning in Howard's murder. The interrogation turned out to be brief. "Well," Capone explained, "I don't know anything about the shooting because I was out of town at that time." That was a good enough explanation for the young assistant state's attorney assigned to the case, William H. McSwiggan. Capone walked. Was a good enough explanation for the young assistant state's attorney assigned to the case, William H. McSwiggan. Capone walked. Chapter 5. Funny Notions. On Sunday afternoons, all the Capones gathered for dinner at the house on South Prairie Avenue. Teresa cooked. Her daughter Mafalda helped. May stayed upstairs until dinner was ready. The rest of the women were allowed to carry dishes and set the table, but the kitchen belonged to Teresa. Everything about Teresa looked heavy, from her hips to her bust to the severe expression of her face. Blue eyes shone beneath thick brows. She wore her hair cut short and dyed black as ink. Though she understood English quite well, she spoke only in Italian in her home. The children treated her with affection, respect, and a healthy dose of fear. For Sunday dinners, the food came from Chicago's finest butchers and bakers, but also from Italy. Teresa's family in Hungary occasionally sent packages of meats and cheeses she couldn't get in the United States. Once, the Capone children got a big laugh because the salami that had just arrived from Italy turned out to have been made a mile or so away at the Armour Meat Factory. It had been shipped halfway around the world and back again. While the men smoked and drank and laughed, and the women smoked and gossiped and watched the children, Teresa commanded the kitchen. To make her braciuola, she would begin with a piece of steak pounded thin as the palm of an old baseball glove. Atop the meat she would sprinkle parsley, pine nuts, and garlic. No measuring cups, no tablespoons. She measured ingredients with her fingertips and palms. After seasoning, she would roll the steak, tie it with string, and saute it. In an instant, the whole house filled with the fragrance of garlic and olive oil. When the meat was brown, Teresa would add tomato paste and peeled tomatoes. While the bracciola cooked, she prepared her meatballs, which were composed of 3 kinds of ground meat, beef, pork, and veal, as well as garlic, eggs, salt, pepper, pine nuts, fresh parsley, and half a loaf of moist, shredded Italian bread. She fried them in lard and put them in the oven to keep warm. The meal was served on mismatched plates, accompanied by copious amounts of red wine, which the Capones referred to as Dago Red. After dinner they would sip homemade anisette, nibble on fruit and Italian pastries, and play a few games of sette e mezzo, Italian for 7.5, a form of blackjack popular in Italy. The Capone boys were ferociously competitive and loved to gamble. They'd bet on anything, from horse races to ball games to which bird on the telephone wire would shit first. But when it came to sette e mezzo, Teresa almost always won. On January 11th, 1925, a Sunday night, dinner ran a little later than usual. Perhaps the family was celebrating Al's 26th birthday, which was 6 days away. When the festivities wound down at about 3 a.m., Capone asked his chauffeur to drive 2 of the guests home. It was a cold and wet morning with 2 inches of fresh snow on the city's streets. Capone's big Packard was moving northbound through the slushy, puddled intersection of 55th and State in a neighborhood of broken sidewalks, vacant lots, and greasy spoons with billboards boasting of chicken dinners for 5 cents. The streets were cast in a yellowish light. Nothing was moving. But suddenly, Capone's Packard had company. It was a touring car with curtains over the rear windows. Never a welcome sight. Quickly, the car pulled alongside the Packard and forced it to the curb. The Packard scraped against a lamppost and crunched to a stop. Then came the sound of a Thompson machine gun. A flash of light and drifting smoke from the touring car's window. Bullets pocked the door on the driver's side of the Packard. The touring car roared off into the early morning darkness. Fortunately for the men in the Capone sedan, machine guns were not easy to aim, especially when fired from a moving vehicle. Capone's chauffeur, identified by police as Sylvester Barton, wound up with holes in his overcoat, sport coat, and underwear, but most of the bullets only skimmed his flesh. He would be fine. His 2 passengers, never named, were completely unhurt. After surveying the scene and getting the driver to the hospital, Captain James Allman of the Woodlawn Police Station phoned Capone at home. The police officers suspected that Capone had been in the car at the time of the attack and fled the scene, but he couldn't prove it. "Well, we've got your Packard at the station, Al," he said. Capone asked about his chauffeur. "He's been shot. Were you there?" the captain asked. Capone said no. Several weeks earlier, on November 10th, 1924, Dapper Dean O'Banion, boss of the North Side, had been gunned down while arranging funeral bouquets in his flower shop. The murder was a huge blow to the North Side gang world, where O'Banion wielded as much power as, if not more than, Capone wielded on his turf. Almost everyone assumed that Torrio and Capone had ordered the hit, and that O'Banion's men had now tried to attack Capone in revenge. The police captain asked the gangster if he had any idea why someone would be trying to kill him. "Well, some people have funny notions," Capone said, without missing a beat. 2 weeks later, on January 24th, Torrio and his wife went shopping on Michigan Avenue. They returned home late in the afternoon as the gray sky darkened to slate and the temperature slid. They were stepping out of their chauffeur-driven sedan when 2 men leaped from a big black Cadillac parked across the street. One of them opened fire. 5 bullets struck Torrio in the face and chest. He spun, slumped, and buckled, but somehow stayed on his feet. Since he never carried a gun, he had no chance to return the fire. Dripping blood, he staggered into his home. The assassins jumped back in their Cadillac and drove off into the dark. Later, Torrio said he recognized his attackers. While he almost certainly told Capone, he honored the gangland code of omerta by refusing to supply names to the police. The cops assumed that the attack on Torrio was retaliation for the murder of O'Banion, but they had no better luck getting information from Capone, who sat down for a long interrogation, yet said little. Capone identified himself in the interview as a furniture dealer, and said he had met Torrio 3 years ago at a boxing match in Chicago. He claimed not to know Dean O'Banion or any of his cohorts. Asked what kind of work he had done back in Brooklyn, Capone said, "I was in the paper and letter-cutting business," which happened to be true. "Ever been arrested before?" they asked. "Ever been arrested before?" he shouted. "For everything that happens in this town." "Do you know who shot him?" the cops asked, referring to Torrio. "I'm not saying." "Would you tell us if you knew?" "No. I value my life too much. I bought a home here, and I want peace." "Do you know Sylvester Barton?" "Yes, he's my brother Ralph's chauffeur." "Do you know why he was shot the other day in your car?" "No." "Where does Ralph live?" "Sometimes in Cicero, and sometimes with me." "What does he do?" "He runs the Ansonia Hotel in Cicero, but there's nothing doing there now." "What does he deal in there? Booze, beer, and gambling?" "Oh, no, just soda pop." "Are you going to try and find out who shot Torrio?" "Say, I got enough troubles of my own." "Will you sign this statement?" "Sure. Why not? There's nothing in it." That night, Capone stood watch at his boss's hospital bed like a shopkeeper guarding his store after a fire, trying to prevent further damage. A young reporter told the story of spotting Capone in the hospital lobby and running to confront him. Capone, surprised and suspicious, stuck a hand in his coat pocket. Some of his men did the same. The reporter introduced himself. Capone said nothing. He stared straight into the reporter's eyes and froze him with a leer. "Well, Mr. Capone," the reporter asked nervously, "how did you find Mr. Torrio today?" Capone didn't answer. He continued to fix the reporter with his hardest stare. "I understand he is getting along fine," the reporter stammered. "Did you find him looking better?" Nothing. Not a word, not a blink of an eyelash. Beads of sweat began to surface on the reporter's forehead. Mr. Capone, do you think your friend will be able to leave the hospital soon?" Still nothing. The cub reporter looked like he would wet his pants at any moment. Suddenly, Capone threw his empty arm in the air and shouted, "Boo!" The reporter jumped back 2 feet. Capone chuckled, turned, and left. Torrio was recovering nicely, but this soft-spoken, wealthy man, a pioneer of urban gangsterdom, had decided he'd had enough of Chicago. The profits at stake in the bootlegging game had grown too large, the men involved too unstable, and the murder of O'Banion had sparked a greater firestorm than anyone imagined. Torrio spent a little time in jail after pleading guilty to a violation of the Prohibition Act that had resulted from a raid on one of his breweries. After completing his sentence, he went back to New York and then to Europe for a long vacation. He left Capone in charge. Soon after, on April 6, 1925, Chicago cops caught a break that nearly put Capone out of business. In a raid on a doctor's office at 2146 South Michigan Avenue, a block and a half away from the Four Deuces, police arrested Frank Nitti and seized what appeared to be the complete financial records of the Torrio Capone machine. Financial ledgers, customer lists, purchase orders, even a roster of prostitutes with details on how much each of them earned. The cops found booze stacked neatly on shelves and a telephone bill showing phone calls to Miami, New York, and New Orleans. William McSwiggan, the same assistant state's attorney who had let Capone go after the Joe Howard murder, was placed in charge of the country's investigation. Federal prohibition and tax agents informed McSwiggan that they were eager to see the records as well. In part, the feds were curious to learn if any of their men appeared on the Torrio Capone payroll sheets, but they also were eager to determine if they could use any of the information to shut down this budding criminal syndicate. 3 days later, to almost everyone's shock, Municipal Judge Howard Hayes ordered that the seized records be returned to Torrio and Capone. Everyone assumed that Judge Hayes had been paid off by the mob. Was McSwiggan in on the deal, too? Had he seen the records? If he knew the details of the mob and couldn't be bought off, he would be a dangerous man to have working in the state's attorney's office. If he had seen the records and helped dispose of them, he would have been a very useful man to keep around. The night that Hayes ordered the return of the records, Capone was arrested for speeding and carrying revolvers in his car. Once again, he was living on the edge, carrying on like the young and suddenly wealthy man he was. In the future, he would be more careful. But his incarceration following the speeding and gun possession arrest turned out to be no great inconvenience. On his first night in jail, he treated his fellow prisoners to steak dinners, shelling out $25 to have the meals delivered. The next day, he was released on bond, and eventually all the charges were dropped. Capone was trying to remember Torrio's advice. He was trying to keep a low profile, but it wasn't easy for him. Capone was trying to remember Torrio's advice. He was trying to keep a low profile, but it wasn't easy for him. Chapter 6. A Man of Destiny. With Torrio gone, Capone was the undisputed boss of the Chicago crime scene, while he made no overt attempt to replace O'Banion in the North Side. Capone's influence grew all across the city. Cicero, however, remained the center of his empire. He controlled everything that moved there, a fact that was well known to every bootlegger in a 100-mile radius. But on the evening of April 27th, 1926, a couple of up-and-coming booze peddlers, the brothers Miles and Klondike Bill O'Donnell, decided to press their luck. The O'Donnells had recently been approaching the town's speakeasy owners and offering to sell them beer at the bargain rate of $50 a barrel, $10 less than Capone's price. They claimed that Capone's brew tasted like piss. As if that weren't brazen enough, they were promenading around Cicero as if they had a perfect right to be there. This night, the O'Donnells were out for a good time, driving past brick bungalows and shadowy oak trees, drinking and picking up friends along the way. They were unaware that at some point they also had picked up a tail. As their big blue Lincoln pulled up in front of the Pony Inn, the tailing car crept closer, headlights off. The O'Donnells and their chums stepped out of the Lincoln. First came the roar of an engine, and then a burst of fire from a Thompson submachine gun. The explosion lasted about 5 seconds, time enough for the Tommy to discharge more than 100 rounds. 3 men dove for cover. 3 more dropped to the sidewalk, blood pouring like spilled paint from their bodies. 3 fedoras and a set of horn-rimmed glasses tumbled to the sidewalk. Gangsters got knocked off all the time in Chicago. Law enforcement personnel seldom seemed to take the trouble to figure out who did it, or why. Lines got crossed, deals were welched on, cheaters were cheated, witnesses were eliminated, so much so that on any given day in any given part of town, any outlaw might have reason for killing any other. When the cops came around, if they came around, nobody talked. The Pony Inn shooting would have been another piece of routine business in Chicago. No big news, except for one important detail. While 2 of the 3 dead men were in fact beer peddlers, the third was William McSwiggan, the well-known assistant state's attorney. McSwiggan was 27 years old, an up-and-comer with a reputation for talking a good game, but letting a lot of gangsters slip away. Why was he out drinking with a bunch of bootleggers, including two whom he had tried and failed to prosecute? No one said. Had McSwiggan been on the take? Probably. But still, his killing violated one of the other rules of protocol for Chicago hitmen. Public officials, no matter how crooked, were off limits. As a result of this breach in etiquette, the McSwiggan murder made banner headlines nationwide and put pressure on police to take the unusual but not entirely unprecedented step of attempting to solve the crime. They had a pretty fair idea where to start. Until that moment, Al Capone, 27 years old, had been a minor character on the Chicago stage and unknown on the national stage. Even now, in covering the shooting, the city's newspapers variously identified him as Al Capone, Al Caproni, or Al Brown, the latter being Capone's favorite alias. The only thing they reported with consistent accuracy was his nickname, Scarface. McSwiggan's boss, State's Attorney Robert E. Crow, deputized 300 Chicago police officers and gave them an order: bring in Capone. The cops raided the gangsters' haunts in Chicago and Cicero, snatching weapons, taking hatchets to beer barrels, boxing up accountants' ledgers found in casinos, and arresting dozens of men. They searched the house on South Prairie Avenue. They dropped by sporting goods shops and took down the names of those who had recently bought machine guns. But Capone was nowhere to be found. Immediately after the shooting of McSwiggan, Capone had left town. He drove east into Michigan and holed up with a few of his men in a cabin at Round Lake, just outside Lansing. He stayed all summer. He swam, played cards, and served as master of ceremonies for a fantastic fireworks display on the 4th of July. He also enjoyed the company of a blonde woman who was not his wife. Capone had been growing huskier of late. He carried himself as if he were bigger than 5'10½". He stood straight on tree-trunk thighs and swaggered a little. He could be a menacing figure. But the vacationing families at Round Lake witnessed nothing but his gentler, more reasonable side. For 3 months, the only disturbances around came from buzzing mosquitoes. Capone knew it couldn't last, though. One day, late in July, he phoned a couple of newspaper reporters in Chicago and told them he was planning to return to the city. He said he had nothing to do with the murder of McSwiggan and intended to prove it. So much for keeping a low profile. It was a counterintuitive move, yet, given the nature of the 1920s, when the spotlight of fame moved quickly and shone brightly, illuminating ball players, flagpole sitters, and daredevil pilots, it was fitting that Capone might give in to vanity. Americans in the summer of 1926 were fascinated by the best-selling book The Man Nobody Knows, which portrayed Jesus Christ as a successful businessman and organizer, a go-getter, and the most popular dinner guest in Jerusalem. Its author, Bruce Barton, was an advertising executive who believed in the power of the individual to shape his own image, to promote his own brand, to forge his own destiny. The book fed a nationwide mania. Like Christ, Barton wrote, great businessmen had to possess personal magnetism and sincerity. Then they needed the wisdom to surround themselves with good men. Modesty was not part of the program. Even if Capone didn't read The Man Nobody Knows that summer at Round Lake, he certainly liked to think of himself as a go-getter, a salesman, a skilled business executive, a man of destiny. He believed in creating wealth and moving his family up on the socio-economic ladder. He was ready to get back to business, and he did not intend to be shy about it. On a Wednesday morning, July 28, 1926, Capone's Packard passed from Michigan into Indiana, skirting the flat southern shore of Lake Michigan. He drove by steel mills and cement factories. It was not yet 10 a.m., but already the air was thick and heavy, as if it couldn't decide if it wanted to be wet or dry, stormy or calm. The car coughed to a stop at the corner of Indianapolis Boulevard and 106th Street, where Indiana and Illinois meet. The fumes of swamp and industry greeted Capone as he stepped out and stood alongside the road. He wore a blue serge suit, a crisp white shirt, and a checkered tie. A natty straw boater rested lightly atop his head. A federal agent named A.P. Madden met Capone at the border. Together, they made the 16-mile drive into downtown Chicago. They arrived at the Criminal Courts Building on Hubbard Street, the same place where Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb, a couple of University of Chicago students, had been convicted 2 years earlier for the murder of a 14-year-old boy. No rain had fallen. The sidewalks radiated heat. The city streets were cluttered with horses, wagons, cars, trucks, and trolleys. Office workers had opened their windows at the courthouse, hoping for a breeze, but getting only the sounds of the city. Capone's hair was slicked black and shiny, sticking to the back of his thick, sweaty neck. Reporters crowded him and shouted questions as he stepped into the building. He smiled for photographers and tried to show reporters he was relaxed. "Of course I didn't kill him. I liked the kid," he said, referring to McSwiggan. "When I learned of the killings, I knew the police, looking for a goat, would naturally blame me. So rather than stay in a cell for a long time and be blamed for everything, I went away. Any official who has a right to question me can find out all I know. If the police have anything but hot air, they can use it. I'll answer any question about the murder. I had nothing to do with the killing of McSwiggan, my friend. Why, 10 days before he was killed, I talked with Bill. There were friends with me, too. If we had wanted to kill him, we could have then, but we didn't. We never wanted to." In fact, Capone went on, he had good reason for keeping the young prosecutor alive. "I paid McSwiggan," he said. "I paid him plenty, and I got what I was paying for." Just like that, McSwiggan's reputation was dead, too. County officials had been vowing for months that they would pin this murder on Capone. They had questioned the survivors of the attack, including Klondike Bill O'Donnell. They had questioned Capone's gangster brother Ralph and relieved him of the huge cache of weapons found in his home. They had even questioned Ralph's wife, the lovely Peggy Capone, who had shown up at the police station swathed in far more fur than the temperature had required. But none of Capone's friends and allies had chirped. Investigators found only one witness who claimed to have proof of the big man's guilt. A waitress at a restaurant in Cicero said she saw Capone on the night of the murder get up from his table, pull a machine gun from a hidden compartment in the wall, and then leave in a hurry. But when police checked the restaurant, they found no hidden compartment. Given the absence of evidence and the fact that the state's attorney had failed to issue an indictment, Capone expected his court appearance to be brief. But Judge Thomas J. Lynch had other ideas. He ordered the suspect held overnight. At noon the next day, another hot one, Capone appeared again before Judge Lynch. The courtroom was packed. It was clear from the size of the crowd and the number of reporters milling about that Capone had been transformed over the course of the summer from a thug of small importance to a heavyweight. In addition to the dozens squeezed into the courtroom, more than 200 oglers waited on the street outside. Necks craned and mouths agape to see the great criminal, as one of the city's daily newspapers, the Chicago American, put it. A few blocks away, only a dozen Chicagoans showed up to greet the train carrying America's biggest movie star, Rudolph Valentino, in town to promote his movie Son of the Sheik, and to confront a Chicago reporter who had recently questioned his masculinity. Capone came to court wearing the same suit he'd had on the day before, with the same boater hat canted atop his head. But he didn't seem bothered. Clean-shaven and smiling, he removed his hat in the courtroom and chatted with his lawyers. When Judge Lynch asked the lawyers to approach the bench, Capone accompanied them. This time, the judge made it quick. He asked if the prosecution had any evidence tying Capone to the death of McSwiggan. The prosecutors admitted they did not, and Lynch dismissed the case. Capone, grinning, put on his boater and walked out of the courtroom. The only challenge remaining in his otherwise perfectly executed return was getting out of the courthouse and back to Cicero. Worried that someone in the crowd would shoot or knife him, he whispered to one of his lawyers that he needed to move fast. Out on Hubbard Street, one person posed a particular threat. Sergeant Anthony McSwiggan of the Chicago Police Department, father of the slain prosecutor, had been telling reporters for weeks that he held Capone responsible for his son's death. Now he was standing on the sidewalk, dressed in a wrinkled suit and a straw hat just like Capone's, telling the press that he was furious about the prosecution's failure to put the finger on his son's killer. "They pinned a medal on him and turned him loose," McSwiggan raged. Capone looked out the courthouse door to Hubbard Street. 7 police officers on horseback worked the crowd. Reporters darted about with their notebooks open, hoping to record a few of the freed gangsters' words. Photographers lugged their big, boxy, speed-graphic cameras, reloading their film sheets after every shot and trying to anticipate where Capone was headed. When a Marmon roadster pulled up in front of the courthouse, Capone ran from the building, past the gathered crowd, and hopped in the car. His friend Louis Cohen, a gambler, a former Yiddish newspaper boy, and current owner and editor of the Cicero Tribune, sat behind the Marmon's wheel. "Come on!" Capone shouted, beckoning for his lawyers to follow. They chose not to. The car door closed with a solid thud, and the Marmon lunged forward. Traffic in every direction slowed as motorists strained to see what the commotion was all about. The mounted cops scanned the crowd for guns and bombs. The camera jockeys tried for one last shot as the car drove off, but Capone ducked. As the car rumbled down the street, the only thing visible was the top of his hat. In that moment, as much as any, the legend of Al Capone was born. "Who killed McSwiggan?" became a common piece of banter among Chicagoans, a running gag. A cartoon in the Chicago Tribune showed a gaggle of foolish detectives tiptoeing and crawling on their knees in search of clues, while the regally dressed Capone swaggered out of jail. The cops were the joke, not Capone. A story, unverified, also began to circulate that Sergeant McSwiggan drove out to Cicero later that day and, finding his nemesis at the Hawthorne Inn, backed him against a wall, intent on taking justice in his own hands. Capone was said to have reached under his left armpit, pulled out his automatic, and offered it to McSwiggan along with the following pronouncement: "If you think I did it, shoot me." McSwiggan, the story goes, gave the gun back to Capone and walked away. "Think I did it? Shoot me." McSwiggan, the story goes, gave the gun back to Capone and walked away. Chapter 7. Heat Wave. The waves of heat kept coming throughout the summer of 1926, one after another, with scarcely enough time in between for Chicagoans to gasp for breath. Thousands slept fitfully on park benches, beaches, and in backyards. The Tribune took up a collection to provide free ice to those who couldn't afford it, and encouraged apartment dwellers to escape the heat at night by sleeping on flat roofs. Dozens died from heat prostration, and several drowned in the too-crowded lake. But such sweltering heat didn't hurt the beer business, nor did it quell the summer's violence. The sizzling weather gave rise to flaring tempers all over the city. It had dogs biting owners, shop owners squabbling with their customers' husbands, snapping at their wives, and it had gangsters shooting at gangsters even more than usual. Torrio's retirement, O'Banion's death, and Capone's summer vacation had turned Chicago's disorganized booze business into something approaching chaos. For a brief moment, a power vacuum existed. In response, alcohol producers with vats in their basements, truck drivers who supplemented their legitimate income by making booze runs to Canada, big-shot brewers trying to squeeze a few illicit bucks from factories that were supposed to be shuttered, and countless other finaglers surged forth to grab a piece of the action. They were part of a fast-growing economy. The work was obviously dangerous, but the rewards were too great to be easily dismissed. After 3 months at Round Lake in Michigan, Capone needed time to adjust, not just to the oppressive weather, but also to changes in the business environment. Journalists speculated that his operation had been permanently crippled as a result of his absence. His key men had scattered, his customers had found new suppliers, his chokehold on city officials had slipped. Capone was not heard from for several weeks after his court date, and it was possible to imagine that his moment had come and gone, like the movie actor with only one successful film. Newspapers named Ralph Sheldon, one of Capone's former satellite operators, as the most feared criminal in the city. Like a lot of other men in the bootlegging business, John Mitters Foley kept his jacket on through much of the summer to conceal the revolver tucked under his sweaty armpit. Better hot than dead, the thinking went. Foley, 28 years old, was big, strong, and handsome, with a neck nearly as wide around as his head. With his beefy frame, he could have been mistaken for a heavyweight fighter. His great bulk and his willingness to get rough qualified him for a job as a labor organizer in the ice cream wagon business. But Foley quickly realized that he also was qualified for beer work, so he branched out and did a little bootlegging for Ralph Sheldon, who did a little bootlegging for Capone. Sheldon was such a stoic that earlier in 1926, when his brand-new Lincoln was blown to bits by a powerful bomb, he had told the police it was probably just a prank by neighborhood kids. "I haven't an enemy in the world," he had said at the time. Foley, too, had been the subject of an assassination attempt earlier in the year, when he and a pal were wounded in a shootout in a saloon on the South Side. Foley took the same approach as Sheldon in response to the attack, telling police he had no idea who had been shooting at him or why anyone would want to hurt a man whose only concern was the safe remittance of ice cream. Everyone knew, of course, these shootings, like most in Chicago, were over turf. Foley was trying to muscle his way into the business. The saloons he approached were already in the control of an ambitious bootlegger named Joe Saltis, a.k.a. Polak Joe. On the afternoon of August 6th, 1926, with thermometers registering 85, Foley paid a visit to his mother's house on the South Side. When the telephone rang, Foley answered, listened, then returned the receiver to its cradle and walked out of the house. Apparently warned that someone was coming after him, he got into his car and drove south down Sacramento Avenue. Bungalows slid past his open windows. The neighbors were all out on their porches, fanning themselves, sipping cool drinks from sweating glasses. Foley turned east onto 64th Street, then hooked a right on Richmond. That's when he spotted a green Cadillac moving slowly toward him. The caddy had been parked on the block, waiting for more than an hour. Foley flew into a panic. Without stopping his car, he opened the door, jumped out, and took off running. His driverless automobile rolled on until it crashed into an iron signpost. The green Cadillac stopped. A man with a shotgun got out. Foley ran, but didn't get far before he tripped. The man with the shotgun closed in on him. Foley was looking up at his pursuer when he felt the muzzle of the shotgun press against his sternum. The gun roared, and Foley's chest burst inside out wetly. All through the neighborhood, heads turned in the direction of the blast. Then came another blast, this one from a shot that cratered Foley's head and sent the contents splattering. Within seconds, the Cadillac was gone. John P. Steig, Chicago's acting chief of detectives, sped to the scene. The sight of another shredded body did not surprise him, but this did. A landscaper working at the nearby Marquette Elementary School swore that he could identify the men in the Cadillac if he were to see them again. Steig was an honest cop. He already had a good idea who had killed Foley and why. So he brought the landscaper downtown and showed him pictures of Joe Saltis, whose name was usually spelled Saltis rather than Sol in newspaper accounts, and 3 of his men, John Bingo Alberto, Edward Big Herb Herbert, and Frank Lefty Consul. The landscaper said yes, those were the men. He was sure of it. Another witness from the neighborhood confirmed the identifications. Steig told reporters that Saltis and Foley had been fighting for control of a few saloons and taking shots at one another for months. What's more, Steig found the green Cadillac used in the shooting, which had been abandoned, and took it to Saltis's mechanic, who confirmed that Saltis was its owner. Chicago's upscale department store, Marshall Field and Company, couldn't have gift-wrapped the case any better, and Steig knew it. Jubilant was the word the Herald and Examiner used to describe the lawman, who typically had more luck getting his picture in the paper, holding a captured machine gun or leading a crook to jail, than getting convictions. This time, it looked like he had finally caught a break. So jubilant was Steig that he allowed himself some premature bragging, saying, "I believe we have figured out a scheme that will eliminate at least some of this promiscuous street shooting and some murders. Our plan may not be a cure-all, but we are going to get somewhere this time. This rough stuff has got to quit." 4 days later, schemer Drucci, Jaime Weiss, and a couple of their associates strode through the intersection of South Michigan Avenue and 9th Street. It was nearly noon, the sun crashing straight down on the crowns of their hats. The mighty Standard Oil building towered over the men, windows open, shades drawn. Cars snaked up and down Michigan in both directions. Drucci and Weiss had decided to unload some of the cash they had been keeping to that point in safe deposit boxes. They called a few friends, including George Bugs Moran and Julian Potatoes Kaufman, to escort them on their errand. The men stuffed their pockets full of green and headed downtown to an office building on Michigan Avenue, where they planned to make a cash deposit, $500,000 by one account, on a real estate deal. On their way into the building, Drucci and Weiss bumped into John Sabarbaro. As much as any Chicagoan, Sabarbaro embodied the city's love-hate relationship with bootleggers. He held 2 jobs, one as an assistant state's attorney, the other as a funeral home director, so that when he wasn't putting gangsters in jail, he was putting them in coffins. But Sabarbaro was on the take, which meant that he didn't get around to convicting too many hoods. This had 2 benefits for Sabarbaro. It left the criminals out on the street, where they were more likely to get whacked, and it instilled in the men of the underworld a sense that Sabarbaro was a fellow they could do business with when the time came to bury one of their chums. His ceremony for O'Banion, featuring a $10,000 silver and bronze coffin and $50,000 in flowers, would be remembered for decades to come as the ultimate gangdom farewell, the standard against which all others would be judged. On this steamy late morning, though, his meeting with the gangsters appeared to be accidental. Weiss said hello, and Sabarbaro returned the greeting. Weiss asked if Sabarbaro could recommend a good place for lunch. Sabarbaro pointed out a greasy spoon just to the south and waved goodbye. Seconds later, a car rumbled up Michigan Avenue. From it came the ear-splitting machine gun blasts Chicago was beginning to make famous. Bullets drilled into cars, shop windows, and street lamps, the noise like rocks hitting the empty bed of a dump truck. Weiss and most of the others took off running, but Drucci stayed behind. He ducked. Pedestrians ran for cover. A truck driver screamed as one shot ripped through the door of his cab and into his leg. Drucci drew his .38, looked around for a target, and started shooting until he ran out of ammunition. He leaped to the running board of a parked car and waved his gun at the stranger behind the wheel. "Drive on, quick!" he shouted. But before Drucci could get away, a policeman tackled him from behind. While Weiss disappeared completely, Drucci went quietly to the station. He knew the drill. He began by giving the cops a fake name, which was a joke, given how many times he had led them on chases and how many times he'd been in and out of the clink. Then he said he had no idea why anyone would want to shoot him. Another joke. At last, after admitting his true identity, he was asked to explain why he had $13,200 in cash in his pocket. Was it booze money? Bribe money? Gambling money? Drucci, whose first published nickname was Skimmer, not Schemer, would say only that he was carrying the money for a real estate deal. The cops booked him for assault with intent to kill and disorderly conduct. Within hours, he was released on bond. Not long after that, the charges were dropped. Though the attack on Drucci and Weiss wasn't fatal, it worried cops for several reasons. Because it had taken place on a busy street in the middle of the day, because Drucci would no doubt go after the men who had shot at him, and, finally, because the Michigan Avenue assault looked like the work of Capone's gang, which made a specialty of the shooting from passing cars. The word on the street was that Capone had heard about the Drucci-Weiss real estate detail and sent his men to relieve them of their cash. Was Capone really after the money, or was he preparing to go to war with Weiss, Drucci, and Moran for a piece of O'Banion's North Side turf? Was he seeking revenge against the men who had shot Torrio? Was he after Saltis, too? No one knew, and no one knew what to do. The cops tried what they always tried. They conducted a half-hearted effort to round up the men most likely to kill or be killed. When they succeeded in finding them, however, the men all sang the same song. "Who, me? Why would anyone want to hurt me?" And then they were let go. For the men all sang the same song. "Who, me? Why would anyone want to hurt me?" And then they were let go. Chapter 8. He Will Knock You Flat Just for Fun. The summer's scorching heat faded at last. On September 20th, 1926, a Monday, Capone was eating lunch at the Hawthorne restaurant, attached to the Hawthorne Hotel. The place smelled of hamburger grease, cigarettes, and coffee. If Capone followed his routine, that would mean he was sitting at the last of 15 tables in the long, narrow eatery, facing the front door so he could see everything, including the big clock behind the counter, which showed the time just shy of 2. Outside the restaurant, the sidewalks of Cicero were unusually crowded. Hundreds of horse owners and trainers were visiting for the second week of the fall season at the Hawthorne racetrack. In addition, thousands of Chicagoans, having quit work early, were streaming in by car and train for the event. This year, the Hawthorne had attracted some of the country's finest horses and jockeys. For a brief period, Cicero enjoyed an air of legitimacy and excitement. The streets around the track had been paved, and a fresh coat of white paint had been slapped on the racetrack's facade. There was a new clubhouse, an expensive new dining room, and even a new gymnasium at the track where jockeys could exercise. It was the jewel of Cicero. The weather had been fine the past few days, the grandstands packed, a sea of straw hats and dark suits, everyone smoking cigars or cigarettes, scanning the racing forms, and quizzing friends for tips. It had been a week of upsets, which tended to make for an irritated, anxious crowd. A day earlier, a horse named Columbia II, owned by the gangster Terry Druggan, stormed to a huge lead and then all but quit running down the stretch, as if the animal had changed its mind about being a horse. A 25-to-1 shot named Pequot took the win. Also that afternoon, a sure thing named Stout finished out of the money, beaten badly by a worthless nag named the Runt. The races at Hawthorne were one of life's great pleasures for Capone, who drank in moderation but gambled heavily, especially on the horses and dogs. He sat among the crowd, he chomped cigars, he shook hands and patted backs and cheered and stomped his feet when his horses won and cursed when they lost. They usually lost. Despite his love of gambling and his affection for horse racing, Capone was a rotten bettor. The writer, Damon Runyon, called Capone the worst gambler he'd ever met. But given that he did all his business in cash, and neither saved nor invested his profits, and given that Capone almost certainly received a cut of the profits at the racetrack, it's no wonder he put big dough on the ponies and didn't blow a gasket when he lost. It was practically play money. As post-time approached for the day's first race, Capone was still at the restaurant. Then, from outside and down the block came that familiar sound, the rolling thunder of a Thompson submachine gun. By now, everyone even loosely connected with the world of gangs in Chicago recognized it. When diners at the Hawthorne heard it, they dropped their utensils and dove for the floor. Waitresses and busboys scrambled for the kitchen. Capone crawled under his table. The Thompson was named after General John Taliaferro Thompson, a West Point graduate who began working in 1915 to create a firearm strong enough to bring a swift end to World War I. He came up with an automatic weapon small enough and light enough to be employed by one man, a trench broom, he called it, for sweeping out enemy fighters. He named it a submachine gun because it was smaller and lighter than traditional machine guns, which sat on tripods and usually required 2 men to operate. Thompson brought his vision to reality in 1919, building a weapon that weighed only 9 pounds. It had a finned barrel, twin pistol grips, a short butt, and could fire 400 rounds per minute. Unfortunately for Thompson, the war ended before he could complete delivery of his first shipment. Though he tried after the war to sell his invention to police forces and military outfits, the response was not great, so he decided to advertise in search of an alternative market. Once the gun went on sale in hardware stores, sporting goods shops, and by mail order, he found his target market. Gangsters, who had plenty of disposable cash, made the gun an essential tool of the trade. The Tommy changed the nature of bootlegging. It separated the big crooks from the little crooks. It spread fear among rival gangsters and ordinary civilians like nothing before it, and it was easy to acquire and easy to use. The only trick was aiming low, because the weapon had a ferocious kick which tended to make bullets sail high. Chicago gunmen had already learned the advantages of drive-and-go shooting, but shooting on the move became much more effective and much more intimidating with the advent of the Tommy, which was also known as the Chicago typewriter, the chopper, the chatterbox, the gat, and the ack-ack. As patrons inside the Hawthorne restaurant ducked for cover, 6 or 7 cars rumbled in a line down 22nd Street. A veritable battalion of death, as one newspaper called it. Machine guns blasted from the open windows of the automobiles. Glass flew, metal clanged, the screams of men, women, and children pierced the air. When the last car in the caravan reached the hotel, a man in khaki overalls stepped from the running board to the street. He knelt down, rested his Tommy on one knee, and like a gardener watering his flowers, sprayed the entrance of the hotel. Without pausing to admire his work, he got up and jumped back in his car, which followed the others back toward Chicago. As smoke from the machine guns drifted over the street and the smell of gunpowder lingered, Capone peeled himself off the floor and stepped outside to survey the damage. 20 cars had been parked in front of the Hawthorne, and every one of them was damaged. A Chrysler with Kentucky plates was shot to pieces, according to the Daily News. One of Capone's men had intercepted a slug with his left shoulder. A Louisiana horse owner and his wife had been grazed by bullets and showered with glass. But given the sheer volume of metal flying through the air, police estimated 1,000 bullets. The injuries were remarkably few. After the shooting, boys from the surrounding neighborhoods rode their bikes to the scene, their feet crunching glass on the sidewalk. They counted bullet holes. Capone was standing among the crowd, still full of swagger, when the Daily News caught up with him. "Sure, I saw it," he told a reporter. "It's a wonder no one was killed." He told another reporter that the gunmen had shot so erratically that he doubted they were aiming for anyone or anything in particular. With that, he quickly excused himself, saying he had a meeting with his lawyers. Police named the following suspects, in no particular order: Schemer Drucci, Jaime Weiss, Frank Gusenberg, Peter Gusenberg, Vincent McErlane, Ernest Applequist, Ben Applequist, Danny Vallow, Puggy White, Frank Foster, Bugs Moran, Dominic Libby Nuccio, Morris Cohen, John Toohey, Bingo Alberto, and a man identified only as Darrow. Considering the number of cars involved in the attack, not to mention the impressive number of men who by now had reason to wish Capone dead, it was possible that all of these men, and a few more, were involved. The cops arrested 2 prominent Northsiders, Moran and Gusenberg. That development, arrests, would have been worthy of banner headlines if not for the fact that the cops booked the men only for vagrancy. The judge mocked the prosecution for bringing such trifling charges and dismissed the case. The city burned. These open hostilities, these OK Corral shootouts on busy city streets, were beginning to inspire not just fear, but indignation as well. A cartoonist for the Herald and Examiner, one of the papers owned by William Randolph Hearst, captured the mood with a drawing of a gangster sitting atop a barrel of moonshine, smoking gun in hand, rivals dead at his feet. Says the sneering gangster rhetorically, "And what you gonna do about it?" In the same newspaper, an editorial writer weighed in. "This is war. The state's attorney is roused and once again orders wholesale arrests. But what of it? This of it, at least. That from Australia to Nova Zembla, the papers of the world again carry the gossip that the main streets of Chicago, second largest city in America, are not safe from battalion murder even in the daytime. That in the depths of the Tennessee mountains, in London's Whitechapel, there was less utter contempt for law than in Cook County, Illinois. We might ask the state's attorney whether, if he is not moved by the responsibility of his office or by the murder of one of his assistants, he ought not at least to consider the effect of this sort of thing on real estate values. We might ask the Association of Commerce, the Bar Association, and similar influential bodies whether the kill or let kill policy as applied to gangsters and gunmen is one calculated to increase this city's reputation and develop its trade. We might ask the people of Chicago whether we, all of us, can afford to let this sort of thing go on. There remains only the assertion that the methods of law must change. There is authority enough in the law and force enough behind the law to clean them up, if that authority and force are unrelentingly applied. But who thinks they will be? Who killed McSwiggan, and why? Less than 2 weeks later, on October 1st, 1926, a new combatant publicly entered the war on crime in Chicago. The federal government that day indicted Capone and 78 other men on charges of conspiracy to violate the Prohibition laws. The indictments were the work of Art Madden, who went by his initials, AP, a special investigator for the Bureau of Internal Revenue, later to be known as the Internal Revenue Service. Madden had come to Chicago at about the same time as Capone, assigned by the Department of the Treasury to hunt down tax cheats. He had spent time with the gangster. It was Madden who had driven out to the state line to bring Capone back to Chicago after his vacation on Round Lake in Michigan. Madden had made a professional and amateur hobby of Al Capone, according to his boss in Washington, Elmer Eyre. "Al is a fathead," Madden said in a report to Eyre. "He is one mobster who doesn't care about money. He wants to be the big guy, and if he can take the bows, he doesn't care much who gets the cash, just so long as he can bet on horses, buy the horrible junk he calls clothes, and collect jewelry. He likes women, but they don't cost him a nickel. He just gives them the night off. He is sensitive about that source of income. Capone doesn't kill anymore. He brings in thugs to do it for him. Frank Nitti, the enforcer, handles the arrangements, and if the thugs fail, the enforcer has them knocked off. Al is a cruel louse, especially when he is drunk. He'll laugh a lot with anybody sober, but he will knock you flat just for fun when he's drinking. He's the boss, make no mistake about that, but he listens to advice, particularly from lawyers. He has many friends in the police force." Madden knew that greedy men fell faster and harder than the rest, and it troubled him that Capone wasn't more money-grubbing. But the agent wasn't giving up. He began looking at the bank books and checks recovered by police in raids on brothels and speakeasies in Cicero. He found a large number of checks drawn on accounts from the Pinckert State Bank of Cicero, and he became convinced that those checks were connected to beer sales, gambling, and prostitution. From his review of those books and ledgers, he estimated that the bootleggers had earned at least $10 million in profit since 1922. The man controlling much of the cash flow, according to the government, was Frank Reese, described by one newspaper as a gambler and beer operator. Madden found that Reese had written more than $95,000 in checks to Capone associates Louis LaCava and Jimmy Mundy. LaCava and Mundy were among Capone's many partners in gambling operations, and though the revenue agent had not yet found concrete evidence that any money from Pinckert State Bank went to Capone, he claimed that he had discovered proof that Capone and his brother Ralph had been responsible for several large shipments of alcohol. "This is just the beginning," vowed one of the attorneys who filed the charges, noting that 400 witnesses had been subpoenaed and the investigation was just getting started. "We are going to clean up Cicero, and then we are turning our attention to Chicago." Added another prosecutor, "The whole power of the United States government will be used to smash the crime trust." The U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, Edwin A. Olson, vowed that he would bring the Cicero bootleggers to trial before his term expired at the end of the year. In that moment, it seemed as if Chicago's era of lawlessness might soon come to an end. Newspapers reported that Capone was in secret meetings with the feds, trying to cut a deal, although his lawyer flatly denied it. One newspaper cartoon showed an angry Uncle Sam towering over the town of Cicero and spraying insect powder on its tiny gangsters, the bad little men trying to scurry out of sight. "The modern gangster is remarkable for his hardihood," read the caption. "Even so, he probably cannot face the active hostility of the United States Secret Service without a shudder." The newspaper warned that the government crackdown may fill the bad men of the suburb with a sudden and mysterious urge to go to church on Sunday and eschew utterly the ways of evil. But the full might of Uncle Sam was not yet employed in the battle against Capone. In fact, to that point, only the Chicago agents of the Justice Department were involved, and it was not clear whether they had enough muscle to get the job done. Capone was quickly freed on a $10,000 bond. He wasn't eschewing anything yet. Capone was quickly freed on a $10,000 bond. He wasn't eschewing anything yet. Chapter 9. The Peacemaker. If the cops didn't know who shot up the Hawthorne Inn with Al Capone in it, Capone had a pretty fair idea. "Weiss will never kill me by any such silly stage play in broad daylight," he said, referring to Jaime Weiss. "He might as well come after me with a brass band." Before the beer business enabled him to buy a fancier cut of suit and bed a higher class of woman, Jaime Weiss was known to Chicago police as a run-of-the-mill hood. As a teenager, he and Dean O'Banion had worked at Louis Greenberg's saloon on Market Street, collecting debts from welshing customers and rolling those who were too snozzled to fight. Greenberg was Jewish, a native of the white Russian city of Minsk, who had worked his way up from small-time thievery to loan sharking, from bartending to saloon ownership, and who would eventually make his way into banking. Hanging around with Greenberg, who never liked to pay for any beer or whiskey he could steal, Weiss and O'Banion learned many lessons that would come in handy during Prohibition, the most important lesson being that a buck or two a week bought a great deal of goodwill from cops. They also put in time working as safecrackers, or yeggs, in the parlance of the day. But yeg work was going out of style by the mid-1920s, and O'Banion and Weiss, along with their quiet friend George Bugs Moran and the more daring Vincent Schemer Drucci, had already found a more promising career path. Together, these men developed a thriving beer business on the city's north side. They knew that Torrio and Capone were strongest to the south and west, their empire covering everything from Calumet City to Cicero. Within those territories, there were smaller gangs, such as the Jennas, the Sheldons, and the Guilfoyles, that operated like provinces within the purview of an empire. The smaller gangs would sometimes strike out for independence, but most of the time their resistance could be easily crushed, and they would return obediently to the fold. Wisely, O'Banion, Weiss, and Moran steered clear of the Torrio and Capone turf, establishing their own primacy on the north side. As long as Torrio had been in power, they had managed to prosper without much conflict. But those days were gone. When O'Banion died pruning flowers, Weiss, Drucci, and Moran remained as the north side's main men. Of these three, Weiss was best equipped to lead. Whenever a saloon keep called to complain about a missed delivery, it was Weiss who took the call and tried to smooth things over. He was more diplomatic, more polished, a pragmatist. The beer business needed guys like him. "This Weiss was a regular go-getter," recalled one of his unnamed colleagues, speaking to a newspaper reporter in the 1920s. "He got to the top of the alky racket just the way a young bank clerk gets to be a cashier, by tending to business. The others might go chasing women or out on junks or picking fights, but Weiss was always right there on the job, taking orders and keeping the business going. Lots of people on the outside think the alky business is worked undercover, with customers sneaking up a back alley, laying down the jack and ducking home with a gallon or so hidden under the coat. But that's not the system. O'Banion, Weiss, and the rest sold alky just the way the stockyards sell meat. They took orders over the phone or by mail and delivered the stuff like any merchant would. Sometimes they sold drum lots, sometimes they sold gallons, and they had to hustle for business like anybody else. That's where Weiss came in. Half the time, he'd be talking like this. "Hello, who's this talking, O'Banion?" "No, this is his partner, Jaime Weiss." "Well, say, Weiss, this is the Highball Drug Company out in Rogers Park. We sent in a vendee 10 days ago for 20 gallons, and we haven't got a drop. What the hell's the matter with you guys? O'Banion said he'd get it right out. Listen, Highball, we haven't had a bit of stuff for a week, see? We've been getting knocked off, but there's some coming tonight. I'll fix you up in the morning." That was Weiss's line. Soft soap. Whether or not Weiss was more intelligent or merely more ambitious, Drucci and Moran were content to let him run the show. Maybe they were the bright ones. By putting Weiss in charge, they put a target on his back. Weiss was handsome in that regular guy with a crooked smile and busted nose sort of way. He wore his hair oiled to a shine and neatly parted on the left, his bow tie in a crisp, symmetrical knot. No amount of slicking up could ever make him classy, but he still seemed to enjoy the lifestyle of the high-rolling bootlegger, especially after O'Banion's death. By handing out bribes to cops, he bought himself a measure of protection that had been unattainable during his safe-cracking days. The money also helped him meet a higher class of woman. Weiss introduced himself to a dancer, Josephine Libby, blue-eyed and golden-haired, of the legendary Ziegfeld Follies. The Follies girls embodied sexiness. They burst from the seams of their gorgeously designed outfits. Leggy, tiny waists cinched in, bountiful breasts thrust forward, smooth and sweet as butter. When the lighting was right, an audience member sometimes imagined he was seeing through the minimal costumes to the navel, nipples, and creamy thighs. It didn't really matter if the girls could sing or dance. They were hired to fill the costumes, and photographs of Josephine would suggest she did that quite well. Men going to see the Follies knew that at least some of the showgirls were gold diggers. It didn't matter. Weiss opened his bid to Libby with flowers and followed up soon after with a $5,000 diamond engagement ring. Libby got the impression that her suitor made his money in real estate. Apparently, Jaime peeled the bills from his roll fast enough that she never asked questions. Soon they were married, renting a home at a fashionable address and discussing whether to have children. "Perhaps I suspected the true state of things," Josephine later confessed, "but I didn't want to know. Although, if he had come right out and told me, 'Yes, I'm Earl Weiss the bootlegger,' I should have married him just the same." Already, Capone had several good reasons for wishing Weiss dead. For starters, it was most likely Weiss who had shot Capone's mentor, Johnny Torrio. The story going around in gang circles went this way. Drucci had been the driver, Weiss had fired the first volley with a sawed-off shotgun, and Moran had been closing in with his Army-issued .45 to finish the job when the men were interrupted by a laundry truck turning onto the block. Still, Capone made no threats. He would wait. Not long after the attack on the Hawthorne Inn in Cicero, Capone called for a congress of gangsters to see if they could negotiate terms that would make for a peaceful coexistence. They did not meet in a speakeasy or a diner, as was the custom less than a decade earlier. It was a sign of how seriously these men were now taking themselves, and also an attempt to find neutral ground, that they convened at the venerable, recently remodeled Hotel Sherman at Clark and Randolph in the city's Loop. It was the largest hotel west of New York City, and some said the handsomest. Everything was branded with an elegant letter S, from the arches above the doors to the handles of the demitasse spoons. In the lobby, polished marble shone in all directions. In the hotel's nightclub, white jazz musicians showed off the licks they had learned from the black musicians who were not yet permitted to play there. Hotels offered gangs what social clubs offered more legitimate businessmen: privacy, pampering, and hospitality. Before Prohibition, Americans had done much of their drinking in hotel bars. Now that mainstream customers patronized speakeasies, the gangsters who ran the speakeasies used the hotels to conduct the more civilized aspects of their business. The Sherman, it was understood, was not a place to be sullied by boorish behavior. Weiss and Drucci and a few of their underlings were there, along with an unidentified police officer and an unidentified politician. However, after convening this Congress, Capone decided to stay away, perhaps fearing that he might face another assassination attempt. Tony Lombardo took his place. Lombardo was the newly installed president of Chicago's Unione Siciliana, otherwise known as the Italo-American National Union. By some accounts, the Unione Siciliana was a fraternal organization. By others, it was a secret criminal group at the heart of the city's organized criminal operations. In fact, it was both. Given that its presidents had an unfortunate habit of dying by bullet holes, and that Capone had worked for years to get one of his allies installed as the organization's head, it's obvious that organized crime ranked high on the group's list of priorities. In New York, none other than Capone's old boss, Frankie Yale, led the organization. But Chicago emerged in the 1920s as the Unione's most important outpost, with an estimated 40,000 members. Little Sicily, or Little Italy as it later became known, occupied a huge swath of the city's near north side, much bigger than it does today. The Unione was a central part of life in the neighborhood. Little Sicily was a neighborhood of small brick houses, smoky pool halls, bowling alleys, churches, and tavernas. The Ferrara Pan Candy Company on West Taylor Street had a small factory where they made their famous candy-coated almonds, a traditional treat served at Italian weddings. But most of the neighborhood was much less sweet. Dense vapors hovered, coughed up from all the small factories on the Chicago River, Goose Island, and along the busy, industrial, working-class stretches of Elston, Grand, and Clybourne Avenues. Trash burned in alleys, manure sat uncollected in the streets, tanneries spewed chemical odors into the air. But the biggest producer of smoke and stench, by far, was the People's Gas, Coke, and Light Company, near the corner of Crosby and Division Streets, where coal furnaces roared like thunder and mighty flames rose high in the sky all day and all night. Like a satanic specter, as one local resident put it. But factories meant jobs, and jobs meant houses, and houses meant families, and families meant a shot at the American dream, so no one complained. Little Sicily, despite its intimate association with the forces of organized crime, was in many ways a typical neighborhood of striving immigrants. Not all of its residents were Sicilian, or even Italian, but there were enough Italians to make the Unione a powerful force in local affairs. Capone had long wanted control of the Unione, and with Lombardo at the helm, he finally had it. Lombardo would prove an important ally. At some point during the meeting at the Sherman Hotel, Lombardo and Weiss split from the group to speak privately. Lombardo told Weiss that Capone sincerely wanted peace. He was prepared to leave the Northsiders alone as long as they left him alone. Weiss said he would agree to a truce, but only after he killed the two men who had shot at him and Drucci on Michigan Avenue. Of all the attacks, that was the one that burned him up most, even though no one but an innocent bystander had been hurt. He asked if Capone would offer the men as a sacrifice, as a gesture of his commitment to their new arrangement. Lombardo said Capone would never go for it. With that, the meeting ended. Weiss didn't usually try diplomacy. If he wanted someone dead, he had him killed. This time, though, he needed Capone's help because he hadn't recognized the men who had shot at him on Michigan Avenue. Capone was learning to delegate in his new position as chairman of the board. If indeed he had ordered the hits on Drucci and Weiss, he had probably told Frank Nitti to take care of it, and Nitti had probably subcontracted the job to guys whom Drucci and Weiss wouldn't know. Ever since Capone's return from his summer-long exile in Michigan, Nitti, the enforcer, had emerged as one of the two most important men in the outfit, along with Jack Greasy Thumb Guzik. The men had distinct roles. Guzik was the chief financial officer, crunching numbers, handing out the cash, and helping set the organization's long-term business strategy. He was 50 years old, a short, fat, soft-voiced, middle-aged, double-chinned Jew who looked about as threatening as a bagel and cream cheese. He and his brother Harry had begun their criminal careers as pimps with a brothel called the Blue Goose on the far south side at 119th Street and Marshfield Avenue. By signing up with Torrio and Capone, he seemed to appreciate that he was able to work one step removed from the filth of the bordello. Most of the time, Guzik sat at the St. Hubert English Chop House on the top floor of the majestic hotel in the city's loop. There, he would take in money from bagmen and hand it out to cops, precinct captains, and politicians. That's where the greasy thumb came in. "You buy a judge by weight," Guzik once said philosophically, "like iron in a junkyard. A justice of the peace or a magistrate can be had for a $5 bill. In the municipal court, he will cost you 10. A calm, soothing presence, a Jew who never lost his faith in God, Guzik was gangland's rabbi. He never carried a gun, and Capone trusted him completely. Guzik, no doubt grateful to Capone for coming to his defense after the beating at the hands of Joe Howard, would remain loyal for the rest of their lives. Nitti was, as his nickname made clear, the enforcer. Like Guzik, he was older than Capone, at 40. Nitti was born Francesco Nito in the Italian village of Angri, the same place where Capone's mother and father had been born and raised. Gabriel Capone came to the United States the same year as the Nitos, 1893, and the families settled on the same block in Brooklyn. A former barber, fence and whiskey smuggler, Nitti had established himself by this time as a versatile member of the outfit. With his ink-black hair and dainty mustache, he had style, and he imagined himself a minor celebrity. Perhaps taking after the boss, he cultivated relationships with the press. He was personable and well-liked among his associates, and even though he was often responsible for taking care of the organization's dirty work, he almost never got his own hands dirty. If Capone delegated to Nitti, Nitti delegated to one of his own trustworthy men. Nitti may have had aspirations to rule the outfit himself, but if he did, he was patient. He, too, remained fiercely loyal to Capone. He and Guzik were pivotal to the organization's growing success. As 1926 neared its end, Hirohito became Emperor of Japan, Henry Ford introduced the 5-day, 40-hour work week, Kodak started selling 16mm film stock, A. Milne's Winnie the Pooh and Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf were published, and Harry Houdini died from a ruptured appendix. Celebrities were delighting the American populace. Pre-war heroes such as Jane Addams, feminist, crusader for workers' rights, and pioneer social worker, were perceived now as fussy old grumps. "If I am convinced by anything," wrote H.L. Mencken, "it is that doing good is in bad taste," which meant doing bad was more fun than ever. The new generation's heroes were edgier than their predecessors. They were risk-takers, such as Charles A. Lindbergh, who was preparing to attempt the first non-stop flight from New York to Paris. They were individualists, such as Ernest Hemingway, who, having moved to Paris, published his first novel, The Sun Also Rises. They were overindulged, overfed, and oversexed, like Babe Ruth. Hedonism ruled. Savings accounts were plundered and lines of credit drawn. "The future," declared Gertrude Stein, "is not important anymore." Sunday drives replaced Sunday church for many families. Victorian dance forms melted in the flame of Louis Armstrong's blowtorch trumpet. Women smoked and drank, bobbed their hair, shortened their skirts, danced promiscuously, and spoke openly of their sexual desires. It was the age of emotion, the age of pleasure, the age of jazz. A revolution was underway, and it was Capone's great fortune, like so many pioneers of American enterprise, to be in the right business at the right time. He held a position of responsibility now. Hundreds, if not thousands, of men and women depended on him for some, if not all, of their income. It wasn't that Capone served as everyone's boss. He was more like the senior partner at a law firm, albeit a very loosely run one. Capone exerted influence and lent his expertise to a vast number of smaller operations, most of them built on bootlegging, gambling, and prostitution. Not even the most brilliant business executive could have hoped to oversee every detail of such a casually constructed organization. Capone was a hustler and a negotiator, a risk-taker, and he liked the give and take of doing business with other hustlers and negotiators. Those skills, plus his willingness to use violence when necessary, made him a leader among crooks. His rise to power also was helped by his good luck. As others were shot, arrested, or forced to go into hiding, Capone's power grew. Now that Polak Joe Saltis was on the lam, trying to avoid arrest for the hit on John Mitters Foley, only two gangs with broad power remained: the West Side outfit, led by Capone, and the North Side operation of Weiss, Moran, and Drucci. Capone seemed content for the moment. The responsibility of running the organization may have sobered him, or else the sudden splash of wealth had given him pause. Either way, things had changed, and, like all good businessmen, he had adapted. He thought a great deal about his image now. He complained to the press at times that the gangsters would be better off if they cooperated. The gunplay was wrecking his family life, he said. Ever since moving to the Hawthorne, he saw his wife and son no more than 4 or 5 times a week. When newspapers referred to him as Scarface, he would gripe to the reporters. When that got him nowhere, he went to their editors, phoning in advance to make an appointment, then meeting them and asking them to consider his feelings and please refrain from using the offensive moniker again. Some kindly editors would honor his request. Once in a while, they would even order their photographers to airbrush the scars from Capone's pictures. But usually they ignored his pleas. Among gangsters, anyway, everyone knew better than to call him Scarface. They called him Al, or Boss, or Snorky, which meant elegant or ritzy, but most of the time he was just plain Al. 7 years into Prohibition, the bootlegging business was maturing. Even if the men running it remained mostly young and impulsive, there were important strategic decisions to be made and tremendous fortunes at stake. The more entrenched the bootleggers became, the more money they had to pay in bribes to keep operations moving smoothly, and the more violence they had to employ to keep the upstarts under control. Distribution was complicated. Speakeasies were everywhere and always on the move. The booze flowed to private homes, corporate offices, saloons, gambling halls, brothels, and legitimate nightclubs. Also, beer was heavy and barrels were big. Smuggling the stuff was risky, no matter how well the cops had been greased. Running such an operation required more than cockiness and swagger and Tommy guns. It required finesse, diplomacy, and savvy. "I tell them I want peace," Capone said in the autumn of 1926, "because I don't want to break the hearts of the people that love me. And maybe I can make them think of their mothers and sisters. And if they think of them, they'll put up their guns and treat their business like any other man treats his, as something to work and forget when he goes home at night. They'll put up their guns and treat their business like any other man treats his, as something to work and forget when he goes home at night." Chapter 10. Q is for Quincy. George Johnson never set out to be a hero. Certainly, he seemed ill-suited for the role. Johnson was 19 years old when he left his small hometown in Lanyon, Iowa, and came to Chicago. It was 1893, and he arrived as a tourist to take in the world's Columbian Exposition, popularly known as the Chicago World's Fair, commemorating the 400th anniversary of Columbus's voyage to the New World. But it wasn't the dazzling variety of carnival novelties, such as George Ferris's 264-foot bicycle wheel in the sky, nor the gyrating hips of Fareda Mazar, a.k.a. Little Egypt, the bewitching ballerina, that enticed this young man. Johnson was too painfully earnest and intensely cerebral, even as a teenager, to allow whimsical or titillating sights to carry his emotions away. He wandered the fair to learn about the latest advances in art, science, technology, commerce, and industry. He listened to Thomas Edison's raspy phonograph, peeked admiringly into George Pullman's luxurious sleeper cars, and gawked at the new linotype machines that were speeding the production of newspapers. These were the fair's wonders, not the come-ons from the pretty girls or the tricks of the con artists on the Midway that hooked sober and ambitious young men like George Johnson. He stayed 2 weeks. When he got back to his family's farm in Lanyon, Johnson did 2 things. First, he gave himself a middle name, something that would distinguish him from all the other George Johnsons. He could have picked Edison, Pullman, or Ford, but he didn't. He had ambition, but he remained a conservative at heart. So he settled on Emerson, honoring the 19th century New England writer Ralph Waldo Emerson. The next thing George Emerson Johnson did was somewhat bolder. He made up his mind to get back to Chicago as fast as he could. Johnson had a few things in common with Alphonse Capone. Each man came from immigrant parents, each from large families, and each had dropped out of school in his early teens to go to work. But the similarities pretty much ended there. Johnson, tall and reedy, resembled a celery stalk. His curly head of light brown hair was neatly parted in the middle. He had thin lips, long eyelashes, milk-white skin, and a gentle voice. He was, as the writer Damon Runyon once put it, a forensic-looking man. Johnson's Swedish-born parents, John and Matilda Johnson, moved to Lanyon before it was even a town, simply because they had heard other Swedes were trying to settle the place, which was in Webster County, 17 miles south of Fort Dodge. They bought 200 acres. Matilda gave birth to 9 children, all without the help of a doctor. George and his siblings were obedient, church-going children who lived by what God gave them, the seasons, the sunrises, and the Bible. The family squeezed into a tiny wood-frame house with a narrow flight of stairs as steep as a ladder going from the first floor to the second. The furniture was wooden and sturdy. The clothes were handmade by Matilda, who sheared the sheep and washed and spun the wool herself. The food was simple, but always adequate. Milk, cream, potatoes, bread, butter, lutefisk, beef, chicken, pork, eggs, sorghum, vegetables, and fruit. The children rode drafty, horse-drawn buses to school, with canvas curtains on the side to protect them from foul weather. When the snow got deep, they were pulled on bobsleds. George was 7 years old when his parents put him to work in the garden. When he was older, he would be expected to plow and till much of the farm's acreage, which the family counted on for survival. But the lesson that he remembered most vividly from his childhood was the one learned in the small garden at the knee of his hard-working father. "I was taught that I could not clean the garden by a method of selection," he recalled. "I was taught that I must not say, 'I will take that weed out and leave this weed in,' but that the only way to clean the garden was to pull up all the weeds by the roots and shake them out to the sun." From ages 13 to 20, Johnson worked, harnessing, driving, seeding, milking, picking, husking, hauling, and shoveling. When the corn was ready for harvest, he would pick 30 bushels before noon, break for lunch, then pick 30 more before sundown. At night, he read by the light of homemade candles, committing to memory long portions of Pilgrim's Progress, Paradise Lost, and The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Some middle children learned that rebellion brought them attention. Not Johnson. He was bookish, a thinker. He made no noise. He showed no trace of charisma. He was content to go about his work on the farm, remaining true to his stolid way, and hope for the best. But the Johnson children were not encouraged to stay on the farm. For one thing, there was no room in their little house once the children started turning into young men and women. But that wasn't his only motivation to move on. George Johnson's parents were among the founders of their little Swedish town in Iowa. They were civic-minded. They wanted their children to be active participants in the community, to do something with their lives, to make at least some small piece of the world a little better. Being good and being enterprising were not mutually exclusive by this family's standards. Inspired by his visit to the exposition, Johnson decided to go back to school, enrolling at Tobin College in Fort Dodge, Iowa. Soon, this shy young man discovered that he liked public speaking, although he was not quite a natural. He had to work to overcome his deficiencies. He spoke slowly, without verve, without a passionate edge to his voice. William S. Kenyon, a Fort Dodge lawyer who would go on to serve Iowa in the U.S. Senate, saw Johnson compete in a speech contest at Tobin in 1895 and recalled that the young man looked like a poet and looked scared as he faced his audience. Still, Kenyon and the other judges voted that day to give Johnson the gold medal. Either the competition was worse, or Johnson's earnest and subtle powers of persuasion carried him through. Upon graduation from Tobin College in 1897, Johnson moved to Chicago and studied law at Lake Forest College. Just after the turn of the century, the city once again inspired Johnson to add to his name. A poetic middle name might have been enough to separate him from the rest of the Swedes in Lanyon, Iowa, but the Chicago phone book had too many George E. Johnsons. He wanted to stand apart from the rest. Once again, he made a conservative, old-fashioned-sounding choice, becoming George Emerson Quincy Johnson. He introduced himself and signed his name as George E.Q. Johnson. He rented a desk in a shared office at 69 West Washington, paying $5 a month, and handled civil cases, bankruptcies, and estate settlements. He advertised himself as a svensk advokat, or Swedish lawyer, in the Luther Banneret, a local newspaper serving Chicago's Swedes. If he ever took on a criminal case, it was not the sort to generate headlines. He lived quietly. He spent nights at the marble-coated Newberry Library, north of downtown, where he studied the lives of Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, and King Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden, using his research to prepare a series of talks to legal associations, churches, and lodges such as the Knights of Pythias. In 1900, he worked on the Republican campaign to re-elect President William McKinley and met some of the state's leading politicians. Perhaps to overcome his awkward public speaking skills, or perhaps because he loved the stage even if he was less than comfortable upon it, Johnson auditioned for roles in the local theater. Somehow, he won the lead role in a locally produced drama, met a young Shakespearean actress, and fell in love. Her name was Elizabeth Marie Swanstrom. She was a fellow Swede, and she was fair, slender, and graceful. She wasn't famous anywhere but in the Swedish community, where everyone knew her theater work. Her solemn gaze stared out from posters that advertised her dramatic readings. "An evening of pathos and humor," read one of the signs. At first they might seem like an odd couple, this delicate, beautiful woman, and this man with all the spark of a bowl of oatmeal. But they had much in common. Both were small-towners in the big city, both children of Swedish immigrants, both fluent in their parents' native tongue, both active in the church and in Swedish social circles. And George E.Q. Johnson made up for his modesty with a soft-spoken passion that became apparent only to those who took the time to get to know him well. They married in 1906 and honeymooned in Colorado and Yellowstone National Park. Like Al Capone, George E.Q. Johnson came from a huge family, and yet wound up having only one child himself, a son. They named him George E.Q. Johnson, Jr., but they called him Gene. In 1914, Johnson ran for judge in the municipal court, but lost. In 1922, he was appointed a master in chancery, the same dreary job that Herman Melville gave to his fictional character Bartleby, a man who preferred not to engage with the world around him. As a master in chancery, Johnson processed paperwork that judges didn't have time to handle. He had his law practice, his church work, his choir practice, his neighborhood political work, his speeches before the Swedish National Association, and his behind-the-scenes support for his wife's community theater productions. If he yearned for more prestige, more action, more responsibility, he didn't say so publicly. Then, on Christmas Day, 1926, Johnson's name appeared on a short list of candidates to replace Chicago's U.S. Attorney, Edwin A. Olson. It was one of the toughest jobs in the city, and, given Chicago's corruption and high crime rates, one of the toughest law enforcement jobs in the country. As the chief federal law enforcement officer in northern Illinois, the U.S. Attorney served as the link between Chicago and Washington, D.C. It was a position appointed by none other than the President of the United States, Calvin Coolidge. The two other candidates were a clout-heavy judge and the assistant U.S. Attorney who had handled the pending indictment of Capone and his Cicero cronies. Johnson's name sent the city's reporters scrambling. Where did this guy come from? Who did he know? Was he corrupt? Corruptible? And what the hell did the Q stand for? Somewhere in his low-key social networking, Johnson had met and made a strong impression on U.S. Senator Charles S. Deneen. It was Deneen, a Republican and one of the most honest politicians in the state, who recommended Johnson to the Department of Justice. Maybe Deneen wanted a fellow Republican with no connections to the city's corrupt public officials. Maybe he wanted someone who would stand up to Robert Crow, the state's attorney, a publicity hound who loved to strike dramatic poses for the photographers and who had tried and failed so many times to stop Chicago's gangsters. Maybe it was enough, in the cesspool of corruption that was Chicago, that Johnson had practiced law for 30 years without attracting any attention or committing any crimes. "I come of Swedish farmer stock," Johnson once said, "and my bringing up made the thought of taking money when in office abhorrent. It merely had no attraction for me." While unexciting, Johnson was no milksop. He impressed those he met as fiercely principled. He may have looked like a poet, especially now in middle age, as his curly hair turned gray and he allowed the locks to hang a little lower around his gaunt face, but he was a fighter, too. Finding a man of such high morals in Chicago was a bit like finding a mature chestnut tree growing from the urban asphalt. The wonder wasn't really that it had grown, but that no one had ever cut it down. While the newsmen searched unsuccessfully for dirt, the U.S. Attorney General, John G. Sargent, sent letters from his office in Washington, D.C., asking a few of Chicago's most prominent lawyers and businessmen if they thought Johnson would be a good appointment. The Attorney General's cousin, Fred W. Sargent, president of the Northwestern Railroad Company, responded with a Western Union telegram that read, "Party mentioned excellent qualifications, fine character, and stands very high here among members of the Chicago Bar." The telegrams poured in with one glowing review after another from Chicago's leading businessmen and legal minds. A few weeks later, President Coolidge appointed Johnson to the job. When a reporter phoned Johnson to get his reaction, the only thing he managed to say was, "It's all a surprise to me." Upon taking office, Johnson delivered a speech remarkable for both its brevity and its modesty. "I come to this office with an open mind and with no policy to announce," he said. And that was all he said. If he had a plan for going after Capone, he wasn't telling anyone about it. Later, he would say that he preferred to let his indictments and convictions do the talking. If some aldermen, police captains, and other hacks tried to reach out to him and let him know that his meager $15,000 a year salary could be supplemented with under-the-table cash, Johnson was having none of it. He began keeping a scrapbook filled with stories about the Chicago underworld and recognized that the city's newspaper reporters were the best source, far better than the police, for the real dope on the gangs. As Johnson began to comprehend the complexity of the bootlegging business, he gained respect for Capone's skill telling his son several times that he thought Capone could have been a success in a number of legitimate fields if he had chosen to go straight. Johnson wasn't angry about it. He wasn't consumed, just saddened that a decent mind had gone to waste. He pursued the gangster not out of obsession, but because it was his job. Capone and 78 others were already under indictment for bootlegging violations, part of the investigation launched by Johnson's immediate predecessor, Edwin A. Olson. It was up to Johnson now to bring them to trial. But two prominent federal judges were already criticizing the indictments, saying they were too broad. In pursuing so many small-time hoods, the judges said, court dockets would get congested and no one would ever go to jail. Already, Chicago's courts were hopelessly backlogged. The judges urged Johnson to drop the indictments and start over, focusing exclusively on the kingpins. At first, the new U.S. attorney had no comment. He said he needed time. Then, after a few weeks, he concluded that he had neither the funding nor the manpower to pursue the investigation of Capone and his men that had been launched by Olson. He decided to wait. And while he waited, his potential witnesses, the low-level grunts of the booze business who might be leaned on to testify against Capone, kept turning up dead. Low-level grunts of the booze business who might be leaned on to testify against Capone, kept turning up dead. Chapter 11. Sorry about that, Jaime. Jaime Weiss kept an office at 738 North State, above Schofield's flower shop, where Dean O'Banion had been assassinated. From his desk, Weiss could follow the cars zigzagging along State Street, watch the flower shop's customers coming and going, smell the heady perfume of roses and lilacs, and see the priests and parishioners filing into and out of Holy Name Cathedral directly across the street. Next door to Weiss's office at 740 North State was a boarding house run by Anna Rotario. The place was no longer fashionable, but it was still a few years and a few dozen boarders away from decrepit. In the first week of October, as the leaves turned to ochre and the days grew noticeably shorter, a young man named Oscar London visited Mrs. Rotario and requested a room with a window facing State Street. Told that none was available, London offered to pay $20 a week instead of the usual $8. A room opened up. London settled in. By day, sunlight slanted through curtained windows, revealing the room's considerable shoddiness, its tarnished brass bed, its cheap oak dresser, its chipped dishes, its threadbare rug. But London, concerned only with vantage point, liked the room just fine. He informed the landlady that he worked odd hours and wished never to be disturbed. He also said his friends might be dropping by from time to time, and they, too, should be left alone. Mrs. Rotario knew better than to ask questions. That same day, a beautiful blonde-haired woman who gave her name as Mrs. Theodore Schultz rented a third-floor room in a boarding house across the street. After securing the room, her job was done, and she never returned. With the two rooms, the one on State and the other on Superior, it was possible to maintain a perfect surveillance of Schofield's flower shop. Meanwhile, downtown, preparation was underway for the trial of Joe Saltis and his associate Frank Consul, the gangsters accused of killing John Mitters Foley in daylight and before several eyewitnesses. It was shaping up to be a doozy. Attorneys for the government said they had an unbeatable case, with at least 3 upstanding Chicago citizens set to testify that they saw Saltis and Consul commit the crime. Yet Saltis and Consul were hardly ready to plead guilty. A few weeks before the trial, several members of their gang robbed a mail train in Evergreen Park, escaping with $135,000. Police said the job was pulled so there would be enough cash on hand to pay Saltis's attorneys and to hand out bribes as the need arose. Not more than 2 weeks after the train robbery, Saltis got his first break. 2 of the prosecution's key witnesses disappeared. and the Tribune reported that several other witnesses in the case had been approached by Soltis's agents. Prosecutors were forced to ask the court for a postponement. When jury selection finally began on October 6, 1926, there were other, bigger headlines in that morning's paper. President Coolidge said he saw no need to campaign for his fellow Republicans in the upcoming elections because the nation's prosperity spoke for itself. The St. Louis Cardinals shut out Babe Ruth and the rest of the New York Yankees in the third game of the 1926 World Series. Benito Mussolini told a huge crowd in Italy that he was looking for a fight and wouldn't quit looking until Italy's fascists dominated all of the Mediterranean. But in Chicago, the Soltis Council trial was the story everyone talked about. The Tribune marveled that a gang leader was actually going to face justice, calling it something new, something novel, something perhaps marking a new era. During the jury selection process, Soltis, appearing confident and calm, sat beside his lawyers. He was built like a butcher, with hands big as rump roasts, but he was dressed for court like a banker, in a dark gray suit with a blue silk shirt, his massive neck handsomely fettered in a crisp white collar. When the newspaper photographers pointed their big cameras at him, he turned and grinned with the elan of a leading man. Only his mouth, where a wormy mustache slunk over his twitchy lips and crooked, nicotine-stained teeth, hinted at his true character. The city's top police officials showed up, declaring this the most important courtroom showdown Chicago had seen in years, and predicting that a pair of convictions and stiff sentences would send the rest of the city's big bootleggers into permanent retirement. The Trib called it a case of the utmost importance, and added that the conviction of Soltis would do more to destroy the power of gangsters than any other case. 20 police officers were assigned to security, guarding not just the courthouse, but also the hotel where jurors would be sequestered. But finding jurors proved more difficult than usual. Some of the citizens called for duty seemed hesitant to serve. An unusually large number of them suddenly developed moral and ethical objections to the death penalty, which was being mentioned by emboldened prosecutors as a distinct possibility for Soltis and counsel. Meanwhile, back in the South Side neighborhoods where Soltis controlled much of the beer traffic, bombs exploded inside 2 businesses identified with a wink-wink in the press as soft drink parlors. Police said the bombs were delivered to punish those business owners who had refused to contribute to the Soltis Defense Fund. "No such thing," said W. O'Brien, Soltis's attorney, denying the existence of a defense fund in a newspaper interview. O'Brien was another great Chicago character. He was a dapper man with a high forehead, bushy eyebrows, and dark, mournful eyes. In 1911, while working as a young prosecutor, he had decided to moonlight a bit and used his spare time to defend a couple of pickpockets, or dips, as they were sometimes referred to. It took a certain amount of gall, of course, for a prosecutor to moonlight as a defense attorney, but O'Brien's next move took even more. He offered his opposing counsel a bribe to drop the case. He nearly lost his law license for that one. Soon afterward, perhaps recognizing his natural proclivities, he left the prosecutor's office and devoted himself full-time to criminal defense work. In 1921, O'Brien was shot in a saloon and refused to tell police who did it or why, which proved to be a brilliant career move. After that, every gangster in Chicago recognized a kindred spirit who kept his mouth shut around the coppers. O'Brien became the go-to guy for many of the city's biggest miscreants. The day after the soft drink parlor bombings, someone crept along a window ledge and into the office of the prosecutors working on the Soltis case. Several filing cabinets were disturbed. In all likelihood, it was O'Brien up to his tricks again. But the cops were beginning to suspect that he had help. none other than Jaime Weiss, the beer king of the North Side and Capone's peskiest rival, was seen milling around the courthouse that week and conferring with Saltis and his attorneys. Police speculated that Weiss wanted Saltis free so the two gangsters might combine forces in the war against Capone. Some said that the Capone organization was already doing more than $100 million a year in business, most of it in bootlegging and gambling. That number was wildly inflated. Still, since Capone already had the infrastructure in place, the trucks, the distilleries, the cops, the judges, he was probably eager to gobble up Saltis's turf. Weiss wanted to make sure that Capone continued to face solid competition on at least two fronts, the North and the South sides, in case he had any ideas about extending his reach. If Saltis went to jail, his turf would most likely fall into the hands of Capone. Jury selection was finally completed on a warm, gray October 11th, 1926, with a strong wind and cold air blowing in from across the plains. At about 3:30 that afternoon, O'Brien left the courthouse for a meeting north of the river with Jaime Weiss. That morning, O'Brien had put on his trademark red tie, which was said to bring his clients good luck. One of his investigators, a part-time bootlegger named Benjamin Buddy Jacobs, gave his boss a lift uptown. They parked on State Street, just south of Holy Name Cathedral, less than half a block from Schofield's flower shop. Arriving at the same time by a Cadillac was Weiss, his driver, Sammy Peller, a.k.a. Sam Pine, and one of the Northside Gang's supporting players, a bootlegger named Paddy Murray. Weiss wore a three-piece suit with a striped tie. A newsboy cap sat shapelessly atop his head. In his pockets, he had $5,300 in cash, along with a set of rosary beads and a complete list of the jurors selected in the Saltis case. His shoulder holster held a .45 automatic. The five men stepped from their cars and began crossing State Street, stepping over the trolley tracks as traffic weaved around them. They all appeared headed toward Schofield's, with its striped awning and its simple neon flowers sign. Halloween pumpkins and floral arrangements in red, yellow, and orange decorated the shop's window. The men had not quite reached the sidewalk when machine-gun bullets ripped from the second-story window of Mrs. Rotario's boarding house. Bullets pinged everywhere. The screams of terrified pedestrians pierced the air. Shoes scraped the concrete as people dashed for cover. Car engines roared and vehicles slalomed haphazardly as their drivers maneuvered to avoid human bodies slumping heavily to the ground. Clouds of gray-black smoke and the smells of gunpowder and spilled blood hung in the air. The machine-gun fire kept coming. Sammy Peller took a searing bullet in the groin, and Buddy Jacobs had his tendons and hamstrings snapped and frayed by one in the leg. O'Brien took 4, the first one in the right arm, then 3 in the side and stomach, until he lay flat on the sidewalk, eyes and mouth open wide, panting like a racehorse. Somehow, after a few moments, he managed to get up and clamber into a nearby building. Paddy Murray got hit 7 or 8 times, mostly in the head and torso, and never rose again. But it was Weiss, the apparent target of the attack, who absorbed the greatest damage, a dozen bullets in all. Blackish blood spewed from his mouth, splashing over his face, as if he had coughed up a bottle of ink. He lay splayed on his back, legs kicked out at unnatural angles from his large frame. There had been so much gunfire that at first no one knew quite where it had come from. Everyone at the corner of Superior and State seemed to be pulling guns and firing. Bullets pocked the street and sidewalk and obliterated much of the inscription on the cornerstone of Holy Name Cathedral, which had previously read A.D. 1874, "At the name of Jesus every knee should bow, those that are in heaven and those on earth." When it was over, the machine-gunners ran down the back stairs of their boarding houses. One ditched a piping hot Tommy in the alley. They were neither seen nor heard from again. A short time later, out in Cicero, reporters found Capone dressed in shirt-sleeves and relaxing at the Hawthorne Inn. Police had already declared that they saw no point in arresting the big fellow, though they suspected that the machine gunners had been imported and put to work at his behest to eliminate Weiss. They couldn't prove it. Capone expressed surprise that anyone would plug his old friend. "I'm sorry Weiss was killed," he said, "but I didn't have anything to do with it. I telephoned the detective bureau I'd come in if they wanted me, and they told me they didn't want me. I knew I'd be blamed for it." 2 days later, Capone sat for a more extensive interview with a newspaperman from the Evening American. Yet again he tried to portray himself as a peace-seeking man of reason. "I don't want to die," he said. "Especially, I don't want to die in the street, punctured with machine-gun bullets. That's the reason I've asked for peace." The newsman who visited Capone at the Hawthorne described him as a sentimental figure. "I've got a boy," Capone said. "I love that kid." Others who interviewed Capone over the years, from newspapermen to psychologists and psychiatrists, found the same. A personable man, a man who seemed genuinely concerned for and fairly involved with his family, a man who seemed to have successfully differentiated his working life and his emotional life. Either he was a good actor, or else he really did have a human side. In this interview, at least, he scored a public relations coup. He admitted he was in the beer business, admitted that Johnny Torrio gave him his start in the racket, admitted that the trouble started when rival gang members started feeling chesty, admitted that he and Torrio knew precisely who had fired the shots into Torrio's face, admitted that he was angry about the drive-by assault on his hotel, and admitted that he tried to tell his old pal Weiss that there was business enough for all of us without killing. But alas, said Capone, Jaime didn't listen. It might have sounded like an admission of guilt from Capone. At the very least, it served to remind everyone that Capone had a motive. Now, with Weiss lying in the morgue, his face contorted in a ghoulish grin, and with the newspapers tallying 60 gang killings so far for 1926, Capone yet again called for calm. He must have known that the violence would not stop simply because Weiss had been eliminated. But it was not yet clear which, if any, of the surviving North Side men would emerge as his next serious contender. Reporters were guessing it would be Bugs Moran, who was bolder than Weiss, but neither as smart nor as smooth. Others were betting on schemer Drucci, even though Drucci was nobody's idea of a genius. Drucci did his best thinking with a gun. In any case, one thing was clear. As his rivals fell one by one, Capone kept rising, his empire expanding, his fame spreading. A few days after the hit on Weiss, Drucci and a couple of his men were taking in a football game at Wrigley Field, which had changed its name from Cubs Park earlier that year. It was two Chicago teams, Bears versus Cardinals. Drucci and his colleagues had terrific seats, as befitting men who carried pistols. At one point, when they stood to celebrate a score by the Bears' superstar quarterback, Paddy Driscoll, police moved in and collared them. They were taken downtown, where they were charged with possession of weapons and questioned about the ambush of Weiss. Drucci, of course, said he knew nothing about it. In fact, he said he knew nothing of the bootlegging business. "I'm a real estate man," he said, straight-faced, "with offices in the First National Bank building. You can come and see me any time." He was promptly released. Soon after, Capone, Drucci, and Moran agreed to hold another peace summit. This time Capone appeared in person, without a bodyguard. When it was over, Capone announced that he would confine his business to Cicero, the nearby town of Stickney, and Chicago's West Side. Drucci and Moran agreed to stick to the North Side of Chicago. The South Side would be divided between Ralph Sheldon, a Capone man, and Joe Saltis. Each gang would bear responsibility for manufacturing, importing, and distributing its own products. Small bands of bootleggers would be allowed to operate within the larger territories as long as they didn't push their luck. And if one gang received an order to cater a wedding or banquet in another's territory, it would decline the order and make a referral to the appropriate organization. Any conflicts would be settled by a board of semi-independent arbiters. Malicious gossip passed from one gang to another by meddlesome cops would be disregarded, and leaders of the gangs would be held personally responsible for any violations of the pact. With the announcement, Capone checked out of the Hawthorne Inn and repaired to the family home on South Prairie. He declared the dawn of a new era. "Gangland killings have come to an end in Chicago," he proudly announced in another long interview, this time with the Herald and Examiner. "A treaty of peace between our fellows and the Northside Combination was signed at midnight in a Loop Hotel. Now, for the first time in 2 years, I will sleep without a gun under my pillow. I believe it's peace to stay. I know I won't break it, and I don't think they will. I feel like a kid. I'm so happy." Capone said the first thing he did was call his wife and tell her the news. Perhaps he had been henpecked recently for not spending much time at home or for not paying enough attention to his son. He didn't say, but did comment that he planned to head straight home now that it was safe to do so. Right after, he joined his pals for a couple of celebratory beers. "I didn't want to die," he continued. "I told them I didn't want them to die either. I had sent that word to them many times before Jaime died. They thought I was kidding. But when they saw in the Herald and Examiner that I said the same thing for publication, they sent word to me that they wanted to talk things over. That was Monday night. I went there alone. They were 3-1, but I figured they were on the square, so I went in. And finally, we were all talking at once and smiling and remembering the old days when we were all in one mob and happy. And after 2 hours, we all shook hands and made up. And when I came home, I rode alone. That's something I haven't done in 2 years. When I used to go out in my car, it looked like a funeral. It had to look like that, so it wouldn't be one. But tonight, I rode alone, and I was like a guy all of a sudden let out of prison. I don't want to talk foolish, but the air was different. I wasn't thinking that any minute I'd get a machine gun in my face, and it felt great. I'm going home to my wife and kid happier than I've been for a long time. It isn't only that I'm glad I'm safe. Now I can look at my family and not think that any day they may be called on the phone and told I've been shot. It's a great feeling, and I guess the other fellows have it too. They were grinning like kids when we shook hands and separated. Our fight was never over business. It was all bad feeling between one man and another. And now we're going to forget all these old grudges and start over. I haven't any business on the North Side, and they haven't any in Cicero. They'll stay in their backyard, and I'll stay in mine. If anything ever should come up that makes us mad, we're going to call each other on the phone and make a date to talk it over. That's our bargain, and I'm going to stick to it. Call each other on the phone and make a date to talk it over. That's our bargain, and I'm going to stick to it. Chapter 12. A Smile and a Gun. Capone and his men were just beginning to give Chicagoans evidence of the strange double standards that would define the glory years of gangstering. As the organization grew bigger and more established, their crimes became more blatant. But the criminality became so widely accepted that it was glamorized at times. Corruption and violence were rampant, and the men behind it became heroes. They were cold-blooded and greedy, but in their willingness to boldly break rules that others broke only on the sly, they earned the public's fascination. "We're big business without high hats," the late Dino Banyan once said, which summed up nicely why such men would gain widespread admiration. But Capone offered the quotation that best captured the essence of the gangster life, saying, You can get a lot farther with a smile and a gun than you can get with just a smile. It's not clear when he made the remark, or even if he made it. It could have been invented by an enterprising journalist. Still, it captures Capone's career to this point. He had ambition, he had flair, he had a rebellious streak wider than the American continent, and he had a gun. The gangsters were entrepreneurial, rebellious, and competitive, solid American traits. If they tended to go too far at times, that only added to their mystique. The social worker Jane Addams worried that teenagers were tremendously aroused by the bootleg and hijacking situation. When Capone's bulletproof car was spotted in Chicago, "There goes hell," would fly from lip to lip, wrote Fred Paisley in his 1930 biography of Capone, and pedestrians would crowd the sidewalk, craning necks as eagerly as for a circus parade. In the early months of 1927, the sound of machine guns all but disappeared from the city. The peace treaty was holding. The effect on the culture was subtle enough, at least for a little while, that no one noticed. It was as if the winds off the lake had gone from a howl to a whisper. Capone was so firmly convinced of the treaty's sanctity that he deemed it safe to transfer his headquarters permanently from Cicero to Chicago, taking a suite at the Metropole Hotel. The Metropole was not to be confused with the stately Sherman or the glamorous Palmer House. The Metropole was 7 stories tall, standing plainly at the corner of South Michigan Avenue and 23rd Street in the heart of Automobile Row. A huge American flag fluttered from the hotel's roof. The hotel's nicest touch, which wasn't saying all that much, was a first-floor sundeck where guests could sit in rocking chairs and look at the side of a church. The Metropole tended to attract traveling shoe salesmen and farmers making the infrequent drive to the big city to trade their old vehicles for new ones. It hosted Kiwanis Club meetings. It was the sort of place where retired men in casual clothes could sit in the lobby chewing toothpicks and talking about the White Sox's latest failures. For Capone, it was conveniently close to his house on South Prairie Avenue and central to most of his business interests. One day, a reporter dropped by the Metropole to see if he could get his questions answered. Capone obliged. The reporter stated that the new chief of the Illinois Highway Police, Michael Go-Get-'em Hughes, had been bragging to reporters about how he had driven Capone out of Cicero. Capone got a laugh out of that. "Nobody drove me out of Cicero," he said. "Least of all, Mike Hughes. Does he think he throws that long a shadow before him? I have merely transferred my headquarters. I found that my business took in a bigger area than it used to, and I needed a central headquarters. That's why I moved to this hotel, which, as you can see for yourself, is well within the boundaries of Cook County. Can you blame me for getting mad at these guys using me for glory? Why, I never met Hughes, and I never even had a telephone call from him." The reporter asked him to respond to rumors that police pressure could soon force Capone to quit and flee for Europe. "I'm not leaving Chicago," he said. "I'm a businessman, and I've got plenty to keep me here. I'm staying in Chicago, that is, unless Mr. Hughes decides to chase me out like he chased me out of Cicero." Capone seemed to be enjoying his return to Chicago and the calm that accompanied it. On one mild afternoon in January 1927, a reporter knocked at the door of Capone's house on South Prairie Avenue and found the gangster dressed in nothing but a pink apron, silk and wool underwear, and a pair of bedroom slippers. He held a pan of spaghetti in one hand. The fact that he appeared to be mortal, "He cooks! He eats!" was enough to make headlines. If Capone adjusted easily to the lull in violence, some of the city's cops did not. John Steig, the chief of detectives, found himself uncomfortably out of the headlines. Steig was an honest man, pudgy and harmless-looking. His eyes were framed by thick, round glasses. But even honest men have egos. When the gangsters were clashing, Steig always knew that he could summon the press to his office, wave around a seized machine gun or shotgun, and get his picture in the next day's papers, thus reminding the good citizens of Chicago that he was on the job. That he seldom made an arrest mattered little. Chicagoans wanted to read about the crimes, not the arrests. So while Steig might have used his free time in the early days of 1927 to gather evidence against bootleggers and gamblers, he chose a different tactic. He took up freelance journalism, while keeping his job with the police department. The newspapers got crime stories. Steig was once more covered in ink, and Capone could sit back and watch his legend grow. "More than 50 murderers are roaming the streets of Chicago," wrote Steig in the first of his 10 articles for the Herald and Examiner, accompanied by a photograph of himself cradling a Tommy gun. Steig opened with a challenge to Chicagoans, urging them not to become complacent, not to make the excuse that most of the city's homicides were tolerable because they were gangster-on-gangster crimes. If anything, he said, the citizenry should be more enraged by these crimes. "The killer of yesteryear was one who slew first of all in the heat of passion or under desperate stress of personal risk, and in either case the hand of every decent man was turned against him. Consider our present-day murderers. Are they affected by conscience? It is to laugh. Instead of seeking concealment, they flaunt their badness, boast of their bloody conquests, jeer at the widows of their victims, scoff at the suggestion of retributive justice." He went on to complain that these rich, selfish, and ignorant criminals had attained czar-like power, allowing them to buy or shoot their way out of almost any mess. Then he offered a stunning admission. "Is it strange that we of the police department, who honestly are actuated by a sense of duty, prefer to kill the killers rather than to subject them to a mockery of jury trial?" He bragged of the number of gangsters killed by cops. "In 1924 we killed 36. In 1925 the number killed was 61, and last year we shot 52 to death." Even in this period of tranquility, engendered by Capone's peace conference with the Northsiders, there was still an occasional gangland killing. Hilary "Hitty" Clements, a beer seller, was beaten, shot 3 times in the head, and dumped beside a deserted cottage on West 60th Street, where his corpse turned to blood-caked ice. Joe Saltis was a prime suspect, but even Capone came out in defense of his rival. "Clements' death won't affect our peace treaty with the Northside crowd in any way," he said. "Clements was not a member of our crowd. He was not killed in any outbreak of hostilities at all. A fellow like him might have a lot of enemies in a lot of places, and I don't believe he was killed by Saltis or any other fellow that is in our peace treaty." For now, Capone could afford to protect rivals such as Saltis. Business was booming, and just as he had promised, there was money enough to go around. The Capone outfit began to take on an increasing air of professionalism. The big fellow expected the men who worked for him to conform to certain standards. For one thing, he wanted them to dress well. The typical uniform included a pearl-gray felt hat with a black band, a dark, double-breasted suit, white shirt, striped tie, and spats. Fred Paisley, Capone's first biographer, wrote in 1930, "The picture of a furtive, sallow-faced creature with cap with fold-down visor and cigarette dripping from listless lip gives way to that of an upstanding, square-shouldered fellow in his teens or 20s, keen-eyed, ruddy-cheeked, a smart dresser with a flair for diamonds and blondes, always occupying choice seats at prize fights, wrestling matches, football and baseball games, the racetrack, and the theater, knowing the nightclub head waiters and receiving their deferential ministrations." At the Metropole, Capone set up a gymnasium with punching bags, horizontal bars, trapezes, rowing machines, and more, and expected his employees to use the equipment. It was yet another example of Capone's progressive thinking. He understood that employees who took the time to fortify their bodies and mind would be more efficient killers. Thinking. He understood that employees who took the time to fortify their bodies and mind would be more efficient killers. Chapter 13. The Grinder. While Capone was getting comfortable in his new digs at the Metropole and enjoying the most peaceful period in his still young career, George Johnson, the man appointed by President Coolidge to destroy Chicago's gangs and bring an end to bootlegging, continued to do just what he had promised. Nothing. On April 10, 1927, the Tribune reported, "No important criminal cases in the federal court will be called for trial until next fall, according to an announcement made yesterday by United States District Attorney George E.Q. Johnson. Shortage of funds and vacations will prevent trial of this class of cases unless an emergency arises," Mr. Johnson said. It wasn't that Johnson didn't care. In fact, he had developed a complete abhorrence for the men referred to in the newspapers as crime kings, beer barons, and leaders in the Alki aristocracy. The thought of them made him physically sick at times, he said, and when he spoke of them, his face sometimes puckered as if a gust from the stockyards had blown his way. Johnson feared that gullible Chicagoans, and particularly new immigrants, had been duped into believing that these men were brilliant emblems of success, and that their career paths ought to be emulated. "The cause is slack thinking on the part of the entire public," he said. "Politically, socially, and economically, we have been groping. Slack thinking on the part of citizens leads to slack conduct on the part of officials. And Chicago was so rife with slack thinking," he continued, "that it had earned a reputation as a wide-open town where the law was a joke, where politicians and gangsters worked from the same agenda, where morals and ethics had lost all meaning." Still, for the time being, Johnson did nothing. Maybe he thought that if he waited long enough, the violence would resume and the gangsters would eliminate themselves. Perhaps, though, he was simply taking his time to learn which attorneys in his office were trustworthy, which cases on the court's bloated docket were worth pursuing, and which charges were most likely to stick. "Yes, George E.Q. is slower than the Second Coming," U.S. Senator Charles Deneen once said. "But he grinds and grinds and grinds all the time." Johnson's immediate predecessor had indicted every whiskey-breathed outlaw in sight during his final months in office. But with an annual budget of just $90,000, equivalent to about $1 million, Johnson couldn't try them all, and he seemed less than eager to clog the courts with cases he hadn't developed himself and wasn't certain he could win. The most pressing case on his desk was not the one involving Capone. The U.S. Attorney's first concern was Chicago Heights, an industrial suburb 23 miles south of downtown Chicago and 6 miles from the Indiana border. Johnson's preoccupation with Chicago Heights would prove fortunate for Capone. Johnson had no idea when he began his investigation what a mess he'd find in the Heights, and while he no doubt had entered the investigation hoping it would lead him toward Capone, he would wind up with almost nothing to show for his efforts. The founders of Chicago Heights designed their town in the hopes of attracting big industry, knowing that workers would follow. Inland Steel built the plant, and the famous architect Louis Sullivan constructed an impressive hotel, the Victoria. Within a couple of decades, the place was packed with immigrants in search of jobs, the largest contingent of them Italian. With the onset of Prohibition, 3 major gang factions developed. As usual, businessmen with transferable skills rushed to take advantage of the whopping profits. The Costellos, Sam, Nick, and Tony, had a confection business. That meant they already had warehouses, trucks, drivers, and strong connections to the area's soda shops and drugstores. They transformed easily into a booze-dealing outfit. Another gang formed around a former alderman named Antonino Tony Sanfilippo, pool room operator Joe Martino, and nightclub operators Phil Piazza and Jim Lombardo. Theirs was the more established outfit, with the strongest ties to the powerful Italian-American community organization Unione Siciliana and to Capone. The third gang was run by Dominic Roberto, a Capone friend and the husband of Rio Burke, a popular nightclub singer who, in her prime, had entertained at Colosimo's, and Jimmy Emery, who also was pals with Capone. Roberto and Emery, both natives of Italy, both ostensibly grocers, were less experienced than some of their competitors, but no less ambitious. It didn't take long for the Heights gang with the strongest Capone connections to emerge as the mightiest. Sanfilippo and Piazza grew so powerful, in fact, that even some of their rivals opted to pay them for protection. But Sanfilippo was killed, shot 4 times in the back of the head. Piazza continued taking money from local businesses for protection, but he didn't do much protecting, and soon the whole system collapsed. The Roberto Emery faction formed an alliance with the Costellos, and the newly allied gangs turned to Capone, asking him to abandon Piazza and support their cause instead. While all this was developing, the feds launched a huge raid on Chicago Heights, hitting the Milano Cafe on 16th Street. The Milano was Phil Piazza's place. When it opened in 1924, State's Attorney Robert Crow was among the guests spotted in attendance. An electric sign in the shape of a peacock flickered in the window as an indication of when the joint was open for business, which was almost always. The raiders struck at midnight on a busy Saturday in June, nabbing some of the town's most prominent citizens and shutting down what they claimed was the state's biggest still. Piazza was not around at the time of the raid, but Alfred Jake Lingle was there. Lingle was a leg man for the Tribune. He never got the bylines, he got the news. The phone would ring in the middle of the night, or at the crack of dawn, or in the middle of the afternoon, and an editor would tell Lingle to get to the scene of a drive-by, or a fire, or a murder-suicide, or a distillery raid. Lingle would grab his fedora, his pen, and a pocketful of coins for the payphone and jump in his car. No matter the time of day or night, he'd arrive looking like he just rolled out of bed and grabbed someone else's clothes by mistake. Once on the scene, he'd phone the city desk and talk to a rewrite man who would shape Lingle's words into a story, yank it from the typewriter, and hand it to a copy boy. Lingle was one of the city's great newshounds, a man with 1,000 friends. He knew more cops than the chief of police and more gangsters than Capone, and he got along nicely with folks on both sides of the law. Everyone understood Lingle's complicated arrangements, and no one griped about it because Lingle was on the square, or so it seemed. But on the night of the raid and the shutdown of the Milano in the Heights, Lingle wasn't working. He and 2 of his co-workers and a couple of women were out for a night of fun. When the feds came in the front door of the Milano, Lingle and his pals went out the back, taking with them 20 gallons of alcohol, 6 bottles of vermouth, 2 bottles of scotch, 13 table shades, 4 boxes of bath salts, 1 linen tablecloth, 1 apron, a pair of fur mittens, a silk shirt and collar, and a dozen wine glasses. Their car's springs bent almost to the axles by the weight of their larcenous load. Were Lingle and his friends tipped that the raid was coming? Given that it must have taken time to assemble such a collection of goods, it would seem likely. But if the feds were complicit in Lingle's theft, the Chicago Heights police were not. As the newsmen rumbled off in their car full of stolen goods, one of the local coppers stopped them and took them to jail. The case had been assigned to Assistant State's Attorney William McSwiggan. In no hurry to prosecute, he requested several continuances. When McSwiggan was assassinated a month later, the case was forgotten. 3 months later, the Milano was back in business while more than a dozen Chicago Heights bootleggers awaited trial. Bootlegging trials were rare in Chicago, but when they did come around, the city's gangsters were not happy. They didn't want to see their peers cutting deals and blabbing to the feds, nor did they want to see their peers taking the witness stand and testifying in court to what they knew. Better knocked off than singing like a canary. That's why so many gangsters who survived for years on the street tended to die soon after falling into the custody of the authorities. Omerta could be counted on to keep some men quiet. Others required silencing. Victor Humpy DeFrank was first to die, shot in the head while driving down State Street early one morning, followed by Jimmy Lamberta, who was blasted through by a sawed-off shotgun while drinking at the Derby Inn, a schlocky gangster hangout, followed by Phil Piazza, owner of the Milano, who was coming out of the club when a bullet caught him in the neck and continued upward into his brain, followed by Joe Salvo, Lamberta's nephew, who was shot 4 times in the side by a gunman who fired from a moving car at the corner of 14th and Arnold Streets, followed by Joe Catando, whose link to the other men was unclear to police, but who nonetheless was deemed connected somehow, and who took a swarm of bullets to the arms and head while he was listening to records at a party, followed by Tony the Cavalier Spano, a part-time bootlegger and part-time hitman who lost a one-sided gun battle, opposition unknown, in broad daylight on Chicago's North Side, followed by one of Spano's associates, Frank Capello, who was shot so many times in the back of the head that his skull collapsed in a stew of bone and fluid, followed by Antonio de Stefano Pellegrino, who was strangled with a rope, soaked in alcohol, set aflame, and dumped in a ditch on Cottage Grove Avenue alongside an onion field. These murders, all occurring within 4 months of one another, sickened and disgusted George Johnson, who had never before led a criminal investigation. Johnson recognized that he was a long way from Chancery Court, where the most violent act was the thump of a rubber stamp. Every one of his potential witnesses and informers was turning up on a slab. His case was going cold before his eyes, and Capone could say he had nothing to do with any of it. When Capone had announced the new spirit of cooperation in the fall of 1926, a few journalists had noted that one pocket of the city would be particularly susceptible to flare-ups in violence: the Southwest Territories, controlled by Polak Joe Saltis and his men. Saltis at the time had been busy defending himself against charges of murdering beer runner John Mitters Foley, and could not be brought to the table. Saltis faced 2 trials for the Foley murder and walked away from both of them. But by the time his legal affairs were wrapped up, his business enterprise was falling apart. One of Capone's allies, Ralph Sheldon, had been creeping into Saltis's territory. Other small-time operators probably had the same idea, but Saltis wasn't going to let that happen. "We're down," said Frank Lefty Counsel, a top aide to Saltis, assessing the state of business in an interview in early March. "We're broke, but we won't stay that way. We're going to get back what we used to have. We won't be pushed around anymore. And if anybody gets in the way, we'll take care of him." Capone and his men were not involved in all this tough talk, but it was only a matter of time before they got into it. Gang fighting, like fireworks, had a way of shooting sparks in all directions. On the evening of March 11th, 1927, Consul and one of his men, Charles Big Hayes Rubeck, were driving through their territory in a long black Cadillac, visiting the saloon owners who had recently switched suppliers. They were trying to pressure them to come back to Saltis. Consul was at the wheel. At about 11:45, a night watchman at a piano factory spotted Consul's car fishtailing around the corner of 39th and Ashland, another sedan giving chase. Soon the 2 cars were side by side. That's when the night watchman saw a blaze of orange fire and heard a rapid flurry of gunshots, probably from a Tommy. Consul and Rubeck stopped their car, got out, and started running uphill toward a set of railroad tracks. Their pursuers followed on foot as well, shooting as they ran. Consul and Rubeck returned fire without looking where they were shooting, still scrambling to find cover. Sharp reports from pistols and shotguns rang out again. Hrubeck didn't make it to the tracks. He was cut down by a volley of bullets to the spine, ripping apart his nervous system 1 instant before killing him. Consul somehow staggered on, reaching the crest of a small hill, his bloodied suit of clothes lit by the headlamp of a switching engine half a block to the north. He staggered across the tracks and angled his wounded body through thick grass toward the shelter of the C.G. Spring and Bumper Company on 38th. He fell raggedly, panting and perspiring as he tried to reload his gun. Consul managed to get on his feet again, but that was as far as he got. Another bullet caught him. Down he went, and down he stayed. When the undertaker counted later that same night, he found 6 bullets in Consul's back and 1 behind his left ear. While the cops and rum runners were gunning it out in Chicago and the feds were trying to build a case against a bunch of small fries from Chicago Heights, Capone was vacationing in Hot Springs, Arkansas, with not a worry in the world beyond his crummy gambling skills. He was spotted in Arkansas by reporters as he tossed chips around in a casino and played golf with his former Northside rival, schemer Drucci. One night at the tables in Hot Springs, Capone reportedly lost $50,000. The next night, he dropped $58,000. Only one problem. After losing the first $50,000, he had run out of cash. So he wrote an IOU for $58,000 and handed it to the casino's croupier. "I've gone broke here," he said, "but you know your money's as good as in your pocket. When I get it, I'll send it to you. What could be fairer than that?" The bookmaker, perhaps unaware of Capone's power, or believing that the crime boss's power extended only in and around Chicago, had a pretty good idea what could be fairer than that. Cash. The next day he gathered his friends, hopped in a car, and went looking for Capone. They spotted him on the road and pulled up alongside his car. Capone, who had seen enough drive-by shootings to be justifiably panicked, opened the door of the moving sedan, jumped out, and tumbled down a 100-foot hill. He was shaken, but not hurt. The next day, after one more round of golf, he boarded a train to Chicago. He was shaken, but not hurt. The next day, after one more round of golf, he boarded a train to Chicago. Chapter 14. The Better Element. Mayor William E. Deaver couldn't catch a break. Though his administration had shut down thousands of speakeasies and destroyed hundreds of distilleries, it hardly mattered. Getting a nip of the sauce in Chicago was as easy as getting a book from the library. Maybe easier. Even when murder rates dipped from 1925 to 1926, down from 394 to 356, the newspapers gave the mayor and his police department no credit whatsoever. They said it was probably thanks to Capone and his ceasefire. Deaver loved the job's ceremony. He loved welcoming foreign dignitaries, cutting ribbons, making speeches, handing out keys to the city, attending grand openings, posing for photographs, putting on 10-gallon hats when cowboy actors came to town, and talking business over golf with the city's moguls. But Chicago was hopeless, he had decided, and running the place was a thankless job. He was a big, sturdily built man, Irish Catholic, with a thick head of iron-colored hair and a mustache to match. He was 65 now, and the job felt like a burden. Deaver's meaty frame seemed to sag. The gleam in his eyes vanished behind drooping lids. He tired easily. He preferred to spend his evenings at home, where he would roll up his shirt sleeves, smoke a cigar, and read pulp fiction. His wife Kate would serve him breakfast and give him the rundown on current events in the morning papers, but politics bored him. Playing the games required to get reelected held little appeal. He was tired, too, of being forced to defend Prohibition. He liked the drink as much as the next man. Civic leaders urged Deaver to run for one more term. If his efforts had not remade the city, at least he had tried. At least the rest of the world could see that some of the people in Chicago cared. And if he hadn't succeeded in destroying the city's criminal organizations, at least he hadn't been corrupted by them. He had managed to harass the outlaws a little bit. "You have redeemed the city, Mr. Mayor, from the effects of the terrible ravages it underwent for 8 years," said Julius Rosenwald, a philanthropist and part owner of Sears Roebuck and Company, referring to the 8-year administration of Deaver's immediate predecessor, Big Bill Thompson. "Chicago faces a tremendous political crisis. You're the one man to save the day." There was a good reason why Rosenwald made reference to Thompson. He knew that Big Bill was thinking about trying to recapture the mayor's office. To the city's reformers, Thompson's return would be nothing short of a disaster. It would mean a complete surrender to the forces of greed and vice. It would deal a devastating blow to the city's sullied image. It would make a mockery of everything the reformers had fought for during Deaver's administration. Deaver relented. He agreed to run again. The mention of Thompson's possible candidacy set gangland buzzing, as if the democratic process had not been good enough to the gangsters already, giving them the great gift of Prohibition and allowing this tragically flawed and thoroughly unenforceable law to stay in place for 6 years and counting. The possible return of Thompson seemed almost too good to be true. After his vacation in Hot Springs, Capone returned for the campaign season, intending to do everything he could to help his candidate. Since leaving office in 1923, Thompson had not exactly draped himself in glory. He had lost a bid for the U.S. Senate and made national news with a series of bizarre and ridiculous publicity stunts. For example, he debated a pair of caged rats in a political rally at the Court Theater and arranged a short-lived expedition to the South Seas to hunt tree-climbing fish. No matter. With all those stunts and misadventures, Thompson had managed to keep his name before the public during his absence from office, and now he believed he had the perfect issues on which to build his campaign for re-election. He would attack Deaver for invading the privacy of ordinary Chicagoans in his pursuit of bootleggers and moonshiners. Thompson was able to make this allegation because Deaver had ordered his police chief to make arrests anywhere and everywhere. Because it wasn't easy to arrest well-protected gang leaders such as Capone, and because it was even more difficult to convict them, the cops took to making easy busts, invading homes and arresting the citizens found there for possession of small amounts of alcohol. Gradually, in the minds of many Chicagoans, the police had become the enemy. Law-abiding citizens had come to feel imposed upon. They accused the government of sticking its nose where it didn't belong. So strong were the sentiments that when a tall, slender hoodlum named Martin Durkin killed a police officer, fled, and avoided capture for several months, Chicagoans cheered. When Durkin was finally arrested and brought back to the city, crowds greeted him so warmly that Mayor Deaver banned the showing of the newsreel films depicting the event. Thompson promised to do things differently. In announcing his campaign for re-election, he vowed to represent the people, not the police, and said he would fire any cop caught crossing the threshold of a man's home or place of business. He also promised to reopen the businesses Deaver had shut down and open 10,000 new ones. Thompson did not specifically say those businesses would be speakeasies, but he didn't have to. Capone and everyone else knew that speakeasies were the only businesses Deaver had shut down. Thompson's opponents in the Democratic primary were Thompson's former protege, Fred London, and Edward Litzinger, a reform candidate who had the backing of U.S. Senator Charles Deneen. Both men tried to make crime the campaign's central issue, saying Thompson was the candidate for gangland Chicago. But Big Bill mocked the notion that Chicago should or could enforce the laws of Prohibition. In addition to promising to keep Chicago soaking wet with booze, Thompson made ridiculous promises designed to appeal to voters' patriotism, saying he was the only candidate strong enough to stop King George of England from sticking his nose in American affairs, the only candidate who would fight the League of Nations and the World Court, the only candidate strong enough to preserve American independence. "America first and last and always," he shouted. "That's the issue of this campaign." The crowds went for it like free beer. Voters were fed up with the city's elite. Capone went to work on behalf of Thompson once again, collecting campaign contributions from the saloon keepers who bought his beer. The minimum contribution was $40. Those operating slot machines in their saloons were expected to kick in at least $250 each. Thompson won easily in the primary, setting up a showdown with Deaver in the general election. The Tribune was not impressed with Capone's candidate, editorializing, "Thompson is a buffoon in a tommy-rot foundry, but when his crowd gets loose in the city hall, Chicago has more need of Marines than any Nicaraguan town. No one is obliged to guess as to Thompson or as to Deaver. The city has had experience with both and knows exactly what to expect. It is not exploring unknown territory. Both regions are mapped and signposted. The issue is between common sense and plain bunk. It is between decency and disreputability, between sensible people and political defectives, between honesty in administration and the percentage system." An association of Protestant ministers endorsed Deaver, calling Thompson the worst mayor ever to rule any city. Another preacher accused Thompson of throwing a stag party in which naked women performed lewd acts for members of the Good Roads Association. Jane Addams and Harold L. Ickes, a powerful lawyer and future U.S. Secretary of the Interior, were among the righteous souls who stood up for Deaver. So did the eminent political scientist Charles E. Merriam. George Brennan, a Democratic Party strategist, made the declaration that not all supporters of Thompson are hoodlums, but every hoodlum is supporting Thompson. The New York Times reported that Thompson's cynical campaign was designed to appeal to the illiterate portion of the electorate, including most of the Negro voters. None of it mattered. Thompson drew enormous crowds at his campaign events. The public mood seemed to be in his favor. "Think of Chicago's future," pleaded Deaver, sounding as desperate as a crazy man who can't make others see what he sees. "Think of the best interests of our city." "Hooray for Big Bill! Hooray for beer!" shouted the crowd at one Thompson rally. Estimates varied on Capone's contribution to the campaign. Some pegged it at $100,000. Others went as high as $260,000. In the days before the election, bootleggers and their money were seen often at the stately Sherman Hotel, where Thompson made his headquarters. "I'm for Big Bill, hook, line, and sinker, and Bill's for me, hook, line, and sinker," said Jack Zuta, a gang leader and pimp who often clashed with Capone, but who had been cooperating since the truce took effect. Schemer Drucci also was reported to be playing an active role in the Thompson campaign. Still in mourning for his old pal Jaime Weiss, Drucci kept a framed picture of the recently departed gangster in his hotel room, along with a machine gun, a shotgun, a few pistols, and a bulletproof vest. On April 4th, the day before the election, some North Side gangsters, possibly including Drucci, raided the offices of Alderman Dorsey R. Crow, a Deaver supporter from the 42nd Ward. They knocked over file cabinets, kicked out a window, and scared the daylights out of Crow's secretary, but didn't hurt anybody or take anything. Later that day, police caught up to Drucci in front of the Bel Air Hotel at the corner of Pine Grove and Diversifying. They put him in a police sedan and drove off toward the courthouse. Drucci didn't like the way the cops were treating him and let them know it. "You take your gun off, and I'll kick the hell out of you," he told one of the cops. a big guy named Dan Healy, with whom he had tangled before. A few months earlier, Healy had tried to kill Joe Saltis during a saloon raid. Only the intervention of another officer prevented it. Now, Drucci kept jawing at the big cop. Shoving started. Drucci managed to push Healy out of the car. When the driver stopped to retrieve the fallen officer, Healy drew his gun, shoved it through the car window, and started firing, hitting Drucci in the arm, leg, and stomach. Drucci died en route to the hospital. He was 26. Election day was quiet, to almost everyone's surprise. Some accounts said that Capone's men were on guard at polling stations across the city, making sure Thompson got all the votes he needed. But the daily newspapers made no mention of gang activity. The papers did report, however, that the police assigned 250 officers, including 35 machine gunners, to guard the polling places, and that Mayor Deaver's allies supplemented this force by sending out every available City Hall employee to monitor polling places for signs of cheating. Thompson defeated Deaver by a wide margin. Though Capone may have helped swing the election, he didn't vote. In all his years in Chicago, he never even registered. The re-election of Big Bill Thompson reminded the world again of Chicago's seemingly limitless tolerance for corruption. The humorist Will Rogers, in one of his regular syndicated newspaper columns, summed up the election this way: "They was trying to beat Bill with the better element vote. The trouble with Chicago is that there ain't much better element." The morning after his election, Big Bill was roaring, "Officially, we have arrived!" So had Capone. With an ally in control of City Hall again, with Drucci, Weiss, and O'Banion all dead, with Prohibition enforcement all but abandoned, with the breweries and distilleries and transportation networks running smoothly, with the stock market soaring, and with no end in sight to the nation's giddy mood, Chicago's top gang boss was fully in command, his wealth and power still rising, his prospects seemingly limitless. At age 28, Capone was king. His prospects seemingly limitless. At age 28, Capone was king. Part 2. King Capone. Chapter 15. There's worse fellows in the world than me. Al Capone called his organization the Outfit, small t, small o. He referred to it casually, and despite the organization's Byzantine structure and bountiful cash flow, he ran it fairly casually, too. The word mafia never crossed his lips. The term usually applied to Sicilian criminal groups, and Capone was not a Sicilian. He was also non-discriminatory in his hiring practices. His closest aides were Jack Guzik, a Jew, Tony Lombardo, a Sicilian, and Frank Nitti, who came from Angri in Calabria, the same as Capone's parents and grandparents. Brother Ralph Capone supervised beer distribution, thus his nickname Bottles, assisted by Capone's cousin Charlie Fischetti and another Italian business associate named Lawrence Mangano. Pete Penovich, a native of Austria, ran much of the gambling business. A pair of Irishmen, George Red Barker and William Three-Fingered White, along with a Welshman named Murray the Camel Humphreys, took care of the labor unions and rackets. The outfit's principal gunman was Jack Machine Gun McGurn, a Sicilian whose real name was Vincenzo Antonio Gibaldi. The Capone Empire reached every corner of the city, and yet, like Lake Michigan, it was nearly impossible from almost any single angle to comprehend its depth and breadth. With his wife and mother, Capone owned the house on South Prairie Avenue, but that was all the property he owned. He didn't want to be tied too closely to any of the illicit businesses he helped to supervise and supply. Members of his organization, on the other hand, had their own hotels, casinos, speakeasies, lower-class speakeasies known as blind pigs, cabarets, restaurants, breweries, bakeries, and brothels. Capone would get a slice of the profits from each of those operations, but at least on paper he had nothing to do with them. In effect, the outfit was a collection of synergistic partnerships. No board of directors called the shots, no committees set down rules and regulations. Rather, wrote Robert Hardy Andrews, a journalist who covered the city in the 1920s, it was a confederation of utterly conscienceless dictators bound together by two things: their total distrust of each other, which was totally justified, and their adaptation of Benjamin Franklin's maxim that hanging together is preferable to hanging separately. Always, just below, there were thrusters reaching up for more of the loot. Members of the Confederation shared their influence and expertise. They shared the risk, and, when arrested, they pooled their resources and hired the best lawyers. As a result, when Capone's men went to war with other gang members or got themselves in hot water with the cops, it was often a result of one partner's freelance business activities and not connected directly to Capone. That separation gave Capone a degree of plausible deniability when crimes occurred within his sphere of influence, as they so often did. Nevertheless, those small freelance operations became key parts of the Capone enterprise and excellent sources of revenue. Capone's associates bought their whiskey, beer, and wine from the outfit. They got their slot machines from the outfit. They bought their protection from the outfit. Of course, they paid a big chunk of their income to the outfit, too. Or else. The Hawthorne smoke shop in Cicero, for example, sold tobacco, but did a much bigger business in gambling. It closed, relocated, and reopened several times over the years, mostly because of raids, but the money flowed steadily when its doors were open. Frankie Pope, a West Sider sometimes known as the millionaire newsboy, ran the bookmaking there, while Pete Penovich ran the casino-style betting. Each man had a partnership interest in the operation. In 1924, the smoke shop's books showed net income of $300,000, or roughly $3.6 million by today's standards, according to the federal government. The next year was not as good. The books showed only $117,000 in income. But in 1926, the shop performed well, bringing in $170,000 in the first 4 months of the year, before a raid shut it down. How much income went unrecorded is anybody's guess. Then there was the Harlem Inn, a brothel or bawdy house, as they called it, in Stickney, where a dozen or so girls worked 7 nights a week. On a Good Friday or Saturday night, the prostitutes there brought in more than $1,200. The top earners, referred to as Edna and Ruth, according to house ledgers, earned more than $100 each on good nights. The girls kept half of what they made, the rest went to the house. Over the course of a year, the brothel probably took in more than $230,000, or about $2.7 million by today's count. Capone and his men operated sex parlors and gambling halls like these all over Chicago and the suburbs, but neither the feds nor anyone else ever accurately measured the size of the enterprise. Did Capone have 10 such operations? 100? 1,000? No one knew. At one time, the government estimated the outfit's income to be $50 million a year from bootlegging, $25 million a year from gambling, and close to $10 million each from prostitution and narcotics, for a total of about $95 million a year, or $1.2 billion in today's dollars. The federal government had every reason to exaggerate its estimate of Capone's economic power, and probably did. But even if it was accurate in pegging the figure at $95 million, there's no way to know how much of that money settled into Capone's wallet. For starters, the feds estimated that roughly $15 million a year went to paying off cops and politicians. In Cicero, for 1925 and 1926, the feds said Capone grabbed 52% of all gambling income, which he split evenly with his 3 principal partners, his brother Ralph, Jack Guzik, and Frank Nitti. After that, about 20% went to town officials, and the rest went to the local operators of brothels, saloons, and casinos. But no one ever knew about the disposition of Capone's income with any certainty, which was in part the genius of Capone's business. If he really was making as much money as the authorities said, he showed few signs of greed. He recognized that he had to spend money to make money, and he never tried to cut back on the lavish bribes to cops and public officials. He was unbothered when partners within the organization grew independently wealthy, and while he no doubt had access to large supplies of cash, there is no evidence that he ever took steps to amass personal wealth. He built no mansions in Chicago, opened no bank accounts on or offshore, or funneled large amounts of money to his mother, as far as anyone could tell. He treated himself to an armor-plated Cadillac town sedan, green and black, with reinforced bulletproof side panels and glass, a steel-hooded gas tank, and a gun box behind the back seat. The car supposedly weighed 7 tons and cost more than $20,000, or about 10 times the price of an ordinary Cadillac sedan. He gambled like an addict. He entertained well. He wore custom suits made by Chicago's finest tailors. He purchased expensive gifts, diamond-encrusted belt buckles for one, and handed out generous tips. Still, if Capone possessed the phenomenal wealth the government alleged, he could have lived much more opulently. In 1927, he still hadn't even paid off the $4,400 mortgage on the family's South Prairie Avenue home. This was not the behavior one would expect for one of the nation's richest, most famous, and most powerful men, and certainly not in the 1920s, when the stock market was minting fresh millionaires daily and everyone had a tip on a hot stock. Capone's conservative wealth management suggests that he was either devilishly smart and recognized that the accumulation of excessive wealth and property would one day land him in trouble with the government, or that his enterprise, like a junk with money, was so volatile and so precariously balanced that the best he could do was keep it on its feet and moving in the right direction. Either way, he was clearly a careful man. In the spring of 1927, thanks in large part to Big Bill Thompson's stunning re-election victory, the national press began to notice how much power Capone had accumulated. A year earlier, Chicago reporters were not consistently spelling his name correctly. Now, he was gaining national and international renown. He may have been gaining respect, too. When the transatlantic pilot Francesco de Pinedo flew to Chicago, the city of big shoulders, as part of his world tour, Capone was among the city dignitaries invited to greet him. And when Edward J. O'Hare, a St. Louis lawyer, went looking for a partner to open a dog racing track, he turned to Capone. In truth, O'Hare, who owned the patent on mechanical rabbits used at dog tracks, wasn't looking for an upstanding citizen to join his enterprise. Dog racing was gaining in popularity, thanks largely to the advent of O'Hare's electric bunny, which kept the greyhounds going fast in the right direction. Dog racing was much cheaper than horse racing. The dogs ate less and didn't require jockeys, and these races were much easier to rig. Hungry dogs almost always ran faster than full-bellied ones. O'Hare was big, tough, and loud-mouthed. He was quick with a joke and quick to pick up a bar tab. The gamblers loved him. He also was wickedly smart. With help from bootleggers, he built tracks all over the country. The booters, he figured out, could always be counted on to come up with cash. They had strong political connections and hearty appetites for gambling, too. Capone would eventually get more than he bargained for from his partnership with O'Hare, but in the short run, Capone loved owning a stake in a semi-legitimate business. Increasingly, the world wanted to know about Capone, and while Capone managed to be on guard in most other departments, he could never say no to requests for interviews, especially when approached by women. Generally, reporters and bootleggers came from the same neighborhoods, but the real reason Capone talked was that he enjoyed the gabbing and sensed that newspaper readers would have empathy for him. The common man knew that the whole world, or at least the whole city, was corrupt, and the common man wanted beer. Patricia Doherty, a reporter for the Herald and Examiner, landed one of the most extensive interviews, which she sold to the popular women's magazine Cosmopolitan. The story had no particular angle designed to appeal to women, although Capone was portrayed more humanely and more roundly than he was accustomed to. For many Americans, this was the first glimpse of Capone as a man, as opposed to the monster they'd been reading about in the headlines of their local newspapers. In the article, Capone admitted that the bootlegging business required a certain amount of violence, including an occasional murder, and confessed to bribing public officials. "I violate the Prohibition law, sure," he said. "Who doesn't? The only difference is I take more chances than the man who drinks a cocktail before dinner and a flock of highballs after it." He went on to castigate others he deemed hypocrites. "There's only one thing worse than a crook, I think, and that is a crooked man in a big political job, a man who pretends he is enforcing the law and is really making dough out of breaking it. Even a self-respecting hoodlum hasn't any use for that kind of fella. He buys them like he'd buy any other article necessary to this trade. But he hates them in his heart." Capone continued on the sentimental streak. "What does a man think about when he's killing another man in a gang war? Well, maybe he thinks that the law of self-defense, the way God looks at it, is a little broader than the law books have it. Maybe it means killing a man who'd kill you if he saw you first. Maybe it means killing a man in defense of your business, the way you make your money to take care of your wife and child. I think it does. You can't blame me for thinking there's worse fellows in the world than me." The writer went on to describe the state of calm Capone had brought upon Chicago, where beer trucks rumbled without fear of hijacking, and men such as Capone could travel with only a single bodyguard instead of a score. Scarface Al, she said, claimed credit for the happy state of affairs. He even restated his regret that Jaime Weiss had to die for peace to come to the city. "That killing was unnecessary," Capone said. Now, though, he had at last found serenity. It was, he said, just like the old days. The North Siders stayed on the North Side, the Cicero men stayed in Cicero. And if we meet on the street, we say hello and shake hands. Better, ain't it? Though he admitted to surprise at the direction his life had taken, he gave no sign of regret, even when he admitted that May had had no idea what she had been getting herself into when she had agreed to marry. "I was just a nice little boy that grew up with her in Brooklyn," he recalled. "And she was a sweet little Irish kid who took me for better or for worse. What do I want my boy, Albert, to be when he grows up? Well, first of all, I want him to be a man, a brave man who can look anyone in the eye and stand his ground no matter what comes. I like a man with nerve, even if he's on the other end of a gunfight. I want him to have all the things I never had. I want him to go to college. I went to work when I was 13. I want him to know about nice things in the world. I don't want him to be a bootlegger or a reformer either. I'd rather like him to be a professional man, a doctor, a lawyer, or a professional man, anything that'd give him an easier time than his old man's had. What do I want him to think about me? I want him to know that I loved him enough to risk my life to work for him. I want him to remember that I had a different kind of life than I made for him, and I expect him to repay me by playing the game straight. And most of all, what I want for that boy is a wife like mine and boy like mine to make whatever game he picks out worth winning. And if he'd ever get to be a public official, I'd want him to be the squarest one that ever lived." As Prohibition matured, and as his wealth and might grew, Capone diversified the outfit's operations. Late in 1925, a dry cleaner named Morris Becker was approached by a racket called the Retail Cleaners and Dyers Association, which collected dues and assessments, helped set prices in the industry, and promised to protect its members from trouble. What sort of trouble might befall a mom-and-pop dry cleaner business? Those who declined to join the association found out fast. Windows were smashed, homemade bombs were tossed, lives were threatened. Nevertheless, Becker decided to take his chances. Southside shops that had joined the association were raising prices, charging $1.75 to clean men's suits and $2.25 to do women's dresses. Becker, who charged 50 cents less for each item, made up his mind to fly solo and hold his prices steady. That brought a visit from a representative of the association. "You are going to raise prices," he told Becker. "The Constitution," the merchant replied, "guarantees me the right to life, liberty, and full pursuit of happiness." "To hell with the Constitution," said the union man. "I am a damned mite bigger than the Constitution." 3 days later, a bomb exploded in Becker's store. He filed a complaint with the police, which led to the indictment of 16 leaders of the Cleaners Association. But the men were never tried. A few years later, no longer relying on the Constitution, Becker consulted a higher power. He talked his way into Capone's office and asked for help. Capone saw a chance to get in on the rackets and, perhaps thanks to the size and profitability of his business, was able to offer Becker better terms than his blackmailers had offered. "I now have no need of the state's attorney, the police department, or the Employers Association," Becker boasted to the press upon securing Capone's help. "I have the best protection in the world." Capone did not invent the protection racket, or racketeering as it came to be known in the 1920s. The custom, nothing more than organized bullying, really, dated back ages. But now that Capone was the most powerful man in the city, he was uniquely positioned to serve and protect, and the rackets enhanced his image of importance. Before long, other dry cleaners were signing up with Capone for protection. When asked, he started telling people he was getting out of beer and going into dry cleaning. Becker was not the only one seeking Capone's help. When real estate men feared a strike among elevator operators, 25 of them paid $1,000 each for Capone's help in averting the action. A year or so later, according to one of Capone's men, Capone helped put down a strike by some of the city's newsboys and newspaper delivery truck drivers. Legend has it that Capone, as a reward for his efforts, got a meeting with the Trib's publisher, Colonel Robert R. McCormick, and used the occasion to request that the newspaper go easy on him. "You know, you are famous like Babe Ruth," McCormick supposedly said. "We can't help printing things about you, but I will see that the Tribune gives you a square deal." Whether McCormick made promises or not, one thing is clear. The Trib did in fact go easy on him in 1927. Babe Ruth, in the course of hitting 60 home runs and leading the Yankees to win the World Series, was mentioned in nearly 300 Trib stories, while Capone drew ink only 20 times. And not all the stories were negative. On August 29th, when police were called to the Hawthorne racetrack to put down a riot by angry bettors after race officials posted the wrong list of winning greyhounds, the Trib noted that Al Capone, who is said to be one of the owners of the Hawthorne track, and several of his followers aided the police in quelling the disturbance. They didn't even call him Scarface. Capone's other racket was jazz. He didn't make money directly on the music business, but jazz, often referred to at the time as Negro music, gave the 1920s its sound, and there were bands in almost every one of the city's best speakeasies. The music could be raw or romantic, sexy or sweet, heraldic or hedonistic, and much of it was made up on the spot. Perfect for the bacchanalian 1920s, which F. Scott Fitzgerald labeled the Jazz Age. The nation hadn't lost its taste for harmless ditties, such as Blue Skies and Ain't She Sweet, but audiences also hankered for more daring rhythms and timbres. They wanted to hear Jelly Roll Morton's Red Hot Peppers playing Black Bottom Stomp, and Bessie Smith singing Downhearted Blues. Chicago's booming entertainment market encouraged competition among artists and pushed them to innovate. and the innovations, fueled with booze and drugs, produced mind-blowing, pulse-producing sounds. "Jazz has come to stay," said the conductor Leopold Stokowski, "because it is an expression of the times, of the breathless, energetic, superactive times in which we are living." In May 1927, Louis Armstrong and his band went into a studio and recorded 12 tracks that would forever change American music. One of them, "Potato Head Blues," became an instant hit, thanks in part to the black Pullman porters who bought stacks of the record in Chicago and delivered them to friends and relatives across the country. This was a radical, electric, sexually and racially charged music. It was a joyous escape from custom, from authority, from boredom, from hardship, from pain, and it could not have flowered, could not have reached such a wide and well-integrated audience had it not grown up from the fertile soil of the speakeasy. Joe Oliver, Bessie Smith, Johnny Dodds, and Jimmy Noon were regulars at Southside clubs such as the Dreamland Cafe, the Deluxe, the Sunset, and the Plantation, the last of which was reputedly owned by Capone. Up-and-comers such as Milton Mesro and Eddie Condon earned their chops at South suburban clubs such as the Arrowhead and the Martinique, where Capone may have supplied the booze or held an ownership stake. Mesro liked to say that he received his jazz education at Capone's University of Gut Bucket Arts, Mesro's name for the Arrowhead. When the band wasn't playing, Mesro and his boys were put to work pouring a concoction of ginger ale and alcohol into barrels of Capone's near beer in an attempt to duplicate the real thing. Al always showed up surrounded by a gang of triggermen. They sat in the corner, very gay and noisy, but gunning the whole situation out of the corner of their eyes. Al's big round face had a broad grin plastered on it, and he was always good-natured. Once, though, when Capone ordered Mesro to fire a singer named Lillian, who had been getting flirty with one of Capone's brothers, Mez challenged him. The saxophonist was one of the jazz world's greatest pot smokers and distributors, so great that musicians for decades would refer to the highest grade weed as Mez. Maybe the fact that he was high explained his boldness. "I won't fire her," Mez said, according to his memoirs. "She can't sing, anyway," answered Capone. "Can't sing?" Mesro complained. "Why, you couldn't even tell good whiskey if you smelled it, and that's your racket. So how do you figure to tell me about music?" Capone laughed and let it go. Almost every musician and comedian who performed in Chicago in the 1920s had a story about Capone. Some of them may have even been true. Fats Waller, composer of the hit songs Ain't Misbehavin' and Keepin' Out of Mischief Now, claimed he was kidnapped and made to play for Capone's birthday party one year. Milton Berle claimed he was strong-armed by Capone's men into performing for Big Bill Thompson at the Cotton Club in Cicero. When Capone offered the comedian a wad of 20s for his trouble, Berle supposedly refused, saying, "I don't need this," to which Capone replied, "I don't need it either." George Jessel, who turned down the chance to star in The Jazz Singer, the most celebrated movie of 1927, claimed that Capone once took him out to the Midnight Frolic, a nightclub owned and operated by Ike Bloom, one of the founders of Chicago's bawdy levee district. "Call me Snorky," the gangster told Jessel by way of introduction, and continued, "Anything happens to you or any of your friends, let me know." In one of the few verifiable stories, the comedian Joe E. Lewis got in trouble with the Capone gang when he decided to abandon his gig at the Green Mill, a North Side club where he was making $600 a week, for a better deal at the Rendezvous Cafe at the corner of Clark and Diversey. Jack McGurn, of Machine Gun fame, and rumored to be one of the Green Mill's owners, warned Lewis not to go. Lewis didn't listen, and one day there came a knock at the door of his hotel room. He opened the door, and 3 men rushed in. Lewis was beaten, stabbed, and left for dead. But when police picked up McGurn, Lewis wised up and said he couldn't identify the men who attacked him and couldn't think of why anyone would want to hurt him. By all accounts, Capone was a lover of the arts and a benefactor of musicians. He especially loved the opera, which he usually attended with bodyguards seated all around him. In fact, he was seen in the company of his bodyguards much more often than with his wife. May was almost never photographed or even mentioned in the papers during Capone's reign over the city. None of the celebrities who bragged about their encounters with Capone ever mentioned meeting his wife. May's acute shyness kept her home, away from glittering public nightlife. She became more involved in the church and less involved in her husband's life. To some in the Capone family, it seemed as if May had cocooned herself, emerging only to engage with her son or her family back in Brooklyn. Nevertheless, Capone kept a busy social calendar, often in the company of paramours, and enjoyed the access to great music and theater that his wealth and fame enabled. Later in life, when he had more time on his hands, he would teach himself to read and transpose music and to play the mandola, a larger version of the mandolin. "There isn't a song written I can't play," he would boast in a letter to his son. It was summer 1927. Charles Lindbergh was taking victory laps around the country after his solo flight across the Atlantic. The whole city seemed to stand still and gaze skyward as he buzzed Chicago on a cloudy afternoon. That same day, August 13th, Captain John Steig resigned from his job with the Chicago Police Department when it was revealed that his real name was John Stedge and that he had been convicted of murder at age 15. Elsewhere, Mae West was found guilty of obscenity in New York. The famous anarchists, Sacco and Vanzetti, were executed in Massachusetts. President Coolidge shocked the nation with a terse announcement that he would not run for another term in office. The South was reeling from the great Mississippi flood, which killed more than 200 and displaced at least 700,000. But the Secretary of Commerce, Herbert Hoover, was doing heroic work in organizing relief to what was described as the greatest natural disaster in the nation's history. "Yes, sir," said a farmer from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, where flood victims gathered to present Hoover with a loving cup. "They think a lot of Hoover down here, both white and colored. I read the other day where a fellow said Benjamin Franklin was the first civilized American and the most useful man of his day. We think Hoover is the most useful American of his day. Why, he'd make a fine president." Earlier in the year, Mayor Thompson had named Mike Go-Get-'em Hughes his new chief of police. This was the same Mike Hughes, former head of the state's highway police, who had boasted of running Capone out of Cicero. Showing no obvious signs of corruption, Hughes began putting his stamp on the department by taking cops out from behind desks and putting them on the street. He said he would need another 3,000 officers to give the city's gangsters a fair fight. At the same time, he announced that he intended to put science to use in the pursuit of prominent criminals. A great debate raged at the time as to true causes of crime. A growing number of scientists believed that criminal behavior might be explained and perhaps even eradicated through psychoanalysis. Endocrinology, or the study of the secretions of the endocrine glands, was said to be the key. Once researchers fully grasped the effects of hormones, they hoped they might be able to adjust the secretions in the mentally ill and the criminally inclined. Hughes suggested that the gangsters get psychopathic examinations, and that those who failed be assigned to the state hospital in Chester, more affectionately known as the Loony Bin. The first man tested was Capone's top bodyguard and assassin, McGurn. On August 17th, he took a seat in a city hall office that had been converted to a laboratory. He drew triangles within circles. Asked what the word bear, B-E-A-R, called to mind, he answered bathing beauty, perhaps thinking the word had been B-A-R-E. He looked at pictures of men without heads and cars without wheels and correctly identified their flaws. While he was taking the B'nai Simon intelligence exam, or IQ test, the secretary administering the test left the room momentarily. McKern got up and tried to crib the answers from the papers on her desk. Caught in the act, He said he had only been looking for his handkerchief. "I may have been all right when I went in there," he told a reporter upon completion of the exam, "but I'm sure nutty now." One day that summer in Chicago, when about 400 agents and prospective agents were taking a civil service exam at Lane Technical High School, the men administering the exam noticed an unusually large number of snazzily dressed test-takers. Would-be civil servants, as a rule, did not come so well attired. When exams were handed out, the well-dressed men didn't touch their pencils. It turned out that scores of bootleggers had applied to take the test just so they could get into the auditorium to get a good look at the faces of the agents who would soon be coming after them. In the early days of Prohibition, bootleggers would not have cared enough about the Prohibition agents to stake out one of their exams. But that summer the agents had been making more busts than usual. On August 5th, they burst into an old livery stable at 217 East 30th Street, where they found 8 1,500-gallon vats, 5 1,500-gallon storage tanks, and a double-armed racker that enabled handlers to fill 2 barrels at a time from one vat. 47 barrels of beer were already on a truck, and 8 barrels more were about to be loaded when the raiders arrived, led by Patrick Roche and Clarence Converse of the Internal Revenue Bureau. A couple of men escaped by climbing down a rope that hung from a second-floor window. One of the men who didn't escape begged the federal agents to let him go. "Give me a break," he pleaded. "Let me call Al. Wait a few minutes, and everything will be squared." Before the bust, Roche and Converse had observed 2 police cars and 2 motorcycle cops patrolling the area, clearly in the employ of the bootleggers, making sure no rivals attempted to hijack the shipment. The revenue men said they knew the cops' names and would soon issue warrants for their arrest. They said they hoped to find proof that Capone controlled the operation, but charges against the big fellow never came. Even so, Capone seemed to be feeling the effects of the raids. At about this time, he called one of his competitors, Roger Toohey, saying he was low on beer and wanted to buy some. Toohey, working out of Des Plaines, 15 miles north of Chicago, ran one of the area's most efficient operations and produced some of its best-tasting beer. He considered himself a cut above the city's other booters, including Capone. "Capone wasn't my kind of person," he wrote in his autobiography. "People around him or against him were all the time getting murdered." Given their long-running rivalry, Toohey might have been trying to make Capone look bad. In his story, he made Chicago's most legendary gangster sound like a petty chiseler. Capone wanted beer, and Toohey had surplus at the time, according to his story, so he agreed to make a deal. Toohey told Capone he would sell 500 barrels at $37.50 per. A few days after taking delivery, Capone called and asked for another 300 barrels. When it came time to settle his bill, he complained that 50 barrels had been leakers, so he would pay for only 750. Toohey, who had his barrels custom-built and air-tested for leaks, knew he was being chiseled. "You owe me for 800, he told Capone. "Well," Capone waffled, "the boys told me there were 50 leakers. I'll check on it." The next day, Capone paid $30,000 cash for all 800 barrels. When Capone called the following week to see about acquiring another 500 barrels, Toohey said his regular customers had already taken his full supply. "That wasn't exactly true," recalled Toohey, "but what was the use of needling him by saying I didn't do business with weasels?" Summer went on. The beer flowed. The cops looked away. The mayor snickered. The courts remained clogged. The gangland truce held, give or take a couple dozen shootings, and a young Prohibition officer named Elliot Ness made his first meaningful bust, nailing a small-town mayor as he delivered 2 barrels of beer to a roadhouse in suburban Lyons. But no one, including Capone, paid any attention. Neither did anyone make much fuss about this item in the May 17th edition of the Chicago Tribune. Washington, D.C. Bootleggers must file income tax returns, the Supreme Court of the United States held today. Washington, D.C. Bootleggers must file income tax returns, the Supreme Court of the United States held today. Chapter 16. Uneasy Lies the Head. Early in November 1927, the federal government dropped all the charges that had been filed a year earlier against Cicero's leading gangsters and politicians. The indictments had been too broad, the evidence too thin. 74 indictments vanished in the stroke of a pen when U.S. Attorney Johnson announced he couldn't make the charges stick. To celebrate, Capone went shopping. He decided to redecorate his hotel suite, ordering lampshades, bookends, a sofa, a table, a couple of walnut chairs, and 3 elephant figurines. Capone had a weakness for elephant figurines. He collected them in all shapes and sizes, mostly with upturned trunks, which were said to be symbols of good luck, like horseshoes. While he was ordering the items for his hotel suite, he also ordered some for the family home on South Prairie Avenue, a walnut dining room set, including a table, chairs, a china cabinet and buffet, a new mattress and bed spring, a couple of pillows, a lamp, Chinese rugs, and a few other odds and ends. He made the selections himself, seemingly without help from his wife, and once again he paid cash. The tab came to $2,000. He also dropped in at Marshall Field and Company, where he picked up 3 sets of silk underwear, $12 a set, 6 new suits, $135 each, 12 custom-made shirts, about $25 a shirt, 18 collars, $2 or $2.50 each, 24 monograms at $1 each, 28 ties, $4 or $5 each, and 28 handkerchiefs, $3 each. Altogether, in 1927, he purchased a total of 27 suits from Marshall Field. By now, his suite at the Metropole had grown to 8 rooms, occupying most of the 4th floor. He paid $1,200 to $1,500 a week, depending on the size of his bar and restaurant tab. In September, when all the world's attention had turned to Chicago for the heavyweight championship fight between Gene Tunney and Jack Dempsey, Capone had rented the hotel's banquet room and tossed a 2-day party for friends, relatives, and some of the out-of-town celebrities and underworld figures who had come to town to see the fight. The charges for food and drink totaled $3,000. Capone was rumored to have bet $45,000 on Dempsey. As the boxer told it, Capone had offered to ensure a favorable outcome. When Dempsey refused, Capone supposedly sent him a floral arrangement with a note that read, "In the name of sportsmanship." About 125,000 fans jammed Soldier Field on Chicago's lakefront to watch the fight. Dempsey knocked Tunney to the canvas with a left hook to the chin in the 7th round, then stood over his opponent, glowering, as he always did, apparently forgetting about the new rule that required him to retreat to a neutral corner. Tunney spent at least 14 seconds on the mat and probably should have been counted out, but managed to rise before the referee could call it a knockout. Dempsey failed to move in for the kill. Tunney recomposed himself, danced away, hit Dempsey, danced, and kept on dancing and hitting and dancing until Dempsey looked old, soft, and thoroughly beaten. Tunney won by unanimous decision. Capone may have lost a bundle on Dempsey, but he had no trouble paying his hotel bills. He always settled his tab in cash, pulling a big wad from his pocket. Only rarely did the hotel's manager need to remind him to pay up. Meanwhile, over in Chicago's Little Italy, a long-running internecine battle was threatening to become a citywide problem, and the biggest challenge yet to the truce that Capone had forged among his gun-toting peers. It had started in May, when someone fired 200 rounds from a machine gun into the Aiello and Company bakery on West Division Street. In the back and forth that followed during the next few weeks, 16 men died. The man at the heart of the dispute was Joe Aiello, a big, tough, sad-eyed Sicilian immigrant. For years, Aiello and his brothers had been content to run their family bakery and to sell a little bit of pure alcohol on the side. For bakers and grocers, alcohol production was simple because they already possessed the necessary ingredients, namely, large amounts of sugar and yeast. But when Aiello had begun pushing to expand that part of his business, he ran into firm opposition from the Jenner brothers, also known as the terrible Jenners. The Jenners, once there were 6 of them, now, several gangland clashes later, there were 3, were early allies of Torrio and Capone. Dozens of Little Italy residents operated stills in their basements and garages, and much of the alcohol they produced went to the Jenner brothers. They sold it to the bootleggers, thus assuming most of the risk in exchange for the biggest chunk of the profit. With their ranks depleted, the Jenners had turned for help in running the business to a couple of murderous brutes, Albert Anselmi and John Scalise. It was said that Anselmi had a left eye that didn't properly align with the right, and that Scalise had a right eye made of glass. But between them, the story went, they could shoot straight. The Jenners also had the support of the Unione Siciliana, the fraternal organization that operated like a shadow government in Little Italy, getting out the vote, muscling favors from politicians, and settling disputes. They thought that was enough to ensure the smooth operation of their business, which is why they began spending more time out of the city and leaving Anselmi and Scalise in charge. But they underestimated the anger and resentment of Aiello. For years, Aiello had worked closely with the Unione, and he had hoped one day to run the organization. In many ways, the president of the Unione was the most powerful man in Chicago's Italian community. Aiello believed the job belonged to him. When it went instead to Capone's pal Tony Lombardo, Aiello fumed. Lombardo was 34 years old, square-jawed, thick-chested, and tight-lipped, with a magnificent head of brown hair that he combed straight back. He was described by one newspaper as a merchant, a commission man, a dealer in sugar, which was not so subtle code for a bootlegger, a shotgun man, and a gangster. Still, Lombardo was one of the friendliest bootleggers around, level-headed and perpetually calm. Aiello, a former ally but now a rival for power, was one of the only men in town who hated him enough to want him dead. Aiello sensed the time had come to make his push. His plan was an ambitious one, to kill Capone and Lombardo and to knock the Jenners out of business. To strengthen his position, he forged an alliance with the North Side gang formerly run by Dino Banyan and then by Jaime Weiss and then by schemer Drucci and at present by Bugs Moran. If it worked, Aiello would be the most powerful underworld figure in Chicago. For starters, Aiello put out word that he would pay $50,000 to any man who killed Capone. 4 executioners came in from out of town, each intending to do the job on his own. But Capone's top hitman, McGurn, learned of the plots and killed the would-be assassins before they could get close to Capone. Another story has it that Aiello offered a chef at the Bella Napoli Cafe $35,000 to put drops of prussic acid in the food served to Lombardo and Capone. The chef, after agreeing to do the job, lost his nerve and ratted to Capone. That was enough to make Capone forget about cooperation. 3 days after his shopping spree, Capone gave the order to kill Aiello. But when the cops heard about it, they reacted with a force that must have shocked Capone, because in all his years in Chicago, nothing like it had happened before. William O'Connor, the new chief of detectives, ordered every one of the department's 105 squad cars on the street to look for known gangsters. He told his men to bring the thugs into the police station regardless of whether they had broken the law. Beat them if they complain, he said, and shoot them if they resist. "It has come to pass, men," he told his officers in exhorting them to action, "when we've got to show that society and the police department are running this town and not a bunch of dirty rats. Anyone killing a notorious gang feudist," he said, "will be in line for a reward or promotion." O'Connor asked for officers with experience firing machine guns. "Honest-to-God men who will be loyal to the police department and the public in this matter." If his machine gunners were to encounter a gang, he said, "I hope to arrive on the scene with the top of their car shot off and the hoodlums all dead. We're not going to stand for any gang war in Chicago." The weather was unusually warm, but a big chill was forecast in time for Thanksgiving. The cops, working on a tip, raided a flat at 4441 West Washington Boulevard, opposite Tony Lombardo's home, where they found 2 shotguns and ammunition. From there, they hustled to the Rex Hotel, where they arrested a man from Milwaukee who had allegedly been hired to assassinate Capone and Lombardo. After taking the man to jail, they motored to the Atlantic Hotel, where in room 302 they found still more rifles and more ammunition. The room's window overlooked a Clark Street saloon owned by former Alderman Michael Hinky-Dink Kenna, and where Capone and Lombardo were said to be regular customers. Later, when the killer from Milwaukee confessed that it was Aiello who had hired him, the police grabbed Aiello and took him to the Detective Bureau. Yet, despite aggressive law enforcement activity, Capone was not cowering. If anything, he may have been grateful to the cops for taking so many of his would-be assassins off the street. Still, he wanted Aiello dead. To see if he could make it happen, he sent some of his men downtown to the police station to see if they could get to Aiello there. Given the liberties the cops had extended him over the years, Capone might have been justified in thinking he could get away with ordering a hit at the detectives' headquarters. But the police were operating under new orders, and they came from a surprising place, the office of the mayor, Big Bill Thompson. Thompson had been having a good year. He had won favorable headlines by pushing schools and libraries to purge themselves of history books containing anti-American propaganda. New bridges and roads had opened all across Chicago, always with parades. Work had started to straighten the southern branch of the Chicago River. Plans had been launched for a lakefront airport, with the mayor saying he hoped to see the city make its fortune by winning the business of the skies. The Dempsey-Tunney fight had drawn about 125,000 fans to Soldier Field, the largest crowd in the history of boxing, and Thompson had been congratulated for bringing it off smoothly. Responding to the devastating flooding along the Mississippi earlier that year, he had called for a comprehensive federal flood control plan and traveled the nation promoting the idea, to glowing reviews. Thompson's press clippings were so good, in fact, that he was being mentioned as a possible candidate for president. Herbert Hoover, the Secretary of Commerce, was considered the Republican Party favorite, but he faced powerful pockets of opposition, especially from leaders of big business and opponents of the dry laws who didn't care for Hoover's rigid approach to prohibition and strict moral codes. Thompson's larger-than-life personality and strong campaign skills might be enough to help him defeat Hoover, his backers theorized, but only if he could first show the nation that he was not in bed with Chicago's criminal element. In particular, he would have to make an example of Capone. 30 minutes after Aiello reached the police station, 3 of Capone's bodyguards were arrested for loitering in front of a courthouse a few doors away on South Clark Street. Some of the newspapers described it as a routine arrest. Others made it out to be high drama, suggesting that dozens of Capone's men had surrounded the police station, intent on murdering Aiello even as he remained in custody. But whether there were dozens of armed thugs or a mere 3, all the papers agreed on what happened next. Inside the station, one of Capone's bodyguards, Samuel Marcus, managed to conceal an extra pistol in the waistband of his pants. While under interrogation, Marcus leaped to his feet, pulled the weapon, and aimed it at O'Connor, the chief of detectives. Jumping from his chair, O'Connor ran toward the gunman and grabbed his arm. A scrum followed, with cop after cop piling on until the gun was wrested away, and Capone's men were tossed in a cell that was conveniently located next to that of Aiello. There, Aiello pleaded in Italian with Capone's men, according to a police officer who overheard the men. "Can't we settle this?" Aiello asked. "Give me just 15 days, just 15 days, and I will sell my stores and house and leave everything in your hands. Think of my wife and baby and let me go." The men laughed. Control of the Unione was vital to Capone's business. Anyone who challenged Capone's clout with the Unione had to go. "You dirty rat," one of the Capone men said. "You're as good as dead." While all this was taking place, Capone was down the block in a courtroom facing a charge of vagrancy. When the judge asked what evidence they had to support the charge, the prosecutors admitted they had none. Capone was released. Presumably, he made his way home without the service of his 3 bodyguards. Later that night, Aiello posted bond, and he too was released. But he was not sure he wanted to go free. With his wife and 8-year-old son at the station, he begged Chief O'Connor to provide them with a police escort. "We haven't enough policemen to protect honest citizens," O'Connor told him, "and we certainly aren't going to assign any to protect hoodlums. However, I'll send a squad with you to New York if you'll agree to board a boat and go back to where you came from." Aiello refused. An officer was assigned to escort the criminal and his family home. On his way out, Aiello looked over his shoulder at the Capone men still in their cell and spat on the ground. When he got home, he packed his things and fled the city. The next day, a bomb destroyed an Aiello brothel on West Adams Street. The day after that, dynamite ripped apart a gambling den on South Halsted. It wasn't clear if the dynamite attack was aimed at Aiello, but the newspapers treated it as if it was part of the same ongoing war. The public became so frightened that an Evanston woman called the police at one point to say someone had fired a shot, possibly from a machine gun, into her home, when in fact the only explosion had been the popping of a cork on a fermented jug of cider. As police continued to round up gangsters, one officer was shot and killed by one of his own men during a Washington Boulevard car chase. It was a messy way to fight crime, but Mike Hughes, the chief of police, said his men were beginning to gain control of the city. "We have this gang situation in hand now, and the first move toward further violence is going to be regretted by somebody," he announced. As part of his plan, the chief said he had identified 5 key gang leaders: Capone, Moran, Barney Birchie, Bill Skidmore, and Jack Zuta, and had told his officers to arrest the men any chance they got. If the charges proved too weak and the men were released, he wanted them arrested again immediately. At least 11 bombs exploded that week, most of them doing nothing more than property damage. But a couple of gangsters died, and the police paid frequent visits to the Metropole Hotel, where they pinched anyone who even looked like he might be associated with Capone. When Capone was asked to identify some of the men corralled by the cops, he refused. That led the officers to charge Capone with disorderly conduct. But when the court clerk called his name, Capone wasn't there. "Mr. Capone was here and looked over the docket and did not see his name," explained his lawyer, Tyrell Richardson. "So he left." "Well, here it is," said the clerk, pointing to the docket, which read, "Scarface Brown," Al Brown and Scarface Brown being among Capone's aliases. "Mr. Capone did not recognize that appellation," the lawyer said. The next day, the docket corrected, Capone, surrounded by 7 bodyguards, returned to face the same charge. His right hand stayed in his pocket, and his left tugged on a cigarette as he walked into the courtroom. A crowd of 200 Chicagoans gathered on the sidewalk to get a look at him. He covered his face with his hat when photographers tried to take his picture, but he did stop briefly to make small talk with reporters. "Have all your friends been denatured?" a reporter asked, referring to Capone's bodyguards. "I denatured them before we came," he answered with a grin. "There's not a rod in the crowd." Only after Capone's grand arrival did prosecutors tell the court that they had decided not to bring charges, whereupon Capone walked out as serenely as he had walked in. Clearly, the cops' strategy was to harass him. Police pressure was costing the gang leaders $300,000 a day by one estimate, as dance halls and gambling shops all over the city temporarily shut their doors and turned out their lights. There also were reports that the Aiello gang might have picked up the support of some New York City gangsters, including Capone's old friend Frankie Yale, who wanted to see Lombardo forced out as the leader of the Unione Siciliana. On the night of November 28th, a Monday, when the cops went to the Metropole to see what Capone and his men were up to, they found that Capone's place there had been evacuated. Capone and his men had left town, heading to Wisconsin for some duck hunting. They returned to Chicago after a few days, but when they discovered that the pressure from the police had not slackened, Capone decided once more to disappear. "I'm leaving for St. Petersburg, Florida, tomorrow," he told reporters at the Metropole, where he sat in one of his newly purchased easy chairs, still dressed in his hunting clothes, his fleshy face carrying 6 days of dark beard. He said he owned property in St. Pete and wanted to check it out. Capone didn't play the stock market, which was going like gangbusters at the time. It was one of the few gambles he didn't like. But he was doing nicely with his real estate investment in Florida, and he was thinking that it might be time to sell. "Let the worthy citizens of Chicago get their liquor the best way they can. I'm sick of the job. It's a thankless one and full of grief. I don't know when I'll get back, if ever, but it won't be until after the holidays anyway." Clearly, the mayor's new approach to government was irritating Capone. "I've been spending the best years of my life as a public benefactor. I've given people the light pleasures, shown them a good time, and all I get is abuse, the existence of a hunted man. I'm called a killer. Well, tell the folks I'm going away now. I guess murder will stop. There won't be any more booze. You won't be able to find a crap game even, let alone a roulette wheel or a faro game. Public service is my motto. 99% of the people in Chicago drink and gamble. I've tried to serve them decent liquor and square games, but I'm not appreciated. It's no use. Say, the coppers won't have to lay all the gang murders on me now. Maybe they'll find a new hero for the headlines. It would be a shame, wouldn't it, if while I was away they would forget about me and find a new gangland chief? I wish all friends and enemies a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. That's all they'll get from me this year. I hope I don't spoil anybody's Christmas by not sticking around." By that, he referred to his habit of making lavish Christmas gifts to the politicians, police, and precinct workers who had served him well throughout the year. One paper said he usually dished out $100,000 a year in bonuses. "My wife and my mother hear so much about what a terrible criminal I am. It's getting too much for them, and I'm just sick of it all myself. The other day, a man came in here and said that he had to have $3,000. If I'd give it to him, he said, he would make me beneficiary in a $15,000 insurance policy he'd take out and then kill himself. I had to have him pushed out. Today, I got a letter from a woman in England. Even over there, I'm known as a gorilla. She offered to pay my passage to London if I'd kill some neighbors she'd been having a quarrel with. The papers have made me out to be a millionaire, and hardly an hour goes by that somebody doesn't want me to invest in some scheme or stake somebody in business. That's what I've got to put up with, just because I give the public what the public wants. I never had to send out high-pressure salesmen. Why, I could never meet the demand." He claimed that he had no criminal record, that he had never stuck up a man in my life, and that none of his men robbed or burglarized while working for the outfit, as far as he knew. For Capone, it was an astonishing monologue. Whether he intended it as a valedictory or merely a cry for understanding, it revealed with no uncertainty a shift in dynamic. "Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown," wrote Shakespeare in Henry IV, Part II. Capone was king of Chicago's underworld, which meant there were any number of smaller criminals who might gain from his demise. At the same time, His cozy relations with the Chicago press corps had made him an international celebrity and a leading symbol of lawlessness, which meant that ambitious cops and politicians had incentives to take him down. The month of November had delivered warm temperatures, but a massive cold front was sweeping down across Canada to the Great Lakes. Coal trucks rolled slowly through the city's neighborhoods as families loaded up. Light snow fell, and the mercury nosedived toward zero. Once the cold hit town, everyone knew it would hang on with a vengeance until the whole of Chicago started to feel bleak, gray, and lifeless. With that in mind, on the morning of December 8th, Capone, his wife, and 2 of his men boarded a train. But it was several days before the newsman realized he'd gone not to St. Petersburg, as he had promised, but to Los Angeles. He set up shop at the Biltmore and kept quiet. He visited a movie studio. He took a tour of the stars' homes and concluded that Mary Pickford's old digs were nicer than her new ones. He took May to Tijuana to see the horse races. The Los Angeles Evening Herald caught up with Capone and found him an extremely healthy-looking young man. He told the reporter, "I am just a peaceful tourist, and I want to take a rest and look over this country which I have heard so much about. I had no reason for leaving Chicago other than I wanted to get away for a rest." But after a couple of days, the newspapers started paying Capone more attention than he preferred, and on December 13th, the manager of the Biltmore politely asked him to leave. "They're picking on me," he complained at the train station as he boarded the Super Chief to head back to Chicago. "I wanted to stay here a while and rest, but I didn't get a break. I don't want to get into any arguments, here or any place else, so I'll do my resting in Chicago." A columnist for the Los Angeles Times expressed sympathy, saying that if officials couldn't bring charges against Capone, they ought to leave him alone. Now, really, the USA ought to have some system of taking care of its men like Capone. It isn't fair to let them amass $2 million and then harry them from pillar to post and deny them the rewards of their sparkling diligence. Here he is at once a free citizen and not a free citizen. Meanwhile, the police in Chicago were saying Capone would not be allowed to return home, that he'd be locked up if they spotted him. In Chillicothe, Illinois, just north of Peoria, a reporter from Chicago intercepted Capone's train and managed to get an interview. "I am too mad to talk about it," Capone said, reflecting on his experience in California. "They asked me to leave. I had paid my bills and acted like a gentleman. They told me it was a tourist town. I am a tourist, but they chased me out." By then, everyone on board knew the infamous gangster was traveling in their midst. He could no longer leave his quarters. Capone said that he knew Chicago police would be laying for him at the train station, so he decided to get off in Joliet, 50 miles outside of town, spend the night there, and drive home the next morning. But the plan was ruined by his brother Ralph, who arrived in Joliet with some of his buddies to meet the train. When a Joliet cop spotted Ralph and his boys, the men tried to toss their guns in a trash can. Too late. The weapons were taken away and the men were arrested. When the train puffed to a stop in Joliet's Union Station at 9:45 a.m. on December 16th, and Capone stepped off, he was greeted not by his brother, but by a Joliet police captain. "You're Al Capone," he said. "Pleased to meet you," said Capone. Asked to turn over any weapons in his possession, Capone gave up a pistol and 2 magazines of cartridges. He spent the next 8 hours at the Joliet jail, charged with possession of a concealed weapon. When his cellmate started to get on his nerves, Capone asked his jailer if he could pay the stranger's $22 fine from the $2,945 Capone had in his pocket when he arrived. The request was granted, and Capone had a private cell for the rest of the afternoon. He posted bond shortly before 6 p.m. and left Joliet for Chicago. That night, police surrounded his house on South Prairie Avenue, threatening to arrest him again if he emerged. But neighbors told reporters that Capone had already come and gone. Later, He was spotted downtown, walking into the Weinstein jewelry shop on State Street, where he purchased 30 diamond-studded belt buckles at $275 apiece and 20 beaded purses at $22.50 each. Capone was still angry at the way he'd been treated, and in all likelihood not everyone would be getting a gift that year, but he wasn't going to be a complete Scrooge. Way he'd been treated, and in all likelihood not everyone would be getting a gift that year, but he wasn't going to be a complete Scrooge. Chapter 17. Deepest in Dirt. Though its economy was roaring, its arts scene thriving, and its skyscrapers scraping more loftily than New York's, the Windy City was known primarily for one thing: crime. Chicago had developed a bad reputation. On January 18th, 1928, a Wednesday night, more than 250 of the city's leading citizens met at the Hotel LaSalle in the heart of the business district to chew over the problem. After a mild afternoon, the temperatures were falling fast, nasty winds were blowing from the west, and the water along the shore of Lake Michigan was starting to freeze. Stepping into the walnut-paneled lobby of the LaSalle, the men could feel the blood returning to their cheeks. The air inside smelled reassuringly of cigar smoke. Judges, business executives, and merchants shook hands and exchanged greetings. They talked about the headlines in that afternoon's papers. 3 more bootleggers in Chicago Heights had been taken for a ride, all dead. Capone's involvement was suspected, but unproved. In the 1920s, as today, people clamored for news, especially news of crime. They bought at least 2 newspapers a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. If an unusually big story broke, the papers would print special editions, and young hawkers would canvass the city streets screaming headlines. Even personal news traveled pretty quickly. A man could hand a note to the head waiter at his favorite restaurant or the clerk at his club and know it would be sent by courier across town immediately. Often he would have his reply before he finished his meal or his massage. Big crowds used to turn out to hear dynamic speakers, such as the larger-than-life attorney Clarence Darrow, expounding on themes such as civil liberties, religion, and free thought. On this evening, they came to hear State's Attorney Robert Crow and Chief of Police Mike Hughes, as well as some of the city's top businessmen, discussing a very specific issue: crime in Chicago. Hughes opened the meeting by boasting that crime was down 41% through the first 90 days of Mayor Thompson's late term. Not everyone was buying it. Silas H. Strawn, one of the city's most respected lawyers and president of the American Bar Association, summed up the issue. "All over the world," he said, "we hear about the crime situation in Chicago. I do not believe crime is greater in Chicago than in any other large city of its size. The trouble is, people don't seem to take into consideration many vital elements: the growth in population and wealth. Then there is the improved methods of transportation, which enables the up-to-date criminal to escape, and the improved method of distributing crime news all over. I've lived here 36 years and never been held up, robbed, molested, nor racketeered, and I think the same can be said for most of you gentlemen." Strawn's remarks rang true. The city's rapid expansion, it grew tenfold from 1870 to 1930, had indeed made it difficult to govern. Many gangsters were, in fact, better equipped for their jobs than the cops who chased them, and most Chicagoans really did go about their day-to-day lives without fear of being victimized. But Strawn was wrong about one thing. Violent crime in Chicago really was worse than in most other large cities. In fact, the city's murder rate was roughly double that of New York's. Not all of the violence involved gangs. Much of it occurred in the city's African-American neighborhoods, where poverty ran high and police presence low. But statistics showed that Chicago had more than its share of bootleg-related murders. Killing had simply become a routine part of the beer business. Why were Chicago bootleggers more apt to kill than Cincinnati bootleggers or Milwaukee bootleggers? The answer was simple. They were more likely to get away with it. In Chicago, an astonishing 48% of all felony charges were dropped during preliminary hearings, according to a 1926 survey. In Milwaukee, during the same period, only 17% of all cases were so quickly dismissed. In Chicago, only 15% of all felony cases ended with executed sentences, compared to 36% in Milwaukee. Murderers were brought to justice in Chicago during the 1920s, but not many. During Crow's first 2 terms in office, the number of murders in Cook County nearly doubled. There were 349 murder victims, 215 of them gangsters, yet Crow's office won only 128 convictions for murder, none involving gangsters. The problem was chronic. Chicago's police department still didn't have enough officers on the street, and it was especially lacking in qualified detectives. Plenty of beat cops were promoted to detective, but most of them remained beat cops at heart, with little of the knowledge or training required to conduct complex criminal investigations. Many of them took routine payoffs from gangs, and if the cops were corrupt, the courts were more so. Judges were elected to office, and to get elected, they needed to stay on good terms with ward bosses and precinct captains, many of whom ran their offices from the back rooms of saloons. Getting elected also took money, and gangsters were always willing to make donations to judges who might one day return the favor. Once in office, the judges found their dockets hopelessly crowded. They had no choice but to dismiss or delay massive numbers of cases. So if a judge just happened to dismiss a case involving a criminal who had contributed to his campaign fund, the judge could justify it in his own mind as a case that probably would have been dropped anyway. Judges were never required to explain how they decided which cases to assign for trial and which to dismiss. That helped explain why poor African-American criminals were more likely to be tried and convicted. They lacked the clout to make the charges disappear. It also helps explain why a man such as Capone could operate so freely for so long. The booming economy should have lowered Chicago's crime rate. Jobs were abundant, investments flowering, wallets fat. Crime rates tended to fall during good times. But this time, it didn't happen. Chicago was too corrupt, and the backlash against Prohibition was too strong. By 1928, the 18th Amendment remained overwhelmingly unpopular, and most Chicagoans had learned to tolerate a certain level of crime as long as they got their beer. It was the above-average citizens, the Straughns and the Julius Rosenwalds, who had the most reason to complain about the bootlegging business and its effect on the city's reputation. They could tolerate drinking. They could tolerate murder. But losing money was another matter, and the city's reputation was getting to be bad for business. Chicago had always been known as a gritty city of slaughterhouses and switching yards. "First in violence, deepest in dirt," wrote the journalist Lincoln Steffens in 1904. It was dirty and tough and crooked, and much of it stank. But a man still could make an honest living, and even get rich if he worked hard. That was the image the titans of industry wanted to perpetuate. Lately, though, the world seemed to be increasingly under the impression that gangsters ran the town, and that machine-gun shootouts on Michigan Avenue were routine occurrences. It didn't help that the newspapers loved gangsters. They loved the language of bootlegging. Tommy guns, pineapple bombs, death cars. They loved the nicknames, and they especially loved the ever-accessible, charismatic Capone. A few speakers at the meeting tweaked the press for wrecking Chicago's image and damaging tourism and business. Thomas E. Donnelly, the president of the R.R. Donnelly Printing Company, however, stood that night to say that the men gathered before him were wasting their time if all they wanted to do was blame the newspapers, the police, and the courts. He suggested that the city's legitimate businesses fight the illegitimate ones at their own game. "We will not get far with the courts as they are organized," he said. "We can ask the judges to do something about continuances and to use ordinary common sense in administering the law and not to look for sophistries and technicalities to let criminals off. Crime is much complicated with politics. We find men with political pull going to the front for criminals. The only way out is to get some politics on the other side. This meeting should be the beginning of a movement to get behind officials, show that we have more pull than the criminals, let them know that decent Chicago is going to organize to the task, and take 10 years if necessary, putting pressure on officials so that crime will be punished speedily and justly." Donnelly and the others didn't know much about fighting crime, but they did know about power. Soon after the meeting, the city's business leaders began lobbying Charles G. Dawes, who may have been the most powerful Chicagoan of them all, to come to their aid. Dawes was Vice President of the United States, serving under Coolidge at the time. 3 years earlier, in 1925, he had won the Nobel Prize for his work in stabilizing Germany's post-war economy. Under President McKinley, he had served as budget director and comptroller of the currency. If Chicago's justice system couldn't stop the city's crime problem, perhaps the federal government might help. "The public is at last aroused," Dawes wrote in his journal in 1928. He told his friends in Chicago that he would see what he could do. "Last aroused," Dawes wrote in his journal in 1928. He told his friends in Chicago that he would see what he could do. Chapter 18. Pineapples and Coconuts. After experiencing a rude reception in Los Angeles and a ruder reception upon returning to Illinois, with one police harassment after another, Capone decided to try another city, Miami. He arrived in January 1928, settling into a furnished bungalow on the beach at 3605 Indian Creek Drive. He paid for 6 months of rent up front, pulling C-notes from a wad of cash and handing them to the real estate agent until they added up to $2,500. Of course, it was never enough to have one home. If his wife and son were to stay at the bungalow on the beach, Capone would need another place to do business. For that, he chose the Ponce de Leon Hotel, one of the grandest establishments in all of Florida, where he registered under the name Albert Costa. Days were spent playing tennis and golf. Nights were devoted to prize fights, dog races, and horse races. He stayed in touch with his associates in Chicago, but he made no attempt to build and seemingly had no interest in building a Southern satellite operation. He was simply looking to relax. He gave no indication of how long he planned to stay. Miami's elite reacted to Capone as if an alligator had crawled into one of their backyard parties. They screamed, backed away, and tried not to do anything that would anger the beast. But the city's rank and file didn't seem to mind him much. Capone was hardly the biggest problem facing most of the locals that winter. Between 1920 and 1925, the city's population had shot up from 30,000 to 75,000, and it had seemed at times as if 1 in every 2 of those residents had been peddling real estate. Homes had been selling and reselling, prices rocketing ever higher. A salesman making $4,000 a year and renting a modest apartment was suddenly confident, thanks to easily available mortgages, that he could afford a home with an ocean view. And if that same salesman happened to earn $6,000 a year, he may have been persuaded to invest in a real estate development that everyone said would turn to gold a few years down the line. Everywhere, new hotels, new housing complexes, even whole new cities were rising from the swampy soil. Miami Beach itself was less than a decade old. It was the new gold rush, and promoters said it would never end. The economy surged relentlessly in wave after glorious wave, carrying with it not just the hopes and dreams of Floridians, but also of dreamers everywhere. The Miami Herald sold so many ads one day in the summer of 1925 that it needed 504 pages to print them all, setting a record at the time for American newspapers. But by 1926, it became clear that many of the men and women gobbling up land and investing in developments had overextended themselves. Some had been duped by con artists into buying worthless and even non-existent parcels. Real estate values multiplied and multiplied again, but when prices showed the first sign of weakness, many buyers pulled out and projects went into default. Life savings were lost. Then came a couple of vicious hurricanes to remind everyone that life in South Florida was not without risk. That's when the money started flowing in reverse. Out of the town. Housing prices tumbled, families lost homes, and the region slumped into an economic depression. By the time Capone arrived in 1928, most of the city's real estate offices had closed. Half-built subdivisions lined the coast. Suddenly, Miami had trouble collecting enough taxes to meet its expenses. Capone might not have been the sort of citizen the city fathers had hoped to attract, but at least he had money to spend. The Miami Daily News, in reporting Capone's arrival, mentioned that he and 8 friends had visited a nightclub and left their waiter a $20 tip. The paper also said the Chicago mob boss was interested in opening his own nightclub or gambling hall in Miami. To assure his new neighbors that he intended to be a law-abiding citizen, he requested a meeting with Miami's police chief, Leslie Quigg. A press conference followed. "Miami's climate is more healthful than Chicago's, and warmer than California. That's why I'm here," said Capone to the press, shoving both hands deep into the pockets of crisply pressed blue serge trousers and smiling for all he was worth. "Yes, I like Miami so well that I'm going to vacation here all winter. In fact, I expect my wife, mother, and child in on the train this afternoon, and we plan to buy a home either in Coral Gables or Miami Beach." He noted that he might purchase additional real estate now that there were bargains to be had for the patient investor. He said he expected the market to turn around in about 5 years. "Let's lay the cards on the table," Capone said straightforwardly to the police chief. "You know who I am and where I come from. I just want to ask a question. Do I stay, or must I get out?" "You can stay as long as you behave yourself," Quigg said. "I'll stay as long as I'm treated like a human being," answered Capone. Then he turned to the gathering of reporters. "Gentlemen," he said, "I am at your service. I've been hounded and pushed around for days. It began when somebody heard I was in town. All I have to say is that I'm orderly." He praised Miami as the Garden of America, the sunny Italy of the New World, where life is good and abundant, where happiness is to be had even by the poorest. He vowed to join the local Rotary Club if they would have him. But when newspapermen took a negative view of Capone's adoption of a new hometown, some members of the city council complained that the gangster should be driven out. Capone continued his public relations campaign, this time meeting with the mayor of Miami Beach, Newton Lummis, Jr. Afterward, Lummis, perhaps persuaded, perhaps bought off, told the press, "Mr. Capone was one of the fairest men I have ever been in conference with. He was not ordered to leave Miami Beach, but after our conference yesterday, he decided it would be to the best interest of all concerned if he left. It was a mutual agreement." Capone didn't leave, though. In fact, he decided to put down roots, and Mayor Lummis helped him. Capone developed a friendship with Parker A. Henderson, Jr., who ran the Hotel Ponce de Leon. Henderson was the son of a former mayor of Miami, which meant he had useful connections. More importantly, he liked doing favors for Capone. 3 or 4 times a week, Capone would give Henderson a batch of Western Union money orders with Albert Capone or Albert Costa listed as the payee. Capone would endorse the money orders in Henderson's presence. Then Henderson, accompanied by a Capone bodyguard, would take them to the Miami Beach Bank and Trust Company, where he would exchange them for cash. He delivered more than $30,000 over the course of that first winter in Miami. When Capone told Henderson that he was interested in buying a house in the area, Henderson told Mayor Lummis, and Lummis, a real estate developer like almost everyone else, offered to broker the deal, in exchange for a commission, of course. With Lummis's help, Capone picked out a house on Palm Island, a cigar-shaped sliver of land that sat roughly halfway between the mainland and Miami Beach in Biscayne Bay. It was a two-story, neo-Spanish-style house built of white stucco and surrounded by a dozen tall palm trees with coconuts growing beneath their branches. The beer magnate from St. Louis, Clarence Bush, had built the place in 1922. It contained 14 rooms. The master bedroom was at the rear of the second floor, overlooking the water. The property was 300 feet long and 100 feet wide, with a small guest house over the garage. At $40,000, the price was steep enough that Capone chose to arrange an installment plan. He agreed to pay in 4 annual installments at 8% interest. But the transaction was not quite straightforward. Capone had been careful throughout his career not to leave a paper trail. Since the purchase of his family home on South Prairie Avenue, he had put almost nothing in his own name. No bank accounts, no business licenses, no real estate. His discretion had proved a vital part of his success. Now he had Henderson front the deal, paying a $2,000 binder and an additional $8,000 on his first annual payment, both in cash. After the purchase, on April 2, 1928, Henderson deeded the property to May Capone. Quickly, Al and May started making improvements to the place. They built a small water lily pond with an arched bridge across it, a la Monet. They added a dock on the bay. They installed one of the biggest private swimming pools anyone had seen, 60 feet long and 30 feet wide, built of concrete, with green tiles around the edge. At the north end of the pool, Capone built a 2-story cabana so that guests could change their clothes without dripping water through the house. The cabana also served to keep boaters on Biscayne Bay from peering too easily into the estate. To further ensure his privacy, he had 8-foot-high concrete walls built around the property's perimeter, tall enough to protect against drive-by shootings and thick enough to stop a tank, and an iron gate erected across the driveway to keep out oglers, enemies, and the press. May decorated the interior, installing new curtains, drapes, and brass lighting fixtures. The first-floor bathroom, the one used most frequently by guests, was done all in black and gold tile, Art Deco style, with a black porcelain toilet and brass sconces on the wall. Sometimes Henderson would write checks from his own account to cover the Capone's purchases and home improvements. Sometimes Jack Guzik would sign the checks. Otherwise, everything was handled with cash. Revenue agents estimated that the improvements cost $50,000 to $75,000, although the Miami Herald put the number at only $20,000. At one point, Capone entertained the notion of joining the American Legion post in Coral Gables. Club officials contacted police in Chicago to see if the applicant had ever been convicted of a crime, and were told that he had not, despite numerous arrests. Still, he and May did not try to become part of the city's upper crust. When they invited guests, they tended to invite the same types of mugs who had come to Sunday night dinners at Capone's place on South Prairie Avenue in Chicago. In fact, many of the invitees were precisely the same mugs, having been imported from Chicago for the Capone family's amusement. When Capone bought his first boat, he didn't go for a yacht, he went for a speedboat, and he didn't christen it with a hoity-toity name. He named it the Sonny and Ralphie, after his son and his nephew. It was a sign of Capone's humble roots that he enjoyed his wealth and fame, but still didn't imagine that he belonged, suddenly, in high society. In the 1920s, anybody could get rich, anybody could get famous, and anybody could refashion his image. A man could change a lot about himself, but he didn't forget where he came from. Capone seemed pleased with all that his wealth had brought him. He had delivered his family a long way from the slums of Brooklyn, but he no doubt would have been more pleased had he been left alone to enjoy his new lifestyle. Once he had craved celebrity as much as he craved power. He was finally learning that notoriety and fame were different. "If I were guilty of all the newspapers accuse me of," he told one reporter in Miami, "I would be afraid of myself." While Capone was remodeling and decorating and trying to be polite in Miami, an election was underway in Chicago, and this one was explosive, literally. The first bomb rocked the home of Charles Fitzmaurice, a former newspaper editor, former chief of police, and now the city comptroller under Big Bill Thompson. The next blast shattered the windows at the home of Dr. William H. Reed, the Commissioner of Public Service. After that came another explosive attack on the funeral home operated by John Sabarbaro, a former prosecutor. Yet another bomb tore through the apartment building of Lawrence Cuneo, who was the brother-in-law and secretary to State's Attorney Robert Crowe. Thompson and his men were stunned. Homemade bombs, known as pineapples, a slang term for hand grenades, had been exploding at a rate of about a dozen a month in Chicago during the past year, but usually they were directed at ordinary citizens who had angered bootleggers, racketeers, or neighbors. If you were a cash register repairman who declined to join a local association of repairmen, for example, or if you refused to place an order for beer with a bootlegger who had come to expect your loyalty, or if you complained to police about the foul odors coming from a neighbor's still, you knew there was a chance someone might throw a homemade bomb through your window. It was the price of independence and free speech. But it was unusual for political figures to come under attack, and it was especially unusual that the attackers would target the powerful regime of Big Bill Thompson. Big Bill had given up on the idea of running for president, but he continued traveling the nation and making speeches. He enjoyed the attention, and he thought having a high national profile would help him and his candidates win re-election back in Chicago. Usually, Thompson could count on his fellow Republicans to put up little or no opposition in the primaries. But this year, reformers from his own party were coming after him, led by U.S. Senator Charles Deneen, the same man who had elevated the unheard-of George E.Q. Johnson to the position of U.S. Attorney. For years, Deneen had been hoping to take apart Thompson's machine. Now he saw an opportunity. He was especially eager to replace State's Attorney Crowe with his own man, a circuit court judge named John Swanson. Deneen, Johnson, and Swanson were all Swedes, all moderates, all impassioned reformers. They were all neighbors in the city's South Shore section, too. Was it possible that these good government men had finally decided to fight dirty? The man who held the answer was anything but a goo-goo. His name was Diamond Joe Esposito, and he was a powerful man. Diamond Joe was the most important figure in the city's 19th Ward, also known as the Bloody 19th, in the city's Italian ghetto. Once, the terrible Jennas ruled the 19th, but now that gang wars had eliminated several of them and weakened the rest, Esposito was the man with the most clout. He ruled from his restaurant, the Bella Napoli, where heaping plates of spaghetti and hot bread were served while underworld deals of every sort were made. Esposito's was the place to which gangsters retreated after an emotional funeral to inhale the heady aromas of garlic, marinara, and cigars, and to toast their fallen compadres with brimming glasses of Chianti. Politicians mingled with constituents, judges mixed with lawyers. Capone was a regular. Esposito, or Dimey, as friends called him, got along with everyone, hoodlums and politicians alike, and he made non-celebrities at his restaurant feel just as important as the big shots. He sent gifts when babies were born. He arranged jobs for men who lost theirs. He paid people's doctor bills and rent. At Christmas, he distributed baskets of food and toys and handed out dimes to neighborhood tots. And if you crossed him in any serious way, you were likely to be found floating face down in a canal. If Dimey wants it, went the expression in the 19th, it can be done. Esposito was a big, round man, 55 years old, with wavy hair the color of a brand-new nickel. The papers had a habit of quoting him in heavy Italian accent. "Well, I no have a college education," recorded the Trib in 1926. "I've been a poor man all my life. I can read and write a little bit, but nobody can say Joe ever do anybody a bad turn. My friends are the biggest and highest men in the city of Chicago, and I got more friends in my ward than any man in Illinois." While he appeared to avoid any direct involvement in bootlegging, he almost certainly supplied political protection to some of the city's top gangsters, and probably sold sugar to many of Little Italy's alky cookers, too. Esposito married a woman 24 years his junior, and in 1926 they named their youngest child Charles, in honor of Esposito's good friend, Senator Charles Deneen. They were an odd couple, Esposito and Deneen, but somehow they worked together well, so well that Esposito could not refuse when Deneen asked him to run against one of Thompson's men for ward committeeman. This put Diamond Joe in a dicey spot. He was thoroughly enmeshed in the criminal culture and yet running for office, ostensibly on the reform ticket. Soon after getting in the race, Esposito received a visit from one of Thompson's heavies. Some have suggested that the messenger was really one of Capone's men working at the behest of the mayor. "Get out of the ward," the visitor said. "It'll be healthier for you." "I can't cross 'em," Esposito said, according to a newspaper account of the conversation related some weeks later. "The senator's my friend." A few days later, Esposito received a phone call, this time with a more stern suggestion. "Get out of town or get killed," said the voice on the line. On the night of March 21st, 1928, Esposito, campaign still going, met with his precinct captains. On his walk home from his office, accompanied by 2 unarmed bodyguards, he stopped to chat with one of his neighbors, Rose Segal, who was an election clerk. He told her he didn't think he had much chance of winning the election. All of Thompson's candidates were running strongly. Chicago yet again appeared unready for reform. "It won't make much of a difference," Esposito told his neighbor. "If I lose, I'll move out of the ward. Then I'll be missed." He walked on, paused to talk to another neighbor, then turned toward home. But before he could get there, a blue Dodge tore around the corner. The first shotgun blast knocked Esposito to the ground. "Oh, my God!" he yelled, knees buckling and hands clutching his chest, which was suddenly emblazoned with a soaking stain of his own blood. The next blast was fired at such close range that powder burns charred Esposito's suit. His bodyguards, however, were unhurt. In fact, their clothes were not even dirty or torn, which later raised suspicion among police that they might have been in on the hit. Esposito's wife ran from her home to her husband's side in time to see him die. Police found on his body a $5,000 diamond ring, a diamond belt buckle with the initials J.E. glittering on its front, and about $700 in cash. 2 days later, one of the witnesses to the shooting, John Infantino, a 30-year-old alky cooker and cousin of Samuz Amatuna, former Unione president, who was gunned down 3 years prior in a barber's chair, was shot 3 times in the back of his head, execution style, while kneeling beside his bed, perhaps in prayer. Police didn't know why Esposito had been killed, and they still couldn't figure out why Thompson's men had had their houses bombed. But there seemed little doubt that these incidents were politically motivated, and probably connected to Capone's mob. The reformers wanted badly to strip Thompson of his power. Though they didn't have the stomach to toss bombs of their own, they were nonetheless willing to employ characters such as Esposito, who played dirty. And if Esposito employed a few pineapple tossers of his own, well, at least the reformers could kid themselves that their hands were clean. In this wildest of political seasons, the lines between the parties, between the good guys and the bad guys, had been hopelessly tangled. Politics in Chicago was always a mess. Now it had become pure chaos. a knot of corruption so thick the strands were impossible to follow, much less untie, and the whole nation took notice. A couple of days after Esposito's murder, the Tribune ran a front-page report on how outsiders had come to view recent events in Chicago. The headline read, "Chicago, World of Terror All Over World. Evil fame blazoned far and near." The story's author, a former drama critic and war correspondent named James O'Donnell Bennett, filed his report from Washington, D.C., writing that his hometown had developed a reputation as the city of crime. He quoted from a story in the Washington Post that said, "The ill fame of Chicago is spreading through the world and bringing shame to Americans who wish they could be proud of that city." He quoted a London Evening News story with the headline, "Bomb a Day Keeps Chicago Gay," and he cited the Arkansas Gazette, which wrote, "Chicago today is America's worst advertisement. The whole country is humiliated by the spectacle of America's second city, overrun by hordes of dirty rats that could be driven out within 24 hours by honest and courageous officers." The out-of-town journalists put in perspective what many in Chicago failed to see, that the bootleggers and politicians were one and the same. If bootleggers needed the support of politicians, and if politicians needed the support of bootleggers, it was no great surprise that violence would become part of the election process. In fact, it was inevitable. A few days later, Bennett reported on another wave of unfavorable press clippings. The Baltimore Sun said Chicago had fallen victim to terrorism that startles the country. The Washington Star ran an editorial under the headline, "Terrorism and Politics," that described the city as the scene of lawlessness that has no parallel in the world's history. And the outcry was about to grow louder. The violence had just begun. 4,000 people attended the high requiem mass for Diamond Joe Esposito, and 4,000 people left the church and stood outside in the sleet, snow, and icy rain to watch pallbearers carry his bronze casket to the hearse. The funeral cortege ran 1.5 miles long, with 3 cars of mourners, 25 cars of flowers, and hundreds of policemen. The plan called for 2 airplanes to fly overhead and scatter rose petals along the procession, but the foul weather grounded them. However, the solemnity of the occasion did not inspire a season of introspection in Chicago, nor did it bring about a lull in the violence. That night, March 26, 1928, 2 more bombs exploded, the first at the home of Senator Deneen, the second at the home of Judge Swanson. The first came at 11:20 p.m. Neighbors said they saw a man in a gray fedora, which was no help at all, since almost every man wore one, jump out of a slow-moving car, bound across the senator's snow-covered lawn to the front porch, then run back to the car, which was still rolling slowly past the senator's house. A black powder bomb exploded moments later, obliterating the front porch, shattering every window in the 12-room house, and knocking both the senator's sister and her maid out of their beds. Senator Deneen was on a train bound for Washington at the time of the blast. A few minutes later, Judge Swanson, just returned from a speaking engagement, steered his car into his driveway. A dark sedan tailed him. It sped quickly, and then someone in the car tossed a bomb in the direction of his house. It exploded in mid-air, knocking out all of the windows and destroying part of the roof. Swanson's wife and 2 grandchildren were in the house, unhurt. Swanson, still in his car, also was unhurt. George Johnson, who lived a few doors away, heard the blast and rushed to Swanson's aid. After a series of death threats, Johnson had recently been assigned a full-time Secret Service agent. His house was the safest on the block, so he took the judge and his family home with him and called the police to arrange for additional protection. "There is no doubt who did this," said Judge Swanson. "It was some of the same crowd who are fighting against my election. It was done by the crooks I want to put out of business. It has come to a pretty pass when a man cannot run for office without endangering the lives of his family." But rather than condemning the violence, Swanson's election opponent, Robert Crow, took offense, as if he were being blamed personally for the bombing. He went so far as to accuse Swanson and Dineen of bombing their own homes to make the Thompson administration look bad. Crow said, "They are resorting to desperate means. After having bombed the homes of friends of mine and made no headway, they are now bombing their own homes in an effort to create the impression that the forces of lawlessness are now running this town." Mayor Big Bill agreed, saying, "I think Bob Crow has the right slant on what's going on." Chicago's fake reformers, he said, wouldn't fool anyone by traveling in sheep's clothes in the daytime and operating with bombs at night. The campaign of terror continued. Someone phoned Judge Swanson's adult daughter, whose children had been sleeping at the judge's house at the time of the bombing, and made another threat. "You can tell the judge that we will do a better job next time." A Dineen candidate for committeeman received a letter saying, "There is a plot to get one of your babies before the primary." Grace Missionary Church in Elmwood Park, where Swanson was scheduled to speak, received a bomb threat and asked the judge to guarantee reimbursement for any damages that might occur. Swanson agreed to the terms, and no bombing occurred. Mayor Thompson once more blamed Dineen and his men for bringing on the trouble by forging alliances with gangsters, which would have struck some as funny, coming from Thompson, if the city's nerves hadn't been so thoroughly jangled by that time. 12 days before the primary election, a commodities trader discovered a massive bomb, 16 sticks of dynamite wrapped in black tape, sitting in front of a market on South Water Street. It was a big enough explosive to take out everyone and everything within half a block. The fuse on the bomb had already been lit, but falling snow had snuffed it. A federal marshal asked the U.S. Attorney General for troops to guard Chicago's ballot boxes on April 10th. The Attorney General, not inclined to set a precedent or make a move that might tilt a local election, rejected the request. Killing gangsters and restaurateurs was one thing, but tossing bombs at the homes of a judge and a U.S. senator and trying to blow up half of a city block was quite another. No one knew exactly what had motivated the bombings. Some said they were connected back to the murder of Diamond Joe Esposito, to intimidate the men who were promising to investigate the attack and to put the city's gangsters behind bars, while others believed they were meant to influence the outcome of the election. Either way, as Chicago hung on until Election Day and hunkered through the last weeks of winter, the murmur of national disapproval over conditions in the second city grew to a thundering roar. President Coolidge discussed the bombings at a cabinet meeting, and Senator George Norris of Nebraska urged the president to pull U.S. troops from Nicaragua and reassign them to Chicago. The Cleveland Plain Dealer wrote that Chicago had become a slave to crime. Nowhere else in America has the inevitable relationship between fetid politics and lawlessness been better illustrated in recent months. A community willing to endure the kind of administration that rules over Chicago must expect, whether willing or not, to endure the kind of underworld domination that finds logical expression in the bombing of a senator's home. The Indianapolis News pronounced, "It stands to reason that the gangs that are operating so notoriously in Chicago could not continue unless they were supported in high places." And the Boston Globe wrote, "Gang rule is supreme. It is only a question of which gang. When the decent citizens of Chicago are really aroused, they will take control. Until then, Chicago will remain a joke on all America, on democracy itself." The terror campaign and the public response stung Thompson. Business leaders who had supported him throughout the campaign began switching sides. A coalition of religious leaders endorsed the Dineen slate of candidates, as did the Chicago Bar Association. Thompson, furious, threatened to resign if his candidates were defeated in the primary. "I ate regular before I became mayor," he said, meaning that he had no trouble making money, "and I will eat regular after I'm mayor." Election Day, April 9, 1928, came with the usual assortment of allegations: ballot stuffing, intimidation of voters, beatings, and so on. When it was over, Thompson's men were routed. The mayor sat slumped in a chair, clenching a cigar in his teeth, his shirt sleeves rolled high enough to reveal elbow-length underwear. "Smile?" he asked, when a photographer asked him to put on a happy face. "You'll have to tell me a funny story." In the months and years ahead, he drank heavily, gabbled hysterically, and spoke irrationally, as one biography put it, and stared through rheumy eyes at men he had known for years. He appeared to be collapsing like a weather-beaten old house, and taking the city with him. Throughout most of the Pineapple Primary, as it came to be known, Capone remained in Miami, although some accounts suggested that he returned on Election Day to help get out the vote for Thompson. Remarkably, he was never directly blamed for the season's violence. When the local elections were over and the race for president heated up, pitting the Republican Herbert Hoover against the Democrat Al Smith, a supporter of Prohibition, against one of the law's most vocal opponents, Chicago emerged as an important issue in the campaign, with Capone the leading symbol of the problem. Chicago was held hostage by gangsters. The bombs and accompanying headlines had turned the nation's second-largest city into an international embarrassment, and pressure was growing on the federal government to do something about it. Second-largest city into an international embarrassment, and pressure was growing on the federal government to do something about it. Chapter 19. The Graduation of Frankie Yale. Capone commuted between Miami and Chicago throughout the spring and early summer of 1928. At times, playing the benevolent boss, he would bring men from Chicago down south to discuss business and to treat them to a bit of sunshine and fishing. His former mentor, Johnny Torrio, made weekly visits to the Capone estate. Capone threw big dinner parties at his house on the bay, with 15 or 20 guests invited at a time, the food prepared by one of the former chefs from Colosimo's restaurant in Chicago. There were cocktail parties, too, with 50 or 60 guests traipsing about the house, sweeping drinks off silver trays, plucking hors d'oeuvres from gleaming dishes, and admiring the wealth of their host. Most of the guests were Chicago gangsters, including Charlie and Rocco Fischetti, Rocco de Grazia, and Frankie Yale. Capone treated them all well. One day he might pack salami sandwiches and take them fishing. The next, he might organize an outing to a swank nightclub, where he would foot the whole bill. By necessity, he relied on his associates in Chicago to manage more of the business back home. The cops in Chicago still hadn't made any serious attempt to convict him of a crime, but they'd made up their minds to harass him, if nothing else. He had been operating in the spotlight for 2 years, ever since the McSwiggan murder, and trying to convince newspaper men that he was only somewhat criminal. But fame took its toll. His movements were watched constantly. Each time he attended a horse race or a prize fight, he knew there was a chance someone would snap his picture. Each time he traveled from Miami to Chicago, or Chicago to Miami, headlines accompanied him. Newspapers coast to coast were beginning to treat him like a celebrity, so that it didn't matter, really, whether he did anything to warrant attention. There were certain names, such as Lindbergh, Ruth, and Chaplin, that the public hungered for, and once Capone's name was added to the list, newspaper editors did all they could to satisfy that hunger. It wasn't just the newspapers taking an interest in Capone. On March 24th, Lelio Russell, an assistant U.S. attorney in Miami, sent a letter to Mabel Walker Willebrandt, an assistant attorney general of the United States. Willebrandt was one of the most powerful women ever to serve in federal government, and, having been in charge of Prohibition enforcement for the entire decade, one of the most frustrated. Russell reported that Capone and about 30 of his gangsters were becoming established in Miami to conduct a liquor business on a large scale. Russell was tall, blonde and slender, and wore her hair in a fashionable bob. She had started her career as a school teacher, had gone on to become a secretary in a law office, and then earned a law degree and had gone to work for the government. Very quickly she had earned a reputation for toughness. In the Capone case, she probably got her information from federal agents or from Miami cops she chatted with at the courthouse. The first part of Capone's plan, she told Willebrandt, was to supply the Shrine and Elks conventions, which will meet in May and July, respectively. Willebrandt assigned a special agent from the Treasury Department to investigate Capone. The feds would dog him for the rest of his life. Capone was beginning to realize the mistake he had made when he had decided to conduct his business openly, to establish a public identity as an overlord of the underworld. Lucky Luciano controlled New York as thoroughly and as profitably as Capone controlled Chicago, but Luciano didn't talk about it, and his name seldom appeared in the papers during the 1920s. The same went for Capone's former boss from Brooklyn, Frankie Yale, who ran a big bootlegging mob, but rarely called any attention to himself or his operation. Trying to charm the newspapermen had gotten Capone nowhere. Now the reporters expected him to be accessible, if not accountable. Perhaps Capone should have recognized that it would be difficult to run a criminal enterprise while being held accountable to the press. But it was too late. As a result, he found himself relying more heavily on men such as Guzik, Nitti, and Louis Little New York Campagna, a talented gunman often assigned to handle the mob's biggest hits, who was back on the street after doing time for bank robbery. The men were his frequent guests in Miami, and they stayed in touch by telephone when they were in Chicago. Late in June, Capone was expecting a visit from several of his men. A few days prior to the meeting, he had asked his friend Parker A. Henderson, Jr., to get him weapons. Henderson went to a nearby pawn shop and purchased at least half a dozen guns. Capone told him to bring them to a certain room at the Ponce de Leon. Henderson, finding the room empty, left the weapons on the bed. When he went back later to check, the guns were gone. Henderson assumed that Capone had taken possession and distributed them. By the summer of 1928, bootlegging was a sophisticated operation, international in scope and requiring considerable planning and coordination. In America, farmers, brewers, distillers, truckers, sailors, money launderers, and gunmen all were players in the game. But a big bootlegger such as Capone also would need to do business with legitimate merchants, including bankers and brokers, in countries outside the United States, where the production of alcoholic beverages continued without interruption. Much of the booze in the United States during Prohibition flowed in from Europe, Africa, Canada, and Latin America, with stops along the way in Mexico, the Caribbean, or the French islands of Saint-Pierre and Miquelon, off the coast of Canada. Al Capone remains a hero in Saint-Pierre and Miquelon even today, for bringing a sudden fortune to a small group of islands that had previously depended heavily on fishing. On Saint-Pierre, one house built entirely of Cutty Sark whiskey crates still stands, a tribute to the age of Prohibition, and it is not unusual for builders doing demolition and repair work there today to come across walls constructed largely of champagne and whiskey crates. Booze peddlers conducted their traffic in much the same way drug peddlers do today, with falsely labeled cargo, shipments addressed to fictitious destinations, and ships flown under false flags. Then, as now, American investors bankrolled many of the deals, and then, as now, the job fell to immigrant workers on American shores to unload and distribute the illegal goods. Capone was hardly the only big operator. Bill McCoy was a rum runner who operated a sloop named the Arethusa, making runs between the Bahamas and Martha's Vineyard, carrying some of the highest quality liquor on the market, which became known as the Real McCoy. A reporter who accompanied him on one excursion said McCoy spent $100,000 on each trip, $40,000 for whiskey and $60,000 for his crew, and hauled in a $300,000 profit. Avoiding pirates and Prohibition agents, he thrived for a few years until the U.S. Coast Guard finally caught up with him in 1924. Then there was Roy Olmsted, a lieutenant on the Seattle police force who moonlighted as a bootlegger, using his police credentials to cross into Canada to buy supplies. Fired from the police department in 1920, he used his connections in law enforcement to become one of the most efficient and canny bootleggers in the country, with net profits estimated at $200,000 a month. He kept going until 1926, when he was finally convicted and sentenced to 4 years in jail for conspiracy to possess, transport, and import intoxicating liquor. But the richest and smartest of them all was probably George Remus, who worked as a criminal lawyer in Chicago at the start of Prohibition, but soon after moved to Cincinnati. Remus was to bootlegging what Rockefeller was to oil, wrote the St. Louis Post-Dispatch in 1926. After selling his law practice, Remus used his cash to purchase at a discount some of the shuttered distilleries and government-bonded warehouses where millions of gallons of alcohol were stored. He soon became the largest owner of distilleries in the country. Next, he petitioned the government for permission to sell his alcohol to drug companies that were licensed to market medicinal whiskey. Then, in perhaps his most inspired moment, he set up his own drug companies so he could sell the booze to himself. As he moved the alcohol from one place to another in a series of complex and highly fictitious transactions, the government lost track of where it was all going. Of course, only a small amount of the alcohol wound up serving medicinal purposes. Most of it was siphoned off to bootleggers at sensational prices. Within a few months of Prohibition, Remus was ridiculously rich, with an array of bank accounts in his own name and under aliases. He purchased a farmhouse in Westwood, a suburb of Cincinnati, and made it the hub of his operation, with a fleet of trucks running in and out, and with Cincinnati police providing protection for a price. Some say that Remus, who once gave away 50 new Pontiacs to the women attending one of his lavish parties, inspired F. Scott Fitzgerald's J. Gatsby. But the feds got to him relatively quickly, raiding his operation and finding all the evidence they needed to make a case. Remus was tried and convicted in 1922, and after exhausting his appeals, he was jailed in 1924. Society viewed these big-time bootleggers as both ambitious and morally corrupt. In that sense, they were archetypes of the 1920s. McCoy, Remus, Capone, and countless others were at war with the rules of American society, even as they worked to put together the wealth, power, and status that loosely defined the American dream. America had always had a certain fond admiration for its criminals, but the feeling grew stronger in the 1920s, when moral values were especially low and frustration with the law especially high. Bootleggers were not Robin Hoods. They were not taking from the rich and giving to the poor, but they were defying the government and delivering beer to the masses, and that was good enough to put many Americans squarely on their side. I couldn't look upon the gangs of the Prohibition period as criminals, said one unnamed sociologist who mixed with the Capone crowd. The people of Chicago wanted booze, gambling, and women, and the Capone organization was a public utility, supplying the customers with what they wanted. It couldn't have operated 1 hour without the public's consent. The big civil leaders and industrial moguls would get up at a meeting and denounce corruption, and then go straight to a cocktail party or back to the office to argue with their bootleggers about the quality of the last delivery of liquor. An unnamed lawyer at the time said much the same. Capone was relatively innocent compared with some of the men who dominated business and public life then, and I'm thinking particularly of Samuel Insull, the utility and railroad magnate, who conducted his financial operations like a ruthless brigand. It was the general abandonment of honesty and integrity in public life brought about by Insull that had as a byproduct the moral climate in which Capone ascended. The Chicago writer Nelson Algren, who grew up on the South Side and filled his stories with street characters, put it more succinctly. Corruption begins at the top. I have known a lot of racket people and people who have done time. Morally, they are sounder than the good people who run Chicago by complicity. Morally sound or not, most of the high-profile bootleggers were tightrope walkers. They performed exhilarating feats, but not for long. Capone carried on longer than most because he kept his operation so loosely organized and because he left little evidence of his involvement in the business. Everyone knew what he was doing. He admitted it and even bragged about it. But his booze came from innumerable sources, and, unlike Remus, he never attempted to corner the market or control his supply lines. Of course, there were challenges associated with Capone's approach, too. He could count on fairly steady income from his gambling and brothel operations, where supply and demand were virtually infinite, but not in the booze business. From one week to the next, Capone never could be certain where he was going to get his alcohol, how much he was going to pay for it, or how much he would be able to get. Breweries were raided and shut down all the time. Shipments were intercepted. Allies were bumped off or jailed. The true nature of his art was improvisation. Day by day, week by week, for almost 2 years he kept the thing going, like a long, loud Louis Armstrong trumpet solo, never sure where or exactly how it would end. Remus was ravenous, insatiable, and egotistical to the extreme. Capone had the same tendencies, and others that were perhaps even less attractive, but at his core he was a businessman. For years, much of Capone's supply came through Detroit, courtesy of an organization of Jewish hoodlums founded by Sammy "Purple" Cohen. The Purple Gang, as it was known, grew out of Detroit's East Side, when a coterie of teenagers shrewdly decided to give up shoplifting and extorting in favor of selling their own alcohol. The Purple Gang supplied Capone with Canadian Club whiskey, changing the labels on the bottles to read Old Log Cabin, which became one of the most popular and reliably high-quality drinks on the Chicago market. Even before Prohibition, much of America's alcohol had come from Canada, and in particular from the border cities of Windsor, Walkerville, and Sandwich. But once the American producers shut down, the Canadian liquor industry grew fantastically. The Detroit River, which separates the United States and Canada, is only a mile wide, with several islands in its middle that provided convenient docking for smugglers. Hundreds of private homes and boat docks, many of them hidden behind fences, lined the American side of the river, which made for secure landing points. When Prohibition took effect, Canadian customs officials noted a huge increase in demand for motorboat licenses, and at one point the New York Times estimated that a fleet of 30 to 50 mosquito boats delivered more than 50,000 pint bottles of beer a day to Detroit. Bigger loads arrived by train, thanks to railroad workers who were bribed by bootleggers to put false labels on carloads of beer. Of course, it was no secret that much of Capone's whiskey was coming from Canada through Detroit and across Michigan, which assured there would be frequent attempts at hijacking and at least occasional arrests by Prohibition agents. But such were the costs of doing business. Capone lost a few men and lost a few cases of whiskey, but in the long run lost very little money. Capone's booze also came cross-country from New York, with the assistance of Frankie Yale, among others. Yale was 35, a ripe old age for a man in his line of work, and fat. He had his hand in some legitimate businesses, including a funeral parlor and a cigar company that printed his picture on every box of cigars. But primarily, he was still a goon. His bootlegging business was not all that different from the ice racket he built as a young man, in that both depended on violence, threatened and actual. For a price, Yale would ensure the safe transport of booze, and Capone happily paid. But beginning sometime in 1928, the quality of Yale's service deteriorated. Given that there had been friction between the men in recent months, Capone grew suspicious. It's not clear why Capone and Yale were bumping heads. Details are sketchy. Some accounts suggest that Yale was angry at Capone for installing Tony Lombardo at the helm of the Unione Siciliana in Chicago. Yale, who ran the Brooklyn chapter of the organization, had preferred Joe Aiello for the job. With Lombardo in charge, according to some versions of the story, the Chicago chapter failed to contribute dues to the New York office at the same generous level to which Yale had become accustomed. Was Yale dipping into Capone's booze supply to make up the difference? Was he hoarding money in an attempt to finance a campaign to oust Lombardo? Or was he merely being greedy, assuming that Capone was too preoccupied in Miami to keep track of every bottle and buck? Whatever his intentions, Yale's actions were perilous, as a man of his experience should have known. On the Sunday afternoon of July 1st, 1928, the sun was shining and a cool north wind was blowing over Brooklyn. Frankie Yale was cruising along 44th Street in his new Lincoln. He was moving slowly through a busy residential neighborhood when a big black Nash with Illinois plates pulled up behind, trailing by about 150 feet. As the Nash drew closer, shots rang out, shattering the rear window of Yale's car and scattering pedestrians. Yale stepped hard on the accelerator, but he could not outrun the black sedan. The Nash pulled alongside Yale's Lincoln, and more bullets flew. Yale lost control and crashed through a cluster of hedges. His vehicle came to rest on the stone stairs leading to a ground-level apartment on 44th Street. By the time the police arrived, he was already dead. Later, a few blocks away, the cops found the Nash, which contained a Thompson machine gun, a shotgun, and a revolver. Some accounts suggested that Yale was the victim of New York City's first machine gun attack. Police traced the serial numbers on the guns and learned that at least one of them had been purchased by Parker Henderson, Jr. of Miami. When contacted by police, Henderson wasted no time proving his extraordinary serviceability. He told the cops precisely where he had purchased the guns and for whom. It looked like bad news for Capone. He had a long-running association with the victim. He had a motive. He had a connection to at least one of the guns used in the shooting. And police also heard a report that 3 of Capone's top men had left Miami, perhaps headed to New York, shortly before the assassination. Yale received a beautiful send-off, packed up in a silver coffin as part of a $50,000 funeral that drew 10,000 mourners. But as the days and weeks went by, no charges were filed in the case. One day, the New York Times ran 3 stories on the investigation, and yet the newsmen had no idea where Capone could be found. One newspaper declared he was in Cicero, another said Chicago, and yet another said he was fishing in Florida. When police in Miami interviewed him about Yale, Capone listed the names of the men who had left his Palm Island home shortly before the attack and assured the officers that the men went to Chicago, not to New York. While he had their attention, Capone asked the officers if they could do anything about the excessively bright street lamp the city had recently installed near the entrance to his home. In Chicago, it had been relatively easy to explain why Capone so often avoided arrest and conviction. He owned the place. But how to explain his immunity from punishment in Miami and New York? The problem was that criminals had become more sophisticated than the criminal justice system. Laws were administered unevenly with little to no federal intervention. In most cases, anyone with enough money for a bribe or a competent attorney could beat the rap. Corruption ran through police stations and courthouses like veins through marble. Prohibition agents were too few and too weak. The Justice Department's Bureau of Investigation, it was not yet referred to as the FBI, was a strangely inconsequential institution, more like a detective agency than a police force, with no clear mission and no great powers. Its young director, J. Edgar Hoover, was attempting to reform the agency, but he had a long way to go. New York City police might have had enough evidence to charge Capone with conspiracy to murder Yale, but detectives in New York didn't have the knowledge or the resources to run an investigation that would have required them to gather evidence in 3 states. In 1928, fighting crime was a local affair, and if a criminal escaped the scene of his transgression, it was a pretty safe bet he would never be caught. George Johnson summed up the state of affairs in a speech to a group of businessmen at the Hotel LaSalle. As usual for the U.S. Attorney, it was a less than rousing oration, but it nonetheless encapsulated precisely the problem with American law enforcement. "The year 1928 is a political year," Johnson began. "The minds of many statesmen and politicians are engrossed in the question, what is the paramount issue? Tax reduction, national defense, flood control are each discussed with reference to our common welfare, and by different groups each is held to be a paramount issue. In my judgment, the paramount issue today in the United States is enforcement of law." Johnson then appealed to his audience's business instincts. Because of high crime in Chicago, he said, insurance rates were rising for all sorts of businesses. In 1920, for example, he noted, a fur dealer or jeweler paid $10 to insure every $1,000 of merchandise against theft. In 1928, he paid $16.50. In 1920, a drugstore or service station operator paid $20 for every $1,000 of theft insurance. In 1928, he paid $66. And why were criminals in Chicago running amok? Johnson answered the question with more numbers. Police arrested 20,000 people on felony charges in 1926, but only 647 of them were sent to the penitentiary. Of the 2,600 men with major criminal records who were arrested, only 164 or 6% did time behind bars. It didn't have to be so, he insisted. After the war, said Johnson, when robbers started targeting railroad cars carrying mail, the government faced a choice: put armed guards on every mail car or bring down the full force of the law on those mail thieves who had already been apprehended, making examples of them and sending the message to would-be robbers that the government had zero tolerance for such criminal acts. As conviction rates rose, robberies of mail cars all but stopped. Postal inspectors became the most feared law enforcement officers in the nation, which is why the Treasury Department hired so many of them when it came time to toughen up the enforcement arm of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Prohibition was a failure, Johnson said, but Prohibition was not to blame for the lawlessness. Loose morals were. Morality can't be legislated, he said, but it can be taught. He called for a system of education that reinforced moral values, reminding children that gangsters were not heroes, that the bandit king who is paraded in the press and comes before the court is ugly and loathsome, a person not fitted into the scheme of things, not prepared for the problems of life, and therefore a derelict. He called for the removal of crooked politicians who corrupted whatever they touched. The 1920s were an age of privilege, but today that privilege has grown out of hand, he said. So much so that criminals who are challenged by the system of law fight back with a sawed-off shotgun and a bomb, and get away with it. Johnson concluded his speech with solid logic and no great emotional climax, saying, "We may disagree on the wisdom of some law, but we can all agree on this principle, that a horde of undesirables are not to be tolerated in a civilized community." In his newspaper column, the poet and journalist Carl Sandburg praised Johnson for a speech containing more wisdom than sophistry or bunk. And soon Johnson would gain a far more powerful ally who agreed entirely with his theory on fighting crime. Together, they would launch an offensive to take down the nation's most notorious bootlegger. Beyond fighting crime, together they would launch an offensive to take down the nation's most notorious bootlegger. Chapter 20. Hooverization. 1 month after Frankie Yale's assassination, 70,000 people filled Stanford University's football stadium to hear Herbert Hoover accept the Republican Party's nomination for President of the United States. Hoover was the heroic do-gooder who had saved the Belgians from starvation in 1914 and had rescued the victims of the Mississippi flood in 1927. He wasn't the most exciting candidate to make a charge at the presidency. In fact, he was probably one of the dullest. He larded his speeches with statistics and theory, like George Johnson. Hoover spoke with all the thrill of thawing ice. It seems ironic that in the 1920s, when Americans were so enthralled with glitz and glamour, they would choose such a lackluster politician to lead. Perhaps, amid all the upset, voters sought a laxative. Hoover was everything those movie stars weren't: efficient, moralistic, righteous, unflappable, and selfless. Like Henry Ford, he blended modernism and tradition. He sold himself as a master of efficiency. Since the start of his career in public service, his goal had never been to accumulate power. All he had ever wanted to do was make government work better. As Secretary of Commerce, he had developed a simple and effective system of government. He would summon the leaders of an industry, big or small, to a meeting, call their attention to certain problems besetting their work, then guide them painstakingly through the search for solutions. In 8 years, according to his biographer, Eugene Lyons, he convened 3,000 such meetings, and almost every one resulted in reduced waste, enhanced profits, or improved working conditions. He was a tinkerer, not a radical reformer, and he was probably best suited for the job he already held, Commerce Secretary. Yet there he stood, a step away from the presidency. "I do not favor the repeal of the 18th Amendment," he said on a cloudless California afternoon, taking a characteristically conservative stand on one of the few issues that deeply divided voters. "I stand for the efficient enforcement of the laws enacted thereunder. Whoever is chosen president has under his oath the solemn duty to pursue this course. Our country has deliberately undertaken a great social and economic experiment, noble in motive and far-reaching in purpose. It must be worked out constructively. Common sense compels us to realize that grave abuses have occurred, abuses which must be remedied. Crime and disobedience of law cannot be permitted to break down the Constitution and laws of the United States." He was a big, strong man with a squarish head and an eave of gray-brown hair that drooped nonchalantly from the left side of his face to the right. He seldom smiled, and he dressed as conservatively as was humanly possible, in shades of black and gray. Perfect bureaucrat camouflage, as if the last thing he wanted was to call attention to himself. He spoke as cautiously as he dressed. Even before a crowd of 70,000, with marching bands and cheerleaders surrounding him, and with an audience of millions listening coast to coast on the radio, he made no attempt to jazz up his delivery. Hoover's idea of a good time was to work with industry to standardize the thread sizes on nuts and bolts, which he listed as one of his principal achievements as Secretary of Commerce. In fact, it was a brilliant move, in that it made countless factories more efficient and promoted collaboration among independent businesses. If the voters thought him dull, he would not argue. If they saw his life story as the embodiment of the American dream, he wouldn't argue with that either. Hoover was born in 1874 in a whitewashed wooden cottage outside West Branch, Iowa, a village founded by Quakers. His father was a blacksmith, a pious man, but with a hot dash of American ambition. His mother worked as a teacher and a seamstress and served as a minister in the church. She expected silence from her 3 children when she sat them for hours at a time with the elders at the unheated Quaker meeting house. Herbert Hoover grew up in a community of shared values, where citizens learned that hard work, temperance, and careful planning led to a guiltless, untroubled conscience. His reading was limited to the Bible, school books, and novels that taught the dangers of demon rum, but he occasionally risked the ire of his elders by partaking in certain forbidden acts, such as sledding. When Herbert was 6, his father died from typhoid fever. For 8 months after his father's death, Herbert was sent to live with an uncle who worked as a federal agent on an Osage Indian reservation in Arkansas, where Herbert and his cousin were the only white boys around. There he learned to hunt with bow and arrow, build fires, and cook on them. When he was 8 and living back in West Branch, pneumonia killed his mother. The 3 siblings were split up. After 2 years on an Iowa farm with one uncle, Herbert was gently told, "Thee is going to Oregon," to live with the most respected of his uncles, a country doctor and missionary named Henry John Minthorn, who had recently lost his only son and all but insisted that his sister's boy be sent as a replacement. Hoover never overcame his natural shyness. It just hardened like bread crust, leaving him with a thick shell that made people think of him as closed and dispassionate. After studying engineering at Stanford, he found work as a miner among low-paid, hard-living, dirty-lunged men. He didn't drink or curse to impress them. He merely worked harder than the rest. If this highly educated, principled young Quaker did not cower before such rough characters and was not resented by them, wrote biographer Lyons, it was because he was the best miner of them all. Before long, Hoover was moved up to management, traveling the world, evaluating mines for purchase by the big companies that employed him. In 1899, between trips, he returned home to marry the only girl he had ever dated, and probably the only one with whom he had ever danced. Lou Henry. Her parents had been counting on a boy and couldn't bring themselves to come up with a feminine name for their child. A stunning beauty, tall and lean, with a love of the outdoors, Lou could have charmed any man on campus, but she was drawn to Hoover by his confidence, his quiet, sturdy charm, and by his legendary status as the most brilliant geology student in the college. She, too, had chosen geology as her major. In 1914, the Hoovers were living in London when war erupted in Europe. For years, Hoover had been nagged by the sense that he ought to be contributing to society, but his antisocial personality and poor speaking skills held him back. With the war raging, the U.S. Embassy asked Hoover to help stranded American travelers get back home. He jumped at the chance. He found he was well suited for such behind-the-scenes work, where results counted for more than style. As the war went on, German soldiers occupied Belgium, and the British Navy blockaded the tiny nation's ports. The defenseless Belgians, who imported almost all their food, began to starve. Again, the American embassy asked Hoover to help. First, he negotiated with the British and Germans to allow emergency food supplies to reach civilians. Then, calling on wealthy donors, corporations, and government agencies, he began building a network of boats, trains, and trucks to deliver it. Through 4 years of war, Hoover's Committee for the Relief of Belgium raised $1 billion and fed more than 11 million people. Hoover, ever righteous, took no salary and hired an accounting firm to audit his charity's books. The audit showed that the organization spent less than 0.5% of its money on administration. When America entered the war in 1917, President Woodrow Wilson asked Hoover to come home and serve as the nation's food administrator, leading America's effort in conservation so that more could be sent overseas. Once more, Hoover found the work immensely satisfying. Children were taught to finish their apples. "Be patriotic to the core," went the slogan. Bakers cooked up coarser breads to conserve ingredients, and families were urged to institute meatless Mondays and wheatless Wednesdays. Hoover had the government start buying wheat and sugar crops. He set hog prices so high that farmers were motivated to double production. He called it conservation, but many Americans referred to it, with no trace of scorn or ridicule, as Hooverizing. One cartoonist, Valentine, at the time, read, "I can Hooverize on dinners and on lights and fuel, too, but I'll never learn to Hooverize when it comes to loving you." It was, as the historian William E. Leuchtenberg noted, the first time America had acted as a nation. And it worked. Though he intended to return to the mining business after the war, Hoover never made it. In 1920, President-elect Warren G. Harding named him Secretary of Commerce. Though Harding's administration would prove one of the most thoroughly venal in American history, notorious for its Teapot Dome scandal, a bribery racket involving oil field reserves, Hoover came through with his reputation unsullied. When Vice President Calvin Coolidge took office upon Harding's death in 1923, Hoover held on to his job, and the economy took off on a white-hot streak, beginning a period of prosperity unlike any before. Throughout his years in Washington, Hoover had never acted like a man who burned to be president. He just sat at his roll-top desk, appointing committees, analyzing statistics, scheduling meetings, and reading reports. Asked to name the most important task he faced, he usually picked waste reduction. And if waste reduction wasn't the sort of issue that tended to thrust a man into a position of power, so be it. When it came to running for president, Hoover decided that the best thing he could do, given his drab personality, was to let the American people come to their own conclusion that he would make a fine leader before expressing any desire of his own for the job. It was modest, it was risk-free, and it was effective. So as Coolidge made vague statements about his intention to seek re-election, Hoover and his friends started building an informal, nearly invisible campaign organization. All over the country, labor unions, small business associations, miners, railway workers, social workers, engineers, and religious leaders went to work on Hoover's behalf. Men and women who had toiled with him in flood relief efforts and on international food programs formed clubs to promote his campaign. Newspapers declared that this humble technocrat, this genius of organization, might be better qualified for the presidency than any first-time candidate the nation had ever put forth. Here was an experienced candidate, with no great ego and no obvious appetite for power, who managed to make it appear as if he'd been propelled into a position of national leadership by force of nature and through no doing of his own. Nothing like it had ever happened before in America. Yet even as it had become clear that a great wave of support was building behind him, Hoover, cloaking his confidence in a kind of humility, declined to commit. With the exception of a brief letter he sent to party leaders in Ohio, giving them permission to enter his name in the state's primary, he made not a single public pronouncement prior to the party's national convention. On his way west to accept the nomination, his train stopped in Fort Wayne, Indiana, where he was greeted by a crowd that beseeched him to offer a few words. "This is not an occasion for a political speech," he said. "It is Sunday morning. However, I do appreciate greatly the sentiment and courtesy of your coming down to the station." That was all he had to say. At his next stop, in Chicago, he was not even recognized as his small motorcade rolled through the city's loop. When reporters met him in suburban Evanston at the home of Vice President Dawes, Hoover excused himself, saying, "I will get into the background," leaving Dawes to handle the newsman alone. The campaign centered on a few themes. First, there was the ethnicity and religion of Hoover's Democratic opponent. New York Governor Al Smith. An Irish-American and practicing Roman Catholic, Smith made many voters in the South uncomfortable. Smith also was a drinking man, and unafraid to admit it. He came out in opposition to Prohibition, while Hoover promised to enforce and maintain the law. Hoover knew that the ban on drinking was unpopular in big cities. He was bothered by the fact that the law had corrupted the nation's justice system and turned petty criminals into violent tyrants. But he also knew that the majority of American voters still wanted Prohibition to work. They still wanted to believe that Americans were a God-fearing, law-abiding, hard-working people capable of kicking their bad habits. Had he been more audacious, Hoover could have campaigned against Al Capone rather than Al Smith. He could have made the gangster his scapegoat for the failures of Prohibition and vowed to take him down. It would not have been much of a stretch, given that Hoover spoke often of his intention to reform the nation's criminal justice system. But the Republican candidate was not prone to hyperbole. It would appear that he never mentioned Capone on the stump. But then again, he didn't have to. He had the economy on his side. By the late 1920s, the national income of the United States exceeded that of Great Britain, Germany, Japan, Canada, France, and 17 other nations combined. Americans worked less, earned more, and got more for their money. Henry Ford had instituted the 5-day work week, as opposed to the previous 6, and the agricultural machinery manufacturer International Harvester started offering its employees something fantastic and all but unheard of: a 2-week annual paid vacation. The manufacturing sector was exploding. Cars, telephones, and radios led the way. Then came new products, such as cigarette lighters, paint sprayers, wristwatches, book matches, Pyrex cooking utensils, cellophane. The economy was flying high like Lindbergh over the Atlantic. All anyone really wanted was more. Hoover and the Republicans claimed credit for the nation's prosperity and warned voters that there was still a bit of tinkering to be done before economic bliss could be achieved and locked in. The stock market had hiccuped a few times during the campaign season, but as Election Day drew near, the big bull market was back. People were starting to believe the Irving Berlin lyrics. Blue skies, smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies from now on. School teachers, plumbers, and all sorts of modestly paid Americans were investing in stocks, or at least following the daily shifts in prices, a habit once largely reserved for the privileged. It was only a matter of time, it seemed, before poverty was completely eliminated and wealth blanketed the land from corner to corner. American business leaders were leading the nation toward the greatest age of good fortune the world had ever seen. Big business in America is producing what the socialists held up as their goal: food, shelter, and clothing for all, wrote the muckraking left-wing journalist Lincoln Steffens. You will see it during the Hoover administration. All, wrote the muckraking left-wing journalist Lincoln Steffens. You will see it during the Hoover administration. Chapter 21. I do not stay up late. Miss Parsons? The voice on the telephone seemed alarmingly low. It was Al Capone on a call with Hollywood's leading gossip columnist, Luella Parsons, of the Hearst newspaper chain. Yes, she said flatly, not really believing that the big fellow himself was on the line. Al Capone speaking, he said. The voice was strangely subdued. To Parsons, it sounded like a tone one might hear in a library or around a sick person. It gave her the creeps. She was not the sort to be afraid. In Hollywood, Parsons had a reputation for being as ruthless as any gangster, a bitch goddess, as the actress Mamie Van Doren would later describe her, with the power to make or break careers. According to film industry lore, Parsons had been aboard the yacht of William Randolph Hearst when the producer Thomas Ince died. Hearst supposedly found his lover in the arms of Charlie Chaplin, tried to shoot Chaplin, and hit Ince instead. In exchange for her silence, the story went, Parsons received a lifetime contract from the newspaper magnate. Whether true or not, the legend certainly enhanced Parsons' image. The gossip columnist had met Capone a year earlier, when she had come to Chicago, along with seemingly half of the American populace, for the Dempsey-Tunney fight. Capone had gone on and on at the time about his son, and Parsons doubted if even the most chicken-hearted would have been scared of Al on that occasion. Now she was in town again, making a recreational stop on her way to New York. Capone had recently returned from Miami. Parsons asked if she could stop by the Metropole that evening for an interview. "Come early. I do not stay up late," Capone said, his voice still hushed. Later, when Edward G. Robinson, Jimmy Cagney, and Humphrey Bogart started playing gangsters on the silver screen and speaking in low monotones that hovered just above a mumble, Parsons would swear they'd all copied the style from Capone. Their wardrobe ideas came from him, too. On the train from Los Angeles, Parsons had met a young doctor named Harry Martin. She was already infatuated. Showing off, she invited him to come along to meet Capone. The doctor thought it was a gag, but off he went to the Metropole with this dazzling, fascinating, fearless woman. "Al Capone doesn't live here," the hotel desk clerk told Parsons. "I would advise you to call room 408, she snapped. They rode the elevator, knocked at the door, and withstood a screening by 3 of Capone's men. At last, the door opened to reveal Capone in a combination office-sitting room. To Parsons' eye, the furniture looked too cheap for a man of Capone's stature. If not for the photos of family and friends, one would never have known that the suite had been Capone's more or less permanent residence for nearly a year. Other, more self-aggrandizing reporters tended to describe Capone's hotel suite as an imposing chamber, darkly paneled and majestically accoutred. But Parsons was not impressed. The gangster chief was a dark, squat man, she recalled, under medium height, but immaculately groomed in a soft gray suit. His eyes were small, but rather pleasant. It was his mouth that was his bad feature, too full, purple rather than red in color, and his lips shone so they seemed to be polished. Purple, too, was the scar on his cheek which gave him his nickname. He rose slowly and easily to greet his guests and, with the poise of an actor, began discoursing about European antiques he had recently acquired, and then about how much his son enjoyed riding horseback through Lincoln Park each morning. Like any celebrity, it seemed, he was eager to impress. The more Capone talked, wrote Parsons, the more obvious it became to both his nervous guests that there was absolutely no thought in his mind that he had ever done a thing to harm society. Only after several minutes of chit-chat did Parsons come to realize that Capone wanted something in return for the access he had granted his interviewer. "That paper that runs your column, the Chicago Herald and Examiner," he said, his voice betraying the first hint of petulance, "is particularly bad to my dog races." He was talking about the Hawthorne Kennel Club, where he had a stake in the greyhound action, in partnership with Fast Eddie O'Hare. "Look at the play they give the horse races. Why do they ignore my dogs?" At this shocker, Parsons should have been greatly relieved. If Capone's biggest beef was newspaper coverage of the dog races, she held pretty fair standing. But as Capone went on, it was clear that he was not joking. "Well," he said, in that same level tone which by now was getting on Parsons' nerves in the extreme, "you are the girl who can fix it. Speak to the editor about it." Parsons sensed this was an order, not a request, and decided to change the subject. She said she was only in town for a day, on her way from Los Angeles to New York. "Los Angeles!" Capone said. "There's a lousy town." He went on to tell how he'd been run out by the district attorney and forced to return to Chicago last year around Christmas time, and how someone had swiped a jug of wine from one of his suitcases. Then, as he had approached Chicago, he griped, he had given $100 to a newspaper reporter and asked the fellow to send a telegram to one of his associates with details on when and where he wished to be met. But instead of wiring his associate, the reporter had wired the police. The cops had met Capone at the station in Joliet and locked him up for the night. "What burned me up," he said, "was that the guy kept the $100. The cheap crook." And locked him up for the night. "What burned me up," he said, "was that the guy kept the $100. The cheap crook." Chapter 22. The Enforcer. "Oh, look at the airplane," said Tony Lombardo to his two bodyguards. He stepped out of the Hartford building, a steel skyscraper built in the burst of industry before the 1893 World's Fair, and stood for a moment on the sidewalk near the busy intersection of Madison and Dearborn. A thickly packed crowd had gathered in front of the Boston store, where workers with pulleys and ropes were hoisting a real airplane up the department store's exterior wall and in through an enormous window on the 11th floor. The downtown Loop's brick buildings were lit orange in the fading sun, its streets soaked in shadows. It was 4:25 on a mild Friday afternoon, September 7th, 1928, the kind of crisp autumn day you longed for through the long Chicago winter. Electric streetcars buzzed up and down Madison Street, their bells jingling. Delivery trucks ground their gears and coughed gray smoke into the air, while the amused crowd ogled the amazing sight of the suspended aircraft. Americans in the 1920s, more than ever, defined themselves by how they dressed, the movies they viewed, and the games they played. It was part of being stylish and modern. The Boston was one of those department stores that helped explain the latest fashions and helped make those fashions available to the masses at marked-down prices. But it wasn't enough for stores to offer low prices and a stunningly vast variety of products, and it wasn't enough to advertise, even though American businesses in 1928 would spend a record-breaking $1.2 billion doing so. Now, in the age of indulgence and spectacle, department stores took extreme steps to outshine the competition. Today, it was a plane. After watching the slowly climbing aircraft, Lombardo and his bodyguards began walking west on Madison. Lombardo, the boss, was a busy man. As president of the Unione Siciliana, now referred to as the Italo-American Union, he was routinely besieged by requests for favors, but just now he was under greater than usual pressure. For starters, there were the rumors that gunmen from New York were looking to knock him off to make way for a member of the Aiello faction. Capone, too, was on the spot, gangster parlance for under contract or facing heat. But Capone could hide. Lombardo didn't have that luxury. He was expected to be out among the people he served. He was expected to attend baptisms, weddings, and the endless array of religious festivals that seemed to go on for days. He also kept regular office hours to help settle feuds among neighbors and to listen to pleas from men who needed a hand finding work. Most recently, he had been asked to help save a 10-year-old Italian boy who had been kidnapped. The story was making banner headlines, in no small part because it evoked memories of the kidnapping and murder of 14-year-old Bobby Franks by Leopold and Loeb a few years earlier. The kidnappers were demanding a ransom of $60,000. The boy's father, a stubborn and independent man, said he would pay, but not that much, and he wanted the police to stay out of it. He was counting on Lombardo with his connections to win his son's release. Without Capone, Lombardo never would have ascended to the position of power and wealth he inhabited with such grace. Yet Capone's beneficence had turned out to be like the storied monkey's paw. It brought great fortune and greater complications. That was why he surrounded himself with bodyguards and tried to confine his public activities to the Loop, where the crowds afforded him a sense of safety. As Lombardo left his office after a long meeting, his clothes reeking of cigarette smoke and his eyes still adjusting to the light, one of those complications followed Lombardo down the street. He was a tall man in a brown suit, hatless and seemingly alone. Walking quickly along the crowded sidewalk, he closed in behind Lombardo and pulled a gun. Lombardo saw the man coming out of the corner of his eye and reached in his pocket for his own revolver, but not fast enough. 4 shots rang out, echoing in the canyon of tall buildings. Lombardo and one of his bodyguards fell in front of the Roclios cafeteria. Pedestrians shrieked and scattered chaotically, ducking behind taxis and darting into shops. Streetcars screeched to a stop, bells jangling. The man in the brown suit took off running, briefly chased by the surviving bodyguard. He ducked into a Regal shoes store and went out the back, never to be seen again. When it was clear the shooting had stopped, men and women came out from cover to see the bloody bodies, ignoring the airplane overhead. By the time police arrived, it was clear that Lombardo, 36 years old, was a goner, the blood pouring like syrup from 2 small holes behind his left ear and pulpy face, and spreading across the sidewalk from his prone corpse. His wounded bodyguard, shot in the back, his spinal cord shattered, would die 3 days later. Lombardo's murder once again put Chicago in the national news. Police speculated that the murder was payback for the assassination of Frankie Yale and connected to the struggle for control of the Italo-American Union. Though there were hundreds of witnesses to the crime, including the bodyguard who gave chase to the gunman, police were clueless when it came to identifying the murderer. They did say they believed the whack looked like a professional job. Dum-dum bullets, points blunted to dull their impact and to make a more gaping wound, had been used to make certain that the shots wouldn't go through Lombardo and strike any unintended civilians. Now, the newspapers said, it wasn't just a bunch of local idiots shooting one another over kegs of beer. It was bigger than that. It was, as the New York Times put it, nothing less than the bloody struggle for the right of dictatorship in the criminal empire, of which Alphonse Scarface Capone now seems the titular head. The papers were stoking fears, suggesting that gangster-fueled terrorism was spreading and would soon plague every city in the nation if something wasn't done. It's difficult to say for certain whether Americans were less safe in the late 1920s than they were prior to Prohibition. The government was not yet compiling national statistics on crime. One study estimated that murders and assaults increased 37% during the Prohibition years, but other studies concluded that the crime wave was a myth, and that the nation was enjoying a long-term decline in serious crime that would carry through into the 1960s. Either way, there was no doubt that American fascination with crime had reached its all-time peak. That much could be blamed on the press. News and entertainment were no longer purely local, thanks to the emergence of national newspaper and radio companies and the growth of big circulation magazines. Crossword puzzles and Kellogg's cornflakes and dozens of other products were becoming national phenomena too, thanks to coast-to-coast marketing campaigns that hadn't existed a decade earlier. The gangster became a cultural icon as newspaper writers began looking for stories with national appeal. Crime stories were perfect. They were about morality, about money, about profit and loss, success and failure, good and evil. Crime stories had powerful images, too. Fast cars, gushing wounds, rattling gats, big hats, and catchy nicknames. Writers such as Damon Runyon and Ben Hecht spotted the appeal right away and cashed in. The newspaper chain boss and fan of splashy tabloids, William Randolph Hearst, also recognized the trend and capitalized. These men knew that life in America in the 1920s was wild and reckless. The country was changing fast and in often frightening ways. But everyone could relate to the tale of the American gangster. It was a story that boiled down many of the day's most complicated matters, crime, poverty, prohibition, into simple, action-packed narratives. And best of all, it offered Americans a bogeyman, an object of fear that managed to frighten without doing much real harm to the average citizen. The hoodlum of 1920 has become page one news, copy for the magazines, material for talkie plots and vaudeville gags, Fred Paisley wrote in his 1930 biography of Capone, in which he ranked the gangster with American legends such as Will Rogers, Henry Ford, Babe Ruth, the corner of Broadway and 42nd Street, and Bromo Seltzer. Chicago's Exhibit A had become America's Exhibit A. After returning to Chicago late in the summer of 1928, Capone had moved his headquarters from the Metropole to the Lexington Hotel. Same neighborhood, but 1 block north. The Lexington was a little bit classier than the Metropole, but it wasn't the Palmer House, which had grand ballrooms, Tiffany windows, and muraled ceilings. The Lexington was still well south of the city's center, much closer to the old Four Deuces than to the city's imposing skyscrapers. He registered under the name George Phillips and took room 230, which consisted of 3 rooms connected to form a single suite. Later he moved to the 4th floor, where he used part of his suite as living quarters and part as office. The office looked like any other: filing cabinets, adding machines, and a big desk set in the bay window. Capone sat with his back to Michigan Avenue. On his desk sat a framed portrait of Sonny. On the office walls were 2 engravings, one of George Washington and one of Abraham Lincoln. At some point he added a portrait of Big Bill Thompson. At another, between the presidential portraits, he hung a cartoon image of himself dressed in golfing togs and holding a driver. For now this was his home and office. 8 years in Chicago, a city of neighborhoods, and Capone had never really had a neighborhood to call his own. He'd never had a local speakeasy where the bartender knew his order, never had a regular shoeshine stand, never had a barber shop where the fellows had already heard his jokes but laughed anyway. Hanging out in saloons was too dangerous, and the shoeshine men and barbers all came to him. This was the life he'd chosen, or else the life that had chosen him. There was nothing normal about it. On September 11th, 1928, when Lombardo was buried, Capone and his men emerged en masse from the Lexington, all in dark suits and big hats, and drove out to Cicero to pay respects. The sky was mackerel gray. It looked like all of Cicero and a good part of Chicago had collected around the dead man's humble brick house. Housewives, old women with shawls covering their heads, taxi drivers in dirty shoes, teenage girls chewing gum, tailors, assembly line workers, chauffeurs with machine guns on the floorboards of their cars, cops, precinct captains, judges, streetcar conductors, newspaper reporters, and a handful of men who didn't know the dead man at all, but had made a grotesque hobby of showing up at gangster funerals. Cars were parked 2 deep by the curb, stopping all traffic and forcing mourners to walk. Flowers filled the front yard of the Lombardo home with Amazonian density. 1 wreath spanned the entire width of the home. T. Lombardo, the flowers spelled. The T fashioned from pink carnations, the Lombardo from white. A clock built of pink gladiolas marked the time of Lombardo's last breath, 4:25. Capone sent something a bit more tasteful, sort of. A heart made of red roses, roughly 8 feet in height, with white roses around the edge and white roses at the center, spelling, "My Pal." Friends and neighbors wandered about the driveway and backyard, swapping stories, while waiting for the family to join them on the trip to the cemetery. A buzz went through the crowd when Capone arrived, but he disappointed the gawkers by taking not the bulletproof Cadillac, which was said to weigh 9,000 pounds under all that armor, but the automobile of a friend. A soft gray fedora tilted on his head. He wore a black suit of fine wool, patent leather shoes, black tie, and a plain white shirt, unlike some other gangsters who tried to show off with their colored shirts, flashy ties, and tan shoes. Capone chatted with Frankie Yale, his principal bodyguard and full-time companion, as well as with Jack McGurn. The noted assassins Robert Anselmi and John Scalise may have been strolling the backyard, but the reporter who thought he spotted them couldn't say for sure. Capone and his men tugged on cigars thick as billy clubs and chatted about their wives and kids. A Chicago Daily News reporter asked Capone if the stories were true that Lombardo had been killed in retaliation for the death of Yale, that the gangs of New York and Chicago were going to war. "Honest," Capone said, "it's all a puzzle to me. I don't know nothing about New York connections. I'm all up in the air. It all seems like a dream." He went on to say, straight-faced, that he had thought Lombardo and Yale had been friends. He couldn't imagine why either of them had been killed. Some of the photographers asked Capone for permission to snap a few shots. "There'll be no trouble about taking pictures if you just take crowd pictures," he said. "Don't try to get any close-ups." They obeyed. Then the big man got sentimental, saying, "I've tried to treat Tony Lombardo, who is dead, as Tony Lombardo would have treated me were he alive today, and were I in his place." The polished language, better suited for Julius Caesar than the Brooklyn-accented Capone, was almost certainly created by the unnamed girl reporter for the Evening American who interviewed Capone that day. He continued, "He was my best friend, the truest friend any man on earth ever had. Now he is dead. In death I won't forget or forsake him, or those of his who live as long as I live, as long as they live, as long as live those who will carry on my orders after I am gone." Sodden skies and sadness seemed to soften the light in Capone's gray-green eyes, the reporter noted. "Tony Lombardo," he continued, repeating himself, "was one of the best men who ever lived. They don't make them any better than Tony Lombardo. Just say for me that he was a prince among men." With that, Capone led his men into the Lombardo living room. "Boys," he ordered, "let us pray." And they knelt. Moments later, Lombardo was transported to the cemetery in a $3,000 bronze coffin. 17 carloads of flowers accompanied the body to the grave, as did a bevy of police squad cars, countless crooks, and a dozen tuxedoed pallbearers. Once more, the spectacle thrilled Chicagoans, who lined up by the thousands to watch. In a hearing held shortly after Lombardo's funeral, the latest man to serve as Chicago's police commissioner, William F. Russell, was called to the bar by Judge Frank Comerford. The commissioner stepped forward. "How many men have you on your police force?" the judge asked. "There were 5,641 when I counted last," the commissioner said. "Very well," the judge answered sternly. "Now, Commissioner, I say to you that a few hundred cutthroats, described as the Mafia of Chicago, have challenged and threatened the right of 3 million people in this city to live happily in peace and security. 5,600 policemen can subdue those lawless few hundred without difficulty and restore the safety of our homes and children. So I suggest to you, Commissioner Russell, that you use all the power of your department, thousands of your men if necessary, in concentrating against these mafia gunmen. Remove by annihilation the few hundreds who challenge the 3 million. The giant headline stripped across the top of the next day's front page of the Chicago Tribune read, "Annihilate Mafia. Judge." Until then, the Chicago papers had seldom used the term mafia to describe local underworld operators. Capone and his men had been bootleggers, rum runners, goons, gangsters, and occasionally black-handers. But now, for the first time, officials in Chicago were making an attempt to link his outfit to the organized criminals of Italy. Never mind that Capone's crew contained plenty of Irishmen, Englishmen, and Jews, too. Never mind that some of Capone's biggest enemies were Sicilians. He was a mafia kingpin, not some ordinary criminal. In years to come, the term would be applied to Capone with increasing frequency. in part to make him sound more menacing, in part to invoke ethnic stereotyping, and, perhaps most of all, to make his reign of terror seem less of an American phenomenon. In October 1928, with another municipal election approaching, Chicago's leading businessmen and crime fighters were eager to avoid a repetition of the pineapple primary, when bomb blasts had echoed through the city and headlines had spread across the country. So in the interest of fair play in democracy, Frank J. Lesh, president of the Chicago Crime Commission, paid a visit to Capone at the Lexington Hotel. In that same year, Lesh had all but given up his lucrative law practice to take over leadership of the privately run quasi-governmental crime commission. The move suggested to his contemporaries that Lesh was nuts, or at the very least, nuts for publicity. Lesh was, in fact, quite fond of attention, but he also was a deeply religious man, a Sunday school teacher, and a passionate lover of Chicago. He had seen the city burned to ashes in 1871 when he was 19, and figured then that the place was gone forever. "I had only $2 in my pocket, and had the impression that Chicago would, of course, disappear as a business place," he recalled. "Then I saw a score of men at work in the ruins of the Chamber of Commerce at the corner of Washington and LaSalle streets. They were actually removing debris, smoking hot, preparatory to rebuilding." Lesh walked through the smoldering city, found a pie shop, still selling pies, bought one for 20 cents, and resolved in that moment that Chicago would come back, and I must stay right here. At age 75, he saw his city threatened once more, and he resolved to do something. Capone's guards ushered Lesh into the boss's suite at the Lexington. Capone gazed at Lesh. He was a strange-looking man, small and bald, with great folds of skin sagging from his face. His nose and ears were monstrous. They looked like they'd been hastily removed from a man twice his size and stuck on his small, shiny skull. His left eye was considerably higher than his right, so that he looked at all times as if he were raising one brow in skepticism. It was such a freaky mug that strangers speaking to Lesh for the first time often found themselves disoriented and unable to read his mood. So at least he had an aura of mystery about him as he sat down with Capone. He had age in his favor, too. He was too old to be afraid of anybody, and having made his money as a lawyer in the railroad business, he was well accustomed to dealing with thugs and frauds. This day, Lesh found Capone to be in good spirits. Lesh asked Capone if he would help ensure a clean election. There wasn't much worry about the presidential race. Hoover was expected to beat Smith easily in Illinois, but there were several city elections that mattered. Thompson's machine was trying to bounce back from its losses in the March primary. Lesh wanted to see the reformers continue to make progress in routing the forces of corruption. It was either a sign of his great pragmatism or the hopelessness of his long-term cause that he turned to Capone for help enforcing the law. Lesh was under no illusions about Chicago's crime boss. He knew that Capone was not the super-wealthy, all-powerful being that the press liked to make him out to be. He once told a gathering of business executives, "When they talk about Al Capone being rich, I don't believe them. He may take in much money, but every man surrounding him is a blackmailer preying upon him. If Al Capone is not murdered, the law will get him, or he will die in poverty. He is just as certain to go down as God lives." But Lesh also understood that Capone was a community organizer, in his own fiendish way, and that this mob boss commanded the best-connected network in the city. Chicago was organized by neighborhoods, precincts, and parishes, and there were many politicians with strong local organizations. But not even Big Bill Thompson had yet built a machine that could match Capone's for its ability to work block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood, across the entire city. "I'll have the cops send out squad cars the night before the election," Capone promised Lesh, sounding like the mayor or the chief of police. "They'll throw the punks into the cooler and keep 'em there until the voting's over." A municipal judge, John Lyle, addressing a church group during the campaign, warned of Capone's might. "If you doubt the political sway of this man," he said, "let me inform you that at the last election he elected a state senator to protect his interests at Springfield, a man of his own race who has been in my chambers time and again on behalf of gangsters in police custody. Capone has in the city council an alderman completely under his dictation who will front for him and his boys in case anything affecting them comes before the council. Furthermore, he elected a congressman. The money element in crime is linked up to official posts to a greater extent than the public realizes." Whether Capone had anything to do with it or not, the November 6th election was the calmest Chicago had witnessed in years. "No violence," read the subhead on the Tribune story. "Not even a kidnapping reported." Nothing like it had happened for a generation, the story said. Lesh was beaming. "Today will stand out as the most remarkable election day in Chicago's history since it has been a great city," he said. Thompson's machine took another hit as reformers won more positions of power. In the presidential election, Hoover won in a landslide, taking 444 electoral votes to Smith's 87. As if in celebration, the stock market rocketed into record territory. On November 12th, the New York Times, reporting on the most active day of trading in the market's history, attributed the wave of optimism to Herbert Hoover and the promise of 4 more years of prosperity. Market's history attributed the wave of optimism to Herbert Hoover and the promise of 4 more years of prosperity. Chapter 23. The Formidable Alphons. Abraham Lincoln created the income tax in 1861 to fund the Civil War. The law called for a 3% tax on any U.S. resident with annual income of more than $600. Lincoln and his tax collectors didn't care how the money was earned, whether it came from property, rents, interest, dividends, salaries, or from any profession, trade, employment, or vocation carried on in the United States or elsewhere, or from any source whatever. Income was income, and the government wanted a cut. The law was simple, but not popular, and it didn't take hold right away. It was overturned in 1872, brought back in 1894, and ruled unconstitutional in 1895. In 1913, Wyoming ratified the 16th Amendment, creating the 3/4 majority of states required to make that amendment official. The amendment provided the legal basis for a federal income tax. That same year, a 1% tax was imposed on Americans with income higher than $3,000, and a 6% surtax was added for those who earned $500,000 or more. From that moment, the income tax became a permanent part of American life. There were only 2 ways to avoid it: by death or by fraud, the latter being the more popular choice. "The income tax," quipped the cowboy humorist Will Rogers, "has made liars out of more Americans than golf." American honesty, like auto sales, tended to rise and fall with the economy. When money was tight during World War I, cheating flourished. In response, Daniel C. Roper, commissioner of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, which was part of the Treasury Department, hired 6 of the post office's most meticulous inspectors and turned them loose in pursuit of tax evaders. Postal inspectors at the time continued to be some of the most respected and feared men in government, known across the land for their honesty, perspicacity, and determination. Thus was formed the Special Intelligence Unit. Almost instantly, compliance rates improved. But what about criminals? Were they supposed to file 1040s and report their illicit gains? The question seemed paradoxical. If one's money is illegally earned, is one legally required to pay taxes on it? Criminals, of course, were not engaging in philosophical discussions about their moral and constitutional duties, but they were smart enough to know that it didn't make sense to fill out forms providing the government with details of their illegal activities. They might as well have monogrammed their bullets and sent the cops photographs from their robberies while they were at it. The question became more than merely philosophical in 1921, when a bootlegger named Manly Sullivan was arrested and charged with income tax evasion. Sullivan argued all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court that income from illegal transactions should not be taxable, and that reporting such income amounted to self-incrimination. The court didn't buy his argument, though, and that decision in 1927 cleared the way for the Internal Revenue Bureau's aggressive pursuit of bootleggers. In Chicago, the Special Intelligence Unit dispatched one of its young, inexperienced agents, Eddie Waters, to see if he could get gangsters to report their income. Occasionally he would succeed, believe it or not, wrote his boss, Elmer Eyre, the man in charge of the Special Intelligence Unit. And how did Agent Waters select his targets? From the newspapers, of course, which reported daily on the big bootleggers. Newspapermen loved nothing more than a bloody shootout on Michigan Avenue, but when they couldn't find one of those to write about, they often settled for an account of the lavish spending habits of the city's leading hoodlums. Waters pestered Ralph Capone long enough that Bottles finally agreed to file a return, listing his income as $20,000 a year for 4 years and his profession as gambler. But to the government's great fortune, Ralph never got around to paying his income tax, or at least not all of it. Finally, on September 22, 1928, a collector for the Bureau of Internal Revenue filed liens for $11,000 against his property. Newspaper accounts said the investigators pursuing Ralph were also gathering evidence against his well-known younger brother. The stories didn't say whether Al Capone had been contacted by the feds or if charges against him might be coming soon. The case against Al Capone would eventually become the most important income tax investigation in American history, but for now, the big fellow had more pressing problems. Ever since his arrival in Chicago in the winter of 1920, Capone had made his living catering to Chicagoans' vices. But 8 years is a long time to stay in the same business, especially when the business involves so much shooting, stealing, bribing, and bomb-tossing. Over time, his operation evolved. In 1927, authorities in Chicago reported the birth of more than 200 new rackets, and Capone was said to have a hand in many of them. The rackets were simple operations. Suppose a dozen men on the west side were selling fruit from sidewalk carts. One day, a big guy with hairy knuckles wrapped around a crowbar would start paying visits to the fruit peddlers. "Are you with us?" he would ask. The confused peddler would soon learn that his peers had formed a union. Thanks to the union, the goon would inform him, prices for peaches and plums would be rising sharply, and police would no longer be bothering the pushcart men. The fruit peddler would need only to pay a small initiation fee of $2 plus $1 a month membership charge and do what he's told. His life would get easier. His wealth would grow. If the fruit peddler expressed hesitation, the gangster would tell him, with a laugh and a gentle punch in the arm, about what happened to the last man who decided not to join the organization. Inevitably, the fruit peddler would decide to pay. The racketeers had broad reach. They had their hands in the pockets of window washers, boot blacks, soda dispensers, table girls, photo finishers, chicken killers, tire workers, candy jobbers, milkmen, taxi drivers, miniature golf course operators, pinball machine suppliers, and dozens of others. The hoodlums tended to pick on the small and powerless, and they looked for segments of competition so they could help to regulate it. As a result, Chicago residents contributed to the rackets in small, often unnoticeable increments. It was a great business for the gangsters, who had learned from bootlegging that there were better ways than larceny to get rich. Safe-cracking and house-prowling belonged now almost exclusively to the desperate and degenerate. That stuff was too risky for the bootleggers, who had come to think of themselves as serious businessmen with steady customers, regular payrolls, and substantial capital investments. Racketeering was simple and steadily profitable. Thanks to the utter dysfunction of local government, it was fairly safe, too. As with any business, its success depended on strong management, clear operating principles and well-organized, low-paid field operators who were willing to perform the dirty and dangerous work. The racket leaders, just like the leaders of legitimate industries, got the bulk of the money while taking little of the risk. By the late 1920s, racketeering became the hot new business for bootleggers. Maxie Eisen, for instance, who got his start with Johnny Torrio and Capone, controlled the city's kosher butchers. Eisen set chicken prices at 38 cents a pound, and when he found out that a butcher named Sam Trebuch was refusing to go higher than 35 cents on his birds, Eisen fined him $50. When Trebuch refused to pay, Eisen and his pal Jack Knuckles Cito beat the butcher with a crowbar, turning his head to chop meat. Gangsters already had thugs working every corner of the city and already had control of the speakeasies where they maintained the flow of beer and the installation and maintenance of slot machines. Moving into the rackets required a redeployment of certain resources and the addition of a certain number of brass-knuckled enforcers, but it hardly called for reinvention. In fact, when Capone got into the dry-cleaning racket, newspapers described him as a hero, riding to the rescue of the small businessmen who had fallen under the oppression of other, greedier racketeers. What police have attempted unsuccessfully for months to do, stop racketeering among cleaners and dyers of Chicago, today became the chore of Al Capone, vice lord and big shot among the gangsters, wrote the Chicago Daily Journal. The formidable Alphonse has become a principal partner in the Sanitary Cleaning Shops Incorporated. The story went on to say that Capone, in exchange for his muscle, would receive a $25,000 interest in the shops he represented. The Tribune recognized Capone's growing power as a grave concern. "We have here a situation as shameful as that created by the Camorra and Mafia in southern Italy," the paper editorialized. In racketeering, as in bootlegging, Capone's arms reached wide, but his grip was loose. He didn't rule the Coal Hikers Union. His associate William Three-Fingered Jack White did. He didn't supervise the Bill Posters and Billers Union. His pal Jack McGurn did. But Capone surely got a cut of the income from those and other organizations. Of course, Capone's rivals were not rolling over and letting him have a monopoly. Bugs Moran, heir to Dean O'Banion's North Side throne, got into the dry-cleaning business the same as Capone did. Moran was a big man with a beautiful head of highly sheened brown hair and a jowly face. In addition to dry-cleaning, he had a hand in the taxi business, helping the Checker Taxicab Company put pressure on the Yellow Cab Company. 2 yellow cabs were tipped over on Lower Wacker Drive. 2 of the company's garages were bombed, and a barn in the countryside belonging to a yellow cab attorney was destroyed, killing 11 thoroughbred horses. Suddenly, thanks to racketeering work, the Northside gangsters, who had been almost invisible since the death of schemer Drucci, were raising hell again. They still didn't have the strength or the size of Capone's outfit, but they were big enough to cause trouble. The Northsiders no longer had their headquarters above Schofield's flower shop on State Street. Now they moved from place to place, like vagabonds. One of their hideouts was a dingy garage at 2122 North Clark Street, identified by the letters on the front window as the S.M.C. Cartage Company, on a block full of low-rent boarding houses and greasy spoon diners. It was a useful place, big enough to stash cases of whiskey and barrels of beer, even if it lacked the comforts enjoyed by Capone and his entourage at the Lexington Hotel. Part of the trouble with the Northside gang was its chief. Moran hardly impressed anyone as a born leader. He was a great guy to have a drink with. He was quick with a joke, he remembered names, and he told thrilling stories of his horse-thieving and safe-cracking days. But he had a low-watt bulb for a brain, so low that it's not even clear he appreciated that his fantastic fortune had accumulated mostly because he'd been in the right place at the right time and had avoided the bullets that had, one by one, knocked off each of his partners. There was a reason beyond dumb luck, though, that Moran had survived while the others had died. It was because they had posed a threat, and he hadn't. He wasn't bright enough to scare anybody. But by the late 1920s, Moran's hands-off management style had left his outfit in a sorry state of disorganization. His men were operating almost randomly, and often with laughable results. Peter Gusenberg, one of Moran's top guys, was proving to be a particular problem. On October 31st, 1928, Gusenberg stuck up a couple of well-dressed women in the loop, snatching from them an estimated $14,000 in jewelry. It was a nice haul, but it was a low-class move. Less than a week later, Gusenberg and a couple of other North Side goons, Leo Mongovan and Frank Foster, decided to score a little quick cash by picking on a former bootlegger who now worked as a stockbroker in the loop. Their proposed victim, Abe Cooper, looked like an easy mark. He stood 5'2" and weighed just a shade over 100 pounds, much of that weight seemingly concentrated in the ears and eyelids, which drooped cartoonishly. He had the look of a man perpetually in need of a nap. Cooper was at work in the Rookery building when Mongovan, a big galoot, went in, pulled the little fellow from his desk, and dragged him toward a car parked at LaSalle and Adams. "Get in, and we'll take you for a ride," the thug offered. Cooper had a better idea. He pulled a revolver and started firing. Mongovan was hit twice. He fell, but didn't die. Foster froze. Gusenberg, built like a washed-up footballer, took off running as fast as his chunky legs would take him. When the story hit the newspapers, Cooper was a hero. The trio of gangsters sat in jail, and Moran's entire gang was the joke of Chicago. At roughly the same time, a former firefighter named William DeVerne, Jr. was shot in the stomach during a tussle with some Moran men at the C&O restaurant at 509 North Clark Street, a popular night spot where the beer and whiskey flowed. No one ever told what sparked the fight. The gangsters took DeVerne's bleeding body and dumped it at the corner of Rush Street and Austin Avenue. It was about 4 in the morning. DeVerne found the strength to reach a fire alarm call box. He died a month later in the hospital. While he never told investigators who shot him, he may have told his father, who was a Chicago police sergeant, and he also may have told his first cousin. Psychopathic criminal, part-time gangster, part-time bank robber, friend of Capone, and former cop killer, DeVerne's cousin was William Three-Fingered Jack White. DeVerne's murder warranted only a few paragraphs in the local papers, despite his being the son of a policeman. It was just another gang shooting to the ink-stained set, just another dirty rat taken for a ride. But for the Moran gang, and for Capone, it may have had enormous ripple effects. The Moran outfit was spinning out of control, robbing wealthy women of their jewels, blowing up horses, getting beaten to the draw by a stockbroker, knocking off a cop's son. Capone's men knew better than to engage in such amateurish stuff. And what was the big fella doing while Moran was reminding everyone how not to run a criminal organization? Playing golf, for one thing. It seemed like a safe sport. But one day in September, after shooting 18 holes in northwestern Indiana, Capone was getting back into his car when the gun in his right hip pocket discharged. The bullet ripped through his flesh, and blood began soaking his golfing togs immediately. The pain was excruciating. His golfing partner, Johnny Patton, the mayor of suburban Burnham and an investor in some of Capone's gambling operations, drove his friend to a hospital in Hammond. The wound wasn't life-threatening, but Capone remained hospitalized for a few days. When the Tribune reported the accident, he issued a denial. "A man who has been shot in the leg can't dance," he declared, getting up from his desk to do a little jig for an Evening Post reporter. In fact, he hadn't been shot in the leg. Years later, during a routine physical exam, Capone revealed the truth. The bullet, he told his doctor, had put a hole in his scrotum. Later, during a routine physical exam, Capone revealed the truth. The bullet, he told his doctor, had put a hole in his scrotum. Chapter 24. Little Caesar. For Herbert Hoover, The first days of 1929 were filled with hope and high spirits. He began by drawing up plans for the reorganization of the federal government's 10 largest departments, with the goal of eliminating overlapping functions and reducing waste. He asked experts across the country to submit proposals on how better to go about flood control, pricing regulation, child welfare, manufacturing, home building, military disarmament, job creation, and crime control. Once that work was underway, he traveled aboard American battleships to 10 countries in Central and South America, touting what he called his good neighbor approach to diplomacy and helping to settle a 46-year-old territorial dispute between Bolivia and Peru. He fished for marlin from the battleship's decks, and when a powerful storm flooded his stateroom one night, he went topside and watched the dark skies unleash their torrents, standing there in his soaking pajamas and trench coat, even after most of the sailors had sought shelter below. From Latin America, Hoover's ship plowed north toward Washington, D.C., where he stopped briefly to interview potential cabinet members and meet with the committee planning his inauguration, which was to be held on March 4th. He reminded them to keep it plain, simple, and cheap. Then, with 2 months remaining before taking office, he headed to Miami for a working vacation. In Miami, schools and businesses were closed to celebrate Hoover's arrival. Thousands of people lined Flagler Avenue in the heart of the business district on a bright blue afternoon to catch a glimpse of the president-elect and his brilliant and forceful wife, Lou Henry. Boy Scouts held back the crowds with ropes. Former heavyweight champ Jack Dempsey was on hand, as was Mary Elizabeth Baird Bryan, the Bible-thumping lawyer and wife of William Jennings Bryan. Al Capone was in town that day, but was home in bed with the flu. Miami's mayor, E.G. Swell, presented Hoover with a key to the city and 2 new fishing rods. The parade ended at Bell Island, where Hoover would spend the next month as a guest in the home of the department store magnate J.C. Penney. The Penney mansion was simple yet elegant. It was 3 stories tall and built of white limestone, with overhanging eaves of sun-faded, apricot-colored tiles. A rich frieze of red and brown skirted the roof. Like every home on the island, it had its own boat dock and broad views of Biscayne Bay. When he wasn't fighting sailfish from the deck of a borrowed yacht, Hoover answered mail and continued making plans for the reform of government. His thoughts returned again and again to Prohibition, which he referred to as a cloud over all our problems. Years later, in composing his memoirs, he would write, "I should have been glad to have humanity forget all about strong alcoholic drinks. They are moral, physical, and economic curses to the race. But in the present stage of human progress, this vehicle of joy could not be generally suppressed by the federal law." As Hoover saw it, the nation's cities and states had given up almost entirely on holding citizens to the law. Even the states that had most aggressively sought the ban on alcohol had gradually abandoned the law's enforcement, leaving it to the overmatched federal government. E.B. White, a new writer at The New Yorker, who later wrote Charlotte's Web and other classic books, joked that the government could fix the problem by taking control of speakeasies. "In that manner," he wrote, "the citizenry would be assured liquor of a uniformly high quality, and the enormous cost of enforcement could be met by the profits from the sale of drinks." Not since slavery had a moral, legal, and ethical issue so thoroughly engrossed the American public. It was the favorite topic of barbershop debates and Sunday sermons. It divided husbands and wives, sisters and brothers, bosses and workers. It was the rare piece of public policy that touched almost every adult life almost every day. Hoover liked to think of himself as government's Mr. Fix-It, but he knew he would have a difficult time fixing this problem. Bootleggers, moonshiners, and still owners were pumping money into police departments and city councils across the land, corrupting all they touched. Anyone with 25 cents in his pocket could get a drink virtually anywhere and any time he wanted. Jails were overcrowded, and court dockets were as slow and unreliable as 100-year-old plumbing. Clogs and leaks made it simple for lawyers to game the system so that even convicted criminals managed to postpone or completely dodge their prison sentences by stalling for time. Why not simply scrap the law and admit it had done more harm than good? Most congressmen wouldn't think of it. They didn't want to capitulate. They didn't want to let their political opponents cast them as supporters of sin. Of course, there was one final reason that federal lawmakers weren't in too great a hurry to repeal Prohibition. Like so many others, they were having no difficulty getting their booze. Bootleggers roamed the halls of Congress and kept crates of liquor in the cellars of the Senate and House of Representatives. In Hoover's case, though, it seemed to be more a matter of pride. The law was the law, and it ought to be made to work, he believed. Corruption was everywhere, but as Hoover well understood, Chicago had an especially pronounced problem. Chicago had produced Al Capone. It had planted him and watered him and fertilized the ground around him and watched him grow. Chicago had given him everything he had wanted, and now he was so big that the city was helpless to stop him. Profligacy seemed stamped on the city like a lurid tattoo. It was the first thing, sometimes the only thing, people talked about when they discussed the second city. When a tourist or businessman returned home after a trip to the city by the lake, his friends could be counted on to joke, "Where are your bullet holes?" or "Did you see Scarface Capone?" By 1929, gangsters were the subjects of a growing number of books and movies, many of them modeled at least partially on Capone. The most popular among them was Little Caesar, a novel by W.R. Burnett, which would soon become a movie starring Edward G. Robinson as the gang kingpin Rico Bandello. Writers and directors in the late 1920s presented these gangsters in much the same way Horatio Alger presented his heroes, urban success stories, heirs to the legacy of Benjamin Franklin and Andrew Carnegie, ambitious men willing to take great risks in pursuit of wealth and power, entrepreneurs whose tools of the trade just happened to be Tommy guns. That's why the writer Fred Paisley, in publishing the first Capone biography in 1930, subtitled it The Biography of a Self-Made Man. Wrote Paisley, Capone was to revolutionize crime and corruption by putting both on an efficiency basis and to instill into a reorganized gangland firm business methods of procedure. In a country built on raw-boned capitalism, what could be wrong with that? But to Hoover, who understood a few things about efficiency and organization, the celebration of Capone's talents was galling. Capone stood for everything Hoover opposed, beginning with bootlegging, but hardly ending there. And if the president-elect needed any reminder of Capone's growing stature in American culture, all he needed do was look across Biscayne Bay. Capone's home on Palm Island sat less than a mile away from Hoover's borrowed place on Bell Island. Did their fishing boats ever pass under a mid-afternoon's sun? Did their paths cross in the lobby of the Biltmore Hotel? Did members of their respective entourages rub elbows at the racetrack? One report, written years later, claimed that Hoover complained of noise from a party at the Capone house. Though Capone did throw several big parties that winter, and though it's conceivable that the racket could have reached the president-elect if the wind had been blowing the right way, the story seems apocryphal. When Hoover wasn't on a boat, his every move was covered by newspapermen and movie camera operators, and Capone was getting a fair bit of attention at the time, too. If a party thrown by America's best-known gangster had disturbed the sleep of America's president-elect, the story probably would have been picked up by one of the reporters camped on Bell Island. Nonetheless, in the years ahead, Hoover would pay a great deal of attention to Capone, far more, probably, than either man liked. Capone made it known upon his arrival in Miami in the early days of 1929 that he intended to stay indefinitely, and not just because he liked the weather. The beer business back in Chicago was getting tougher. The cops were cracking down again, in large part because the city fathers were planning a World's Fair to honor the city's centennial. the 100th anniversary wouldn't come until 1937, but Big Bill Thompson wasn't going to let a little thing like the Gregorian calendar keep him waiting. The city needed a boost, fast. It needed something to remind the world that the machine gun was not Chicago's only cultural contribution. So the decision was made to celebrate the centennial in 1933, which meant preparations would begin at once, and part of those preparations included yet another shakeup of the police department. A new line of politically appointed chiefs and detectives came to power, and some old ones returned to the fight. Business leaders with strong connections in Washington were urged to lobby for more federal crime-fighting muscle for Chicago. The city had but 4 years to turn around its reputation, or else risk scaring off tourists who might come for the fair. As the city's crackdown began, suburban bootleggers such as Roger Toohey, who boasted of making the best beer in northern Illinois, were flourishing, while city-based gangs struggled. Gangs displayed less respect for turf lines. The rackets were big business now, and tended to be run by the same men who ran the bootlegging, but not all the players were the same. There were unions involved, some of them quite strong and quite hostile to the intervention of gangsters. On top of all that, tempers in Little Italy were still hot over the battle for control of the Unione Siciliana. So hot that New York City police were making a much greater effort than usual to find the men responsible for the murder of Frankie Yale. So hot that Tony Lombardo's successor as president of the Unione, Pasqualino Patsy Lombardo, lasted only 4 months on the job. Lombardo, whose brother Tony had been of dubious service as bodyguard to Lombardo, was at home one afternoon, January 8, 1929, in his flat over a harness shop, when 3 men knocked at the door. They came in, sat down in Lombardo's well-appointed living room, and raised 4 wine glasses in a toast to his health, before ruining it with a bunch of bullets. It was, as the Chicago writer Walter Noble Burns put it, an amazingly friendly murder. By one account, Lombardo was the 15th man to die in the war for control of the Unione. Lombardo's wife identified Joe Aiello as one of the friendly men who'd been drinking with her husband before his death. Other reports said the killers were Bugs Moran's men. The killing was done in daylight. The killers presumably left fingerprints all over their cocktail glasses, and Mrs. Lombardo claimed that she got a good look at them as they ran past her on the way out of her house. The cops said they agreed with Lombardo's wife that it looked like the work of Joe Aiello and his men, and yet, as usual, the crime was never officially solved. The Herald and Examiner summed up the news with the opening paragraph of one story on the Lombardo attack. Forecast for Chicago: more gang murders. Though Capone was no doubt concerned about the war for the Unione, he was not exactly leading the life of an outcast or a wanted criminal. When he wasn't on the phone to Jack Guzik in Chicago, keeping tabs on business there, or consulting with his lawyers, he dined in fine restaurants, gambled heavily at the Hialeah Park racetrack, and entertained his guests aboard fishing vessels in the Caribbean. Capone loved the company of men. He liked to smoke and drink and talk and bet. If he also loved the company of beautiful women, as might have been expected for a man of his wealth and fame, he hid it well. He was never photographed in the company of a woman other than his wife. For that matter, he wasn't seen in May's company very often either. Even as federal agents began to pick up his trail in the early part of 1929, as part of the ongoing investigation of business interests and income tax liability, no witnesses ever reported seeing the boss with a woman. Capone's winter vacation in Miami started badly, though. Sonny got the flu, and then Al got it, too. The virus hit him so hard that 2 nurses were hired to provide constant care, and a Miami doctor named Samuel D. Light was called to the house 16 or 17 times over the course of 9 days. Eventually, Capone's doctor was brought from Chicago to Miami to look after him. By the middle of January, he had at last made a full recovery. He began visiting the Hialeah Park racetrack nearly every day it was open. At Hialeah, He would slide a $10 bill into the palm of the parking attendant to make sure his car was looked after, then find a seat in one of the boxes near the front of the grandstand. Betting on the horses was illegal in Florida, but some tracks had developed a new system called the buying option, which allowed interested parties to purchase stock in the horse he expected to win a race. If the horse did in fact win, the stockholder received a dividend in line with the odds the horse had faced. If the horse lost, the stockholder's investment was wiped out. This was January 1929. The stock market was booming most of the time, and horse racing benefited by mimicking the workings of the U.S. stock exchanges. On February 2nd, 1929, Capone and 3 pals chartered a seaplane for a day trip from Miami to Bimini in the Bahamas. 6 days later, aboard the SS New Northland, Capone sailed for Nassau in the Bahamas, where he remained for nearly a week. Accompanying him were his brother Albert, Weiss, who had only a marginal involvement in his criminal activities, Philip DeAndrea, a former trucker who made the transition to bootlegging and became one of Capone's top bodyguards, Fred Gerton, a Miami newspaper editor, Kenneth Phillips, a local physician who had consulted with Capone's doctor from Chicago during Capone's bout with the flu, and William Maccabee, a big-time gambler. Given the presence of Capone's doctor, the newspaper editor, and Al's brother Bites, who never got into any serious trouble, it would appear that the trip was recreational. On February 11th, Hoover traveled to Fort Myers, Florida, to help celebrate the 82nd birthday of his friend Thomas Edison. The titan of automobiles, Henry Ford, and the titan of automobile tires, Harvey Firestone, joined the party, as did the inventor's neighbors. But Hoover declined a request from Fort Myers officials to participate in a parade, saying he didn't want his presence to distract from the birthday festivities. Nearly 50 years after filing the patent on his revolutionary light bulb, the Wizard of Menlo Park still looked sprightly and still spoke of his ongoing experiments. He wore a black 3-piece suit with a bow tie. While there was no entertainment at the party, some of his favorite musicians performed songs in his honor during a national radio broadcast, and Edison tuned in throughout the day. After showing President-elect Hoover and his other guests around his property, he walked briskly inside to meet a group of reporters and answer their questions. His hearing was bad, so the reporters submitted their questions in writing, and Edison barked his answers. "We don't know a millionth of 1% about anything," he remarked in an answer to a question about the future of scientific discovery. When asked if the Hoover administration would bring greater national prosperity, Edison replied simply, "Yes." After bidding farewell to Edison, the president-elect had intended to spend a day fishing for tarpon off the coast of Fort Myers, but he was turned back by strong winds and choppy seas and forced to return to Miami. Capone returned to Miami Beach the same day as Hoover, February 12th. It's not clear if the weather forced Capone to cut short his trip too, or if he had planned to be back by the 12th all along. Most of his time in Miami was unstructured. He went to the track when he felt like it, took off on fishing trips with little or no warning, and went to see the prize fights in Miami Beach whenever there was one worth watching. But this time he had an appointment to keep. Louis Goldstein, a hard-hitting assistant district attorney from Brooklyn, was coming down to Florida to ask Capone a few questions about the slaying of Frankie Yale. The meeting was set for St. Valentine's Day, February 14th. Capone a few questions about the slaying of Frankie Yale. The meeting was set for St. Valentine's Day, February 14th. Chapter 25. St. Valentine's Day. Back in Chicago, the early morning skies were gray, and the air was cold and snappish. A light snow powdered the city's sidewalks, windowsills, and rooftops. Bakers, candy merchants, and florists woke earlier than usual to prepare for the expected crush of customers. At the stately Hotel Sherman, the catering crew began setting up tables for the big St. Valentine's Day party thrown every year by the Kiwanis Club. Children put the finishing touches on cards for their classmates before leaving for school. Of course, not everyone was thinking about hugs and kisses that morning. Over at the Cook County Jail, guards prepared for the midnight execution of 3 convicted killers. On LaSalle Street, bankers and stockbrokers, whiplashed the day before by stock prices that plummeted and only partially recovered, nervously watched their stock tickers as trading began in New York. And inside a humdrum garage at 2122 North Clark Street, an unusually large gathering of Bugs Moran's men came together for purposes unknown. Except for a single white light bulb dangling from the ceiling, the big SMC Cartage Company garage on North Clark Street was dark, the parked trucks and cars almost lost in the vast shadowed spaces. A little bit of light filtered through the grimy front window, but it barely made a dent in the darkness or the cold. It was a facility meant for vehicles, not humans, and the presence of only one small table and a few chairs would suggest that it was unusual for so many men to congregate there at the same time. The Moran gang used the garage to park and repair trucks and store booze, but it was not a hangout. The men arrived at the garage for a meeting, not for camaraderie, and certainly not to exchange valentines. Inside the garage were 7 men. Johnny May, dressed in greasy brown coveralls, was lying on his back under a jacked-up truck repairing a wheel. He was a former safe-blower hired by Moran as an auto mechanic and one of the countless Chicagoans who could thank Prohibition and the bootlegging business for giving him a good, steady, and relatively safe career. May lived with his wife, his 7 kids, and a dog named Highball, who was tied by leash to the axle of the car May was trying to fix. 6 more men milled about, trying to stay warm in the unheated garage. There were the Goosenberg brothers, Frank and Peter, 2 of the city's most troublesome goons, James Clark, real name Albert Kachelik, a convicted armed robber and a reputed killer, Adam Heyer, a.k.a. Frank Snyder, an accountant and embezzler, Albert Weinshank, a nightclub owner and a newly appointed official of the Cleaners and Dyers Association, and an optometrist named Reinhard H. Schwimmer, who hung around the Moran boys mostly so he could brag to friends about his underworld connections. These were some of Moran's top men, with the exception of the mechanic and the optometrist, and they were well dressed this morning in expensive suits, ties, tie-pins, and street shoes. One of them wore a carnation. Moran, who lived little more than a block away at the Parkway Hotel, may have been on his way, too. All of this suggested that the men had not come to the garage to unload crates of whiskey. This was a meeting of higher purpose, or at least a rendezvous that would lead them to an appointment elsewhere. At about 10 that morning, Elmer Lewis steered his Nelson Limoon delivery truck through Chicago's north side. The wind blew snow dust across his windshield, and the big steering wheel shook in his hands as he navigated the slippery pavement along Clark Street. Watching the road and scanning for the address of his delivery, he almost didn't notice the black Cadillac peeling out from Webster Place, which ran perpendicular to Clark until it was too late. He slammed on the truck's mechanical brakes, but he couldn't avoid a collision. His truck's left front bumper clipped the sedan's left rear fender. Lewis pulled to the curb and stopped. When he got a good look at the Cadillac, he became frightened. It looked like a police car, with curtains covering the rear windows. One could never be sure in Chicago, because cop cars weren't clearly marked. But this one had a bell on the driver's side running board, which was usually a pretty reliable gauge, and detectives sometimes drove caddies. There were 4 or 5 men in the car. Lewis wasn't sure. The driver was not in uniform. He had on a fancy chinchilla topcoat and a gray fedora, but he still could have been a detective. Lewis never found out. He got out of his truck and walked toward the Cadillac, but the driver waved him off. The caddy zoomed up the street full of 2- and 3-story brick buildings, past a drugstore, a barber shop, and boarding houses, and stopped in front of the SMC Cartage Company. It was about 10:30 a.m. as the men got out of the car and entered the garage through the front door. There were 4 or 5 of them, depending on which eyewitness accounts were to be believed. 2 of them, wore police uniforms, and 2 or 3 wore street clothes. The cold air in the garage smelled of truck tires, engine grease, and gasoline. The temperature outside held at about 18 degrees, and inside wasn't much better. If Moran's gangsters were worried by the new arrivals, they didn't show it. Most of the Moran men were armed, but no one reached for his weapon. Maybe they had been expecting the company. Maybe they knew their guests. Or maybe, seeing 2 men in police uniform, they decided to play it cool and see what had prompted the visit. Experienced gangsters such as these men were not unaccustomed to dealing with the cops. There was no reason to overreact. If it was money the cops wanted, Moran's men had plenty of it. But this visit wasn't about money. The intruders raised their weapons, 2 Tommies and 2 12-gauge shotguns, and ordered Moran's men to move away from the doors and windows. They lined them up shoulder to shoulder against the wall on the garage's northern side. To the left of them stood a table with a hot plate, a coffee pot, and a couple of boxes. To the right of them sat a beat-up truck with a tarp stretched over its bed. They were made to face the wall. What happened next took no more than 2 minutes. The armed men raised their guns. In a haze of sprayed machine gun fire, brick dust, and smoke, 7 men were viciously executed. Bullets tore through flesh and sinew and lodged in the wall. Shells pinged to the ground and spun. Bodies fell like bowling pins every which way. Blood, dark as motor oil, surged across the cold concrete floor and slid thickly down a drain. Some men died instantly, some gasped briefly for air. Out on Clark Street, neighbors heard popping noises, which some took for the sound of a backfiring car. Others heard the desperate howling of a dog. A few of them peered out of their windows in time to see men leaving the garage and getting into a car. It looked as if 2 cops were leading 2 or 3 other men into a Cadillac police car, possibly at gunpoint, the witnesses said. The Cadillac sped south on Clark Street, zigzagging to avoid a trolley car, and disappeared from view somewhere around Armitage Avenue, a wide residential street of thick-set trees and tall, handsome homes. One of the neighbors walked over to the garage and pushed open the door. He saw smoke and smelled gunpowder. He saw hideously mutilated bodies on the floor and inhaled the nauseating stench of blood. Smoke still hung in the air. The dog Highball was still howling, driven to a frenzy by the thunderous noise and the bloody scent of the freshly slain. Pete Gusenberg was lying farthest west, slumped over a chair, bloodied head and shoulders on the seat of the chair. Next to him on the floor was Wineshank, who had toppled straight back, arms by his sides, blood spurting from his eyes and nose, his hat perched tidily on his chest. Next to Wineshank was Hire, whose scarf flowed from his neck in the same direction as the blood flowing from his cracked head. Next to Hire lay the mechanic May, who was flat on the floor with a splintered skull and a mass of his own brain tissue sitting next to his face. Next to May was the optometrist Schwimmer, his hat still on. Clark's body lay at the feet of the others along the wall, face down in a warm, spreading puddle of blood, cartilage, and nerve tissue. The 7th victim, Frank Gusenberg, gurgling blood, was still alive. "Who is it?" the wounded man asked when he heard someone enter the garage. "I just come in to help you out," the neighbor said, according to his testimony to police and reporters. The neighbor then raced outside and shouted for someone to call the police. Sergeant Thomas J. Loftus, a veteran of the 36th District Station, responded to the call first, reaching the garage at about 10:45 a.m. In 38 years on the force, he had never seen anything like this. No one had. He moved a bunch of neighbors away from the bodies and told one of his colleagues to call for help. Then he spotted Frank Gusenberg, shot 14 times, entrails soaking his woolen suit and still breathing. One newspaper account said that Gusenberg staggered over to Loftus and collapsed into his arms. Others said Gusenberg remained on the floor, trying in vain to crawl away from the grotesque scene. "Do you know me, Frank?" the sergeant asked. "Yes, you're Tom Loftus," the gangster said between gulps of air. Then Gusenberg added, "I won't talk," as if he knew from experience the copper's next question. But after sucking more air, he did talk, briefly. "Cops did it," Gusenberg said. Loftus pressed for details, but got none. "For God's sake," said Gusenberg, "get me to a hospital." He got to the hospital, but it didn't matter. He died there, still not talking. In Miami, Capone sat in a Dade County office building wearing a checkered sport jacket, white flannel trousers, and a white fedora. He had arrived for an interview with Louis Goldstein, the prosecutor from Brooklyn. Also present were Dade County's in-house attorney, Robert Taylor, and the county sheriff, M.P. Lehman. Ruth Gaskin, a stenographer, took down every word. Capone was so confident that he came without an attorney, but he may have regretted his decision when the first questions came not from Goldstein, but from Taylor, the Dade County solicitor. "Do you remember when you first met Parker Henderson?" Taylor asked as the session began. "About 2 years ago," Capone answered. "That was when he was running the Ponce de Leon Hotel?" "Yes." "Can you remember who was staying there with you that winter?" "I don't like to disclose their names unless you tell me what this is all about," the interrogator persisted. "I don't remember," Capone said. "Under what name did you register?" "My own name." "You didn't register under the name of A. Costa?" "No." "You left money with Henderson, $1,000 to $5,000 at a time, didn't you?" "I don't remember." "You didn't receive any money by Western Union from Chicago?" "I don't remember." "I'll try to find out." Capone had been expecting questions about the murder of Frankie Yale, not about his finances. He grew defensive. "Then you keep a record of your money transactions?" "Absolutely." "How long has Dan Saratella been living with you?" "He's not living with me. He's just a friend of mine." "How much did you give Parker Henderson to buy your home?" $50,000. "Was that in cash?" "Yes." "Besides gambling, you're a bootlegger, aren't you?" "No, I was never a bootlegger." "Do you know Jake Guzik?" "Yes." "What does he do?" "He fights," Capone answered with a chuckle. "And do you know anybody who sent you money under the name of A. Costa?" "No." "But you did receive it from Chicago?" "That is correct. All of it comes from Chicago, from my gambling business." "Are you going to buy Cat Key?" a small island in the Bahamas. "I don't know. I don't think I will get it." "How much do they want for it?" $500,000. "Who is Mitchell of Oak Park, Illinois? He called your home 3 times on January 20th. Police in Chicago and Cicero had run a series of raids on pool halls, casinos, and brothels that day, which might explain why someone in Oak Park would have needed to speak to the boss. "He commissions money on racetracks for me." "Did you get any money from Charlie Fischetti while you were staying at the Ponce de Leon?" "Henderson said you received various sums from $1,000 to $5,000. "What has money got to do with it?" With that, Capone may have finally understood that the interviewer was more interested in his income tax liability than his suspected role in the Yale assassination. Perhaps Capone had dropped his guard because no representative of the Bureau of Internal Revenue had been present. By the time Capone finished his interview, news of the massacre in Chicago was spreading like flames through dry timber. Huge, block-lettered headlines screamed across the top of every paper in Chicago. The Herald and Examiner's writer topped his story with, "Chicago gangsters graduated yesterday from murder to massacre." The article continued succinctly, powerfully, and accurately. "They killed 7 men in a group. There was just a few seconds of machine gun and shotgun fire. Then 6 of them lay dead and the 7th was dying. It was like the precise work of the Mexican army, or like the assassination of Tsar Nicholas and his family." All over the country, the bloodletting made page 1 news. The black-and-white photos accompanying the stories, showing a tangle of bodies and pools of blood, were among the most graphically violent ever to appear in the American press. In one image, the mechanic John May's brain was clearly visible, lying in a creamy lump against his left cheek. Chicago may have already been known as the nation's gangland murder capital, but this crime was shocking even by Chicago standards. It was not only because of the number of men murdered all at once, but also because of the cold-blooded manner in which they were gunned down. Almost instantly it became known as the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Capone, still feeling cocky, would brag that he had an airtight alibi. He had a sheriff, a prosecutor, a Dade County attorney, and a stenographer to prove his whereabouts. But it didn't matter. This crime stirred people in a way they had seldom been stirred before. From coast to coast, people seemed suddenly to be reaching the conclusion that a line had been crossed, that the violence had become too much to bear, that the experiment known as Prohibition had blown up once and for all. Herbert Hoover's letters and diaries offer no clues about when he became aware of the Valentine's Day Massacre. He spent the day at the Penny Mansion on Bell Island, where he had 16 meetings scheduled prior to lunch. He posed for a portrait that would hang in New York City's Union League Club, led a meeting on tax policy, and gave several interviews. That afternoon he did some fishing, and that evening he dined with Charles Lindbergh. If he spoke of the horrific crime in Chicago, none of the newspapermen who met him reported it. It would soon become clear, however, that the president-elect was paying attention. The day after the assassination, Hoover administration officials announced that the new president would appoint 400 more federal prohibition agents and would ask Congress for an additional $2.5 million in prohibition enforcement funding. A consensus was beginning to emerge, both in Chicago and Washington, that Capone and his type had to be stopped. A consensus was beginning to emerge, both in Chicago and Washington, that Capone and his type had to be stopped. Part 3. Capone Falling. Chapter 26. An Unsolved Crime. 2 days after the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, Capone threw a party at his home on Palm Island, hosting 80 guests with the prodigality of a Medici, as one writer put it. Two heavyweight fighters, Jack Sharkey and William Young Stribling, were preparing for a big bout at Flamingo Park in Miami. Jack Dempsey was promoting the event. Walter Winchell, Babe Ruth, and Connie Mack would be ringside. With Miami's economy in a depression, the result of cratering real estate prices and recent hurricane damage, the city needed big sporting events like this one to boost its image and pump cash into local businesses. Capone did his part. He encouraged friends from New York and Chicago to come down for the fight. He took them to nightclubs and invited them to splash in his pool. He organized fishing trips. He hosted a boxing exhibition at his home. He even granted an interview to a reporter who showed up, seemingly unannounced, on Palm Island. Greeting the newspaperman, Capone climbed out of his swimming pool and wrapped himself in a bathrobe. "I am sick and tired of publicity," he said, with no hint of irony, in a story that would appear in hundreds of newspapers across the country. "I want no more of it. It puts me in a bad light. I just want to be forgotten." He was asked if he always carried a weapon. He answered, "I am a peaceable citizen. No, I do not carry a gun. If I did, I would be breaking the law, and I am not breaking the law." Capone said he had no idea who had killed Moran's men in Chicago. He said he still kept tabs on his dog track and other business interests in Illinois, but he gave the writer the impression that he was otherwise not all that engaged in day-to-day affairs back home. He seemed to be a man in transition. He volunteered that he had recently purchased 35 acres of land in St. Petersburg. Beyond that, his attention was focused on the poor health of his boy Sonny, who was 10 years old. Sonny had recently undergone another operation for mastoiditis, an infection that caused swelling and pain behind the ear. Capone talked about the fact that he had never had much education and how badly he wanted to see Sonny go to college. On the subject of the upcoming prize fight, which was what had prompted the reporter's visit after all, Capone predicted Stribling would win, although he admitted that his hunches had not paid off lately. At Hialeah, he said, he had recently lost $27,500 on a single race. The reporter finished his story, intent on making his subject seem more mysterious. One leaves the dark-complexioned, heavy-set Capone with the feeling that here is a man who is an enigmatic, a man who nobody knows, not even his closest intimates. It was a common theme among Capone's chroniclers. None tried to interview his closest intimates. None tried to get a word with his wife or mother. Capone did everything possible to make himself accessible, to answer questions, and to promote the illusion that he led something resembling an ordinary American life, even as he complained that he was sick of all the publicity, while the newsmen did everything possible to make him seem dark and mysterious. Meanwhile, in Chicago, George Johnson called the St. Valentine's Day Massacre the most amazing crime in Chicago's amazing criminal history. Detectives, federal law enforcement officers, and newspapermen blanketed the city's north side, talking to neighbors, searching for the killer's black Cadillac, trying to make sense out of what had happened. Nobody knew. Sure, Capone might have wanted to hurt Moran, given their competing interests in booze and gambling, but Moran also had trouble with rivals in the dry-cleaning rackets, and, for that matter, he was not on the best of terms with Joe Aiello. Besides, Moran wasn't even in the garage at the time of the killing. There remained a strong possibility that the massacre had nothing to do with him whatsoever. Maybe the killers were gunning for the Gusenbergs, who certainly had plenty of enemies, or maybe the motive was something much simpler altogether, revenge for a hijacking. Every hour, more clues and more theories emerged among cops and newspaper reporters until no one could possibly keep them straight. Only a handful of facts seemed solid. Police learned that a phone call was received at the garage 10 minutes before the shooting. The call came from a phone booth at the Webster Hotel, a little more than a block away at 2150 Lincoln Avenue. There seemed to be no dispute about that. It would have been easy for the killers to make the call, get in their car, and drive to the garage in 10 minutes or less. It seemed clear that the men there had been expecting company. Why else would so many of them have come together, so smartly dressed, in the cold, dank garage? Why else would there be coffee set out on the table? Why else would they have failed to draw their weapons when their assassins came in the door? Investigators initially pursued the simplest and most obvious of all possible explanations, that Frank Gusenberg had been right in blaming the cops. If Moran's men had double-crossed police officers, retaliation would have been inevitable. The investigators quickly dispensed with that theory, though, announcing that Gusenberg must have been mistaken and that the men in uniform must have been imposters. The investigators never said why they decided this. Their next theory was that the murder had been the work of the Purple Gang, an outfit from Detroit, acting in retaliation for the recent hijacking of a $50,000 truckload of whiskey. A woman who ran a boarding house across from the garage on Clark Street was said to have identified photographs of 3 members of the Purple Gang who had rented a room, presumably so they could watch for the arrival of Moran's men. Then came the notion that the killing might have been connected to a vicious aldermanic election in the 24th Ward, where Capone supported one candidate and Moran another. Investigators also considered the possibility that the killing was tied to the fight for control of the dry-cleaning rackets. Albert Weinshank, one of the dead men, was a central figure in the laundry business. Police also listed Moran himself as a suspect. The gang boss was seen driving past the garage at about the time of the murder. Why didn't he go in? Was it possible that he had tired of the Gusenbergs' insubordination and decided to get rid of them? It was possible, but police weren't sure, so they considered one possibility after another. They searched for Machine Gun Jack McGurn on the hunch that he was always a strong suspect when multiple shots were fired in Chicago. He'd been feuding of late with the Gusenbergs. The cops also searched for Sam Giancana, a 23-year-old hitman who had been firing and ducking a lot of bullets recently. They searched for Rocco Finelli, another Capone underling, probably out of pure habit. After 5 days of hopping from one theory to another, police officials reverted to their original notion, saying they had new evidence suggesting that the killing had been the work of police officers. Moran's gang had stolen a truckload of liquor from a cop, according to a story in the Chicago Evening Post, and the cop had retaliated. The Evening Post quoted a witness who said that the car seen in front of the garage was a police squad automobile beyond any doubt. It even had a gun rack fastened on the rear of the front seat. John Steig, deputy police commissioner, had probably investigated more murders than anyone in Chicago. If he hadn't solved many of them, it wasn't entirely his fault. He was in Miami at the time of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, although it's not clear if he attended the Sharkey-Stribling fight or if he ran into Capone at any time. He interrupted his vacation and came back to Chicago to help lead the investigation. "It seems funny to me," he announced upon his return, "that all of the big men in this gang escaped. Just suppose that some of Moran's lesser men had been double-crossing him, dealing with a rival booze-peddling outfit, and suppose Moran found it out. What would Moran do? Think it over." A week after the crime, cops found a stripped-down, burned-out Cadillac that may have been the one used in the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, but it didn't help them much. The investigation was still going in circles. "I can name 50 motives for this crime," complained David Stansbury, the lead investigator for the state's attorney's office, "but no one stands out as being important enough to be called the probable cause of the murders. If we could eliminate all theories but the true one and concentrate on that, we could solve this thing in a hurry." One would hope. The only thing Stansbury seemed fairly sure of was that Al Capone had not been involved. When police finally located McGurn, Machine Gun Jack didn't seem the least bit worried. "Me? Mixed up in that gang killing? Don't make me laugh. The Gusenberg boys would have plugged me if they saw me a block away. Even if I was dressed up in a police uniform, they would have recognized me. I would never have got past that garage door." He cheerfully informed investigators that he'd been at the Stevens Hotel in room 1919A with a woman the entire morning of February 14th. The woman in question was Louise Rolfe, forever after referred to in the press as the blonde alibi. Rolfe was the perfect image of a gangster's girl, long-legged, pouty-mouthed, and luscious, the kind of voluptuous siren who would drive even the toughest mug nuts. Indeed, now, with her moment in the spotlight, Rolfe turned on the charm. She flashed a smile, stuck to her story, and told anyone who would listen that her Jack was a true gentleman who wouldn't, and indeed didn't, hurt a fly. "I didn't even know about the murder until the afternoon papers were brought up to my room," said McGurn. No further evidence emerged to link Capone to the massacre. Asked by an Evening Post reporter for his own theory on who had killed Moran's men, McGurn did not hesitate. "It was coppers," he said flatly. "Some squad had been dealing with the Moran mob, and they had a fight about a booze deal. That's the answer." A good answer, too, although not a perfectly satisfying one. For starters, it didn't explain why the men had gathered in the garage that morning, why they were so well dressed, or why their boss, Bugs Moran, was not among them. If the cops had indeed wanted to kill Moran's men, why didn't they do it in the usual way, by arresting them, shooting them while in custody, and claiming subsequently that the men had tried to escape? Also, it would appear that at least 2 of the men killed, the mechanic Johnny May and the optometrist Reinhard H. Schwimmer, were merely peripheral members of the mob, accidental victims. For innocent men to have died, someone must have been acting in anger, with little time for or little interest in precision. Likewise, if Moran had wanted the Gusenbergs eliminated, it's difficult to fathom why he would have wiped out all the others. Nothing in Moran's history suggests that he was given to such rash behavior. The speed, fury, and thoroughness suggested the work of gangsters. Angry, gangsters. The Purple Gang from Detroit could have done it. They had reason to seek revenge if the Moran men had hijacked their whiskey, and given that they were from Detroit, they probably would not have differentiated among members of the Moran mob. It's also possible, as police speculated at one point in the investigation, that Egan's Rats, a gang from St. Louis, came to Chicago to make the hit, to settle a score on yet another hijacked shipment of booze. The Goosenbergs and their crew had ripped off so many bootleggers that there was no end to the list of suspects. Unfortunately, though, these hypotheses also were riddled with holes. If the attack was intended in retaliation for the theft of whiskey, why didn't the killers empty the pockets of their victims and recapture their lost revenue? The dead men had thousands of dollars in their pockets, and not a dime was taken. It didn't add up. There had to be another explanation. And there was, but it was not yet forthcoming. It didn't add up. There had to be another explanation. And there was, but it was not yet forthcoming. Chapter 27. The Most Sore Necessity of Our Times. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre fascinated and horrified the American public like no crime since that of Leopold and Loeb. For weeks, stories from Chicago ribboned the front pages of newspapers across the nation. But the news accounts began to frustrate readers as one lead after another evaporated. Crime stories were supposed to unfold like movies, with explosive openings, followed by the slow ratcheting of suspense, and then the satisfying resolution in which good triumphs over evil and the bad guys die or go to prison. In this case, though, there was no suspense and no resolution, just an endless drone of theories. As days turned to weeks and the crime went unsolved, blame gradually drifted to Capone. As the largest object in the gangster universe, dispersed matter tended to coalesce around him by force of nature. He wasn't exactly helping his own cause as he continued to dish out interviews. Walter Winchell, America's most popular newspaper columnist, reported just 2 weeks after the Valentine's Day attack that Scarface Capone may have retired, but his phone bill at Miami last weekend for Chicago and New York calls was $4.5 grand. Another New York newspaper man described Capone as one of the authentic big men of Miami now, receiving royalties on all the slot machines within 20 miles, and obviously on certain terms with the sheriff. Indeed, Capone had attained such prominence in the social order that some of the city's leading legitimate businessmen came to call. R.B. Burdine, owner of the city's biggest department store, and G.C. Stembler, an insurance salesman, visited Capone at 10 a.m. one day in early March. They sat down to breakfast. Champagne bottles were popped open. He had a colored man to do the serving, recalled Burdine. Only after the drinks began to flow did the department store owner bring up the purpose of his social call. He was looking for a donation to the community chest, a fund that local business leaders collected to boost their pet projects. Capone, no doubt pleased at being treated so respectfully by one of the city's elite, handed over a check for $1,000. Later, in light of sour publicity surrounding the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, the money was returned. Another newspaper article, filed at about the same time, claimed that Capone had already established firm control of the bulk of the city's underworld activities. The story, which appeared in papers across the country, listed no sources and contained few, if any, solid facts, but it showed how much of a bogeyman Capone was becoming. Scarface Al Capone may be the next boss of Greater Miami, the story read. The man who is reputed to have solidified the beer-running activities in Chicago and hooked up a nationwide chain with ramifications from New York to Los Angeles daily is becoming a factor in the life of America's greatest winter resort. Intelligence files from the Bureau of Internal Revenue show that agents looked into allegations that Capone had begun importing liquor from Cuba and the Bahamas, flying it into Elliott Key, the northernmost of the Florida Keys, and driving it north with a fleet of 30 cars and trucks. Agents examined Capone's phone records and found he was in contact with an interesting mix of political figures and criminals, including Glenn B. Skipper, a leading Republican Party official from Florida, a man identified only as Dr. Ford, Negro doctors said to sell narcotics, and Gertrude Webster, who was described as the Queen of Miami bootleggers and a sales agent for Bahama Island dealers. Still, the investigating agents concluded there was little evidence to support claims that Capone was involved as anything more than an investor in Miami booze-running operations. Back in Chicago, newspaper editorials and elected officials continued to blame police for the murder of the Moran mob members. Some writers claimed they had new, anonymous sources in the police department telling them that the crime was the work of at least 2 real cops, not just thugs in disguise. But even if police officers didn't perform the executions themselves, the stories said, the culture of corruption on the force and the lawlessness fomented by Prohibition had surely made the crime possible. In response, the department's leaders announced yet another campaign to shut down the city's vice dens. The speakeasy, the soft drink parlor, and the backstairs beer club are all rendezvous for the loafer, the thief, the thug, and are the only sources of income to the beer racketeer, the alcohol agent, and the wholesale bootlegger, said Cook County State's Attorney John A. Swanson. Those rascals will not linger in a community which does not support them. The Evening Post pointed out that the police would have to board up at least 10,000 speakeasies to carry out Swanson's order. Yet Swanson said he expected nothing less than full compliance. Cops who didn't heed his call, he warned, would find themselves behind bars. Police Commissioner William F. Russell echoed the remarks in an address to captains and deputy commissioners from all across the city, saying, "An unwavering drive against booze is to start the minute you leave this room. Booze running and booze selling must be wiped out in Chicago, wiped out to stay." He told his men to proceed forcefully but deliberately, making sure they gathered strong evidence and applied sound warrants for arrest so that charges would be made to stick. "It's a war to the finish," Russell said. Chicago cops had heard this sort of talk before, but nothing had ever changed. As long as Chicagoans wanted to drink, they would find thousands of speakeasies ready to serve them, in the neighborhoods where they lived and on the blocks where they worked. If Swanson and Russell hoped that anger over the St. Valentine's Day massacre would compel citizens to forswear alcohol, they had badly misread the public mood. Chicagoans were shocked by the crime, but not that shocked, and there's little evidence to suggest that even this hideous act of violence made the average citizen more concerned for his own safety. If it had been 7 school teachers, or even 7 loop lawyers mowed down by mobsters, it might have been different. But these were hoodlums, and Chicagoans were well accustomed to their violence and considered all of them seasoned murderers. The biggest worry seemed to be the effect of the crime on their city's image. "What a wonderful advertisement to be broadcast all over the world to boost Chicago for the World's Fair in 1933, wrote one sarcastic Chicagoan in a letter to the editor of the Tribune submitted the day after the massacre. Another letter writer reminded his fellow citizens that Chicago's bootleggers were a well-organized bunch who supplied a far better caliber of beer than the bootleggers in New York. "So let's give Saltis, Moran, Capone, and the others their due," he wrote. "They may war with one another, but they are extremely careful not to hurt any of the general public, perhaps in fear of losing a few customers." Others stressed that Prohibition was to blame for the killing, and that clamping down more firmly on drinking without making fundamental reforms in government would only lead to more violence. Religious leaders throughout the city blamed their flock for failing to take responsibility for their actions as violators of the Prohibition law and enablers of the bootleggers responsible for so much carnage. "The world is not to be blamed if it believes Chicago unsafe," said Rabbi Gerson B. Levi of Temple Isaiah, Israel. "If we had read a news report from Moscow stating that 4 people had invaded a place of business, 2 of them wearing uniforms of policemen, and had shot down 7 persons, we would either assume that the Soviet government was implicated in the crime, or that it was time that another government be established which could maintain order. Is Prohibition working when in Chicago and other cities we have encouraged the formation and have paid indirectly for the maintenance of gangsters whose business it is to circumvent for supposedly respectable people this noble experiment of ours? Yet while some pushed for tougher enforcement, others thought it best to give up entirely. In the Illinois legislature, a bill was introduced to cease enforcing liquor laws. Similar measures were proposed in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Missouri. The nation was more outraged than ever, but just as divided. On the morning of February 27, 1929, in Miami, a government process server delivered a subpoena to Capone, ordering him to appear before a federal grand jury on March 12, 1929, in Chicago, where he was wanted for questioning in an investigation of Prohibition violations in Chicago Heights. That night, Capone, tuxedo-clad, attended the Sharkey-Stribling fight. He sat beside Jack Dempsey, who bent over to clean Capone's seat for him. Stribling won, just as Capone had predicted. Asked about the subpoena, Capone told reporters he would be happy to answer the government's questions, but he wasn't about to commit to appearing on March 12th. He would get around to it, he said, when he was finished with his vacation. As for the massacre, he said, I wasn't mixed up in it, and neither were any of my men. 3 weeks after Valentine's Day, on March 4th, Herbert Hoover, rain lashing at his face, stood on the eastern portico of the U.S. Capitol and recited the oath of office, becoming the nation's 31st president. More than 200,000 visitors came to Washington, helping to form the largest crowd ever gathered thus far for a presidential inauguration. They stood on the streets under dripping, blowing umbrellas to catch a glimpse of their new president. Hoover, dressed in gray with a high, stiff collar, stepped to the podium with his 19-page typewritten speech clutched in one hand. He gazed out at an ocean of shiny black umbrellas and soggy gray hats. "My countrymen," he said in a monotone, beginning the first inaugural address carried nationwide by radio. "This occasion is not alone the administration of the most sacred oath which can be assumed by an American citizen. It is a dedication and consecration under God to the highest office and service of our people. I assume this trust in the humility of knowledge that only through the guidance of Almighty Providence can I hope to discharge its ever-increasing burdens. It is in keeping with tradition throughout our history that I should express simply and directly the opinions which I hold concerning some of the matters of present importance." Hoover went on for 30 minutes, speaking simply and directly, the only way he knew how, describing the many satisfactions enjoyed by Americans: a strong economy, a respected position of moral and military leadership in a peaceful world, a world-class system of education, and a level of poverty so scant that complete eradication of suffering and need seemed close at hand. But Hoover being Hoover, he still preached caution. "The strong man must at all times be alert to the attack of insidious disease," he said, and went on to describe the most treacherous agent of that disease. "The most malign of all these dangers today is disregard and disobedience of law," he said. "Crime is increasing. Confidence in rigid and speedy justice is decreasing. I am not prepared to believe that this indicates any decay in the moral fiber of the American people. I am not prepared to believe that it indicates an impotence of the federal government to enforce its laws. It is only in part due to the additional burdens imposed upon our judicial system by the 18th Amendment. The problem is much wider than that." While promising to remake the nation's criminal justice system and to strictly enforce the law, Hoover also asked Americans to help by ceasing their support for the nation's bootleggers and speakeasy operators. "If you don't like Prohibition," he said, "work to change the law. But until the law is repealed, every American who drinks should recognize that he's abetting the gangsters and contributing to the spiritual decline of the nation. As for the gangsters, or those of criminal mind, as Hoover labeled them, it would not be necessary to ask them to obey the law. It was up to the government to make them obey it. Their activities must be stopped, he said. In conclusion, he said, I have no fears for the future of our country. It is bright with hope. One line captured best the spirit of his inaugural address. In no nation, he said, are the fruits of accomplishment more secure. As he finished, the rains grew heavier. Still, Hoover insisted on riding to the White House in an open car. He would not disappoint the thousands who had withstood the ghastly weather all morning to see him. He arrived at the White House soaked to his skin, but feeling fine. Capone's court date in Chicago came and went. He sent a note from his doctor saying that he'd been confined to bed for 6 weeks, beginning in mid-January, and that his illness had made travel impossible. I'm really an invalid, he told one reporter. For me to go north and face the raw winds and possible snow in Chicago would be too much of a risk. Besides, he said, there was no point in bringing him all the way to Chicago to ask questions he couldn't answer. Given how many newspaper interviews he had given, and how many times he'd been photographed in those past 6 weeks, Capone's excuse seemed worse than weak. It seemed contemptuous. And that's exactly how it looked to U.S. Attorney George Johnson, who wrote to his superiors in the Justice Department and asked for help in launching an investigation that would bring contempt of court charges against Capone. Johnson made his plea to Mabel Willebrandt, an assistant attorney general, who forwarded the letter to the director of the Bureau of Investigation, John Edgar Hoover, who was no relation to the president. Only years later would he start calling himself J. Edgar. John Edgar Hoover was young, only 34, but he had the eyes of a much older man and seemed to have been around the Justice Department forever. When he took over the Bureau, it was a small, poorly organized agency with a lot of loose cannon detectives running around answering to no one in particular. But young Hoover had an ambition that burned like a high fever and a toughness that surprised those who took him lightly. Immediately, he started cleaning house, firing the hacks and political appointees and replacing them with men who pledged their unwavering loyalty. He wanted energetic young men working for him, men who still lived with their mothers, as he did, if possible, because those men made work, not family, their priority. And he wanted men with expertise in accounting and law. With the new president taking office and promising to make crime control the focal point of his administration, John Edgar Hoover sensed an opportunity to expand his power and boost his stature within the administration. Quickly, he assigned agents to get down to Miami and check out the story about Capone's illness. They filled their notebooks with reports from people who had seen Capone at the track, on fishing trips, and at nightclubs, accounting for almost every day of his time in Miami, and discovered that Capone appeared to be in robust health. No one had seen him so much as sniffle or cough, and certainly he had not been stuck in bed. Johnson began preparing to have Capone arrested and charged with contempt of court. Capone's lawyers began negotiating, asking if Capone might be granted immunity if he agreed to talk about the crimes in Chicago Heights. Meanwhile, on March 20th, as Johnson, Willebrandt, and John Edgar Hoover were building their case, President Hoover met at the White House with a group of prominent Chicagoans, including Frank Lesh, president of the Chicago Crime Commission. The civic leaders asked the president to get personally involved in restoring civility to their city. They gave me chapter and verse for their statement that Chicago was in the hands of the gangsters, the president recalled years later in his memoirs, that the police and magistrates were completely under their control, that the governor of the state was futile, that the federal government was the only force by which the city's ability to govern itself could be restored. Hoover knew that most of Capone's crimes were local and none of the federal government's business. He knew that stopping Capone would not solve the nation's broader law enforcement problems, but he also knew that Capone, thanks to his great appetite for fame as much as for his villainous deeds, had made himself a leading symbol of lawlessness. Surely the president, an avid reader of newspapers, had noticed the attention paid in the press that winter to his Miami Beach neighbor. "Probably no private citizen in American life," wrote the New York Times in reference to Capone, "has ever had so much publicity in so short a period." The president knew that if the government could convict Capone, it would send a strong message that a new era had dawned, that such brazen criminality would no longer be allowed, and that the American system of law was bigger and stronger than even the biggest hoodlum. So he gave the order to the top officials in every relevant agency: get Capone. The business leaders who had gone to the White House were elated with Hoover's response, and they pledged to do their part. They agreed to pick up the tab for activities that the federal agencies couldn't afford or wouldn't authorize, and they pledged to pay for the creation of a scientific crime laboratory, the nation's first, to see if new technology used to analyze bullets and guns could help determine who had been responsible for the St. Valentine's Day massacre. Hoover made no public announcement after his meeting with the businessmen from Chicago, but his Prohibition Commissioner, James M. Duran, announced to reporters that the Treasury Department would soon assign additional agents to certain cities, including Chicago, where enforcement had been lax. A massive assault would soon be underway. Not since the manhunt for John Wilkes Booth, Abraham Lincoln's killer, had so many resources been brought to bear in an attempt to jail one man. But the search for Booth had been short and relatively simple. It was just a matter of finding the man and dealing with him. In Booth's case, he died of a gunshot wound during his capture. Capone's crimes were more subtle, and he would prove to be a more elusive target. Gunshot wound during his capture. Capone's crimes were more subtle, and he would prove to be a more elusive target.